A grand castle with towering spires rose among the green hills, its imposing silhouette a clear testament to wealth and aristocracy. This was the Campbell estate, a place of opulence and tradition. Inside its lavish walls, a young man suddenly bolted upright in bed, his blonde hair tousled as he struggled to make sense of his surroundings. His hands gripped the blanket tightly, his breath unsteady. The memory of his death was still vivid. He stared at his hands, then at the extravagant Western-style room, something straight out of a historical drama. The realization hit him like a hammer. Either he was trapped in an elaborate dream, or he had been reincarnated in another world. He desperately hoped for the former. Stumbling towards a mirror, he examined his reflection. A young man, no older than 17 or 18, with a face that was both familiar and subtly different. And then it clicked. This was not his body. Panic crept in as he pieced together the horrifying truth. Seeking proof of reality, he grabbed a knife from the ornate dresser and pressed it against his finger, wincing as sharp pain shot through him. The stinging sensation confirmed his worst fear. This was not a dream. This was his new, unfortunate existence. If reincarnation had to happen, there were better choices. A hero, perhaps? A side character with potential? But fate had decided otherwise. He recalled a novel called The Strongest Heroine in History. A novel he had once read religiously. And within its pages existed a character doomed to failure. Moon Campbell. A useless, pathetic, womanizing fool who was exiled and forgotten by chapter 20. The mere thought made his stomach turn. The name alone was enough to make him want to scream. Bitterness settled in as he recognized his predicament. He had been reborn as a third-rate villain whose greatest accomplishment was making life slightly inconvenient for the protagonist. Before he could fully descend into despair, a knock on the door interrupted his spiraling thoughts. He responded with as much composure as he could muster, allowing entry. A maid, Anne, stepped inside with the poised grace of someone accustomed to handling privileged nobles. She informed him that his outfit for the upcoming banquet had arrived. Under normal circumstances, the old moon would have dismissed her with a lazy wave. But today, he was too preoccupied with his existential crisis to pretend. His response was short, barely acknowledging her words. Anne, however, was observant. Her sharp gaze landed on his hand, where a thin line of red still glistened. She noted his injury. He brushed it off as nothing more than a scratch, assuring her he could take care of it. She, however, stepped closer with an unsettling confidence. For a brief moment, he assumed she intended to bring a bandage. That would have been the logical course of action. But what actually happened defied all reason. Without hesitation, she took his hand, brought it to her lips, and licked the wound. His mind blanked. His body froze in place as he watched her, horror creeping into his expression. He could barely form a sound, let alone a coherent thought. She released his hand with a satisfied smile, remarking that not a drop of his precious blood should be wasted. The words sent a fresh wave of disbelief through him. His mouth opened and closed as he struggled to process the situation. Meanwhile, Anne remained entirely unfazed, advising him to take better care of himself before turning to leave. When the door closed behind her, he exhaled sharply, his heart still racing. And then, like a delayed impact, realization struck him full force. Heat rushed to his face as he buried it in his hands. His mind screamed at the absurdity of it all. Outside the room, Anne hesitated for a brief moment. That had been unexpected. The young master had actually thanked her. A rare occurrence, but she dismissed the thought quickly. Inside, however, Moon Campbell was on the verge of an existential breakdown. Why had the original Moon ever provoked the protagonist in the first place? He had everything: wealth, status, a mansion, and apparently, a disturbingly devoted maid. And if memory served him right, his downfall began when he drugged the third princess at the coming-of-age ceremony. Well, he thought bitterly, that could easily be avoided. A revolutionary concept, really. Smirking to himself, he made a decision. He would stay rich, keep his head attached to his body, and avoid exile at all costs. But then, a chilling realization struck him. When was the ceremony? His gaze darted to the outfit Anne had delivered. The color drained from his face. Horror dawned upon him. Tomorrow. A moment of absolute silence passed before the castle walls shook with a single, thunderous cry of frustration. Sprawled on his bed, Moon frantically searched for any clue, any sign of guidance in this new world. He called for a system, a wise mentor, a goddess. Anything that could offer him an advantage. But there was nothing. Just silence. Panic settled in as the realization struck him again. The ceremony was tomorrow. There was no time to rewrite history, no way to alter the course of events that would lead to his downfall. Would apologizing be enough? He doubted it. Another thought struck him. A far worse scenario. What if they forced him to grovel? What if he had to endure something humiliating, like licking the protagonist's feet in front of the entire nobility? A shudder ran through him. But then, a flicker of resolve. A real man, he told himself, wasn't afraid of a little humiliation. If it came to that, he would do it with dignity. His mind wavered for a brief moment on the condition that she at least wore black stockings, and then he steeled himself. He would fall to his knees before the heroine at the speed of light and bow 3 times if it meant survival. Before he could fully embrace his tragic fate, something hard smacked him right in the head. Stunned, he rubbed his forehead, scowling as he searched for the culprit. A book lay on the bed beside him, radiating a faint magical energy. At first glance, it looked like a simple tome, but as he held it, excitement surged through him. This was it. His cheat. His god hadn't abandoned him after all. Clutching the book to his chest, he felt a renewed sense of hope. He might still be cannon fodder, but at least now he had a fighting chance. Eager to unlock its secrets, he flipped it open, ready to embrace whatever power lay within. And then, nothing. The pages were blank. A long, painful silence filled the room. His eye twitched as he flipped through every page, searching for hidden text, an activation phrase, anything. But there was nothing. His fingers trembled as he muttered to himself, trying to rationalize the situation. Maybe it needed a ritual. It was a Western European fantasy setting, after all. And what was the most cliché activation method? Blood. Without thinking too much, he ran his finger across his lip, creating a small scratch. A few drops of blood fell onto the pages, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then, the book began to tremble violently. Dark energy erupted from its pages, swirling around him in an ominous storm. Horror widened his eyes as an unbearable pain shot through his body. Blood dripped down his arms, and agony tore through his limbs. He barely had time to comprehend the situation before everything faded to black. When he awoke, he was no longer in his room. Chains bound him in a dark, cold space, his body aching from unseen wounds. His vision blurred, but as his surroundings sharpened, a figure emerged from the shadows. A girl with chilling red eyes. She smiled at him, sweet yet cruel, and whispered that she had been waiting for him to wake up. A surge of panic hit him as he struggled against the chains, but they held firm. Pain shot through his limbs, and she let out a disapproving sigh, remarking that pain was necessary. It was meant to teach a lesson. His mind reeled. What lesson? What was happening? She spoke again, her tone almost regretful. She said that this shouldn't have happened to him, but it was his own fault. His cruelty, his arrogance, his selfishness had led him here. His jaw clenched at the accusation. Ignoring his unspoken protest, she continued with eerie certainty. She claimed that his purpose had always been to hurt others, to make them despise him, to make them hate him. And in doing so, he would belong only to her. A deep chill ran down his spine as her lips curled into a grim smile. But then something in her expression shifted, her red eyes gleaming with dark devotion. She declared that it didn't matter. She would fix him, with her love, no matter how long it took. His breath hitched, stomach twisting as her voice softened with terrifying sincerity. She assured him that they would always be together, that not even death could separate them. And then, he screamed. Moon jolted awake, gasping for breath. His heart pounded violently, his body drenched in cold sweat. He clutched the sheets, struggling to convince himself that it had been just a dream. But had it? His muscles still ached, his arms burned where the chains had held him. It had felt real. His breath caught as his gaze landed on his arm. Dread slithered down his spine. If this book was supposed to be his advantage, then why did it feel like it was actively working against him? With shaking hands, he flipped the book open again. This time, ominous letters stared back at him, sending a shiver through his very soul. Do not try to change your destiny. Moon muttered the words aloud, feeling the weight of them settle over him. Dark energy seeped from the pages, a silent confirmation of his worst fears. If he tried to change anything, he would suffer for it. But if he did nothing, exile and disgrace were inevitable. He scowled, staring out the window. His initial plan, to keep his head down and stay out of trouble, had clearly been a joke. The book wasn't giving him a choice. He then remembered that in the original story, his character didn't die. He was simply exiled and became a beggar. If disappearing meant a fresh start, then that was exactly what he would do. As socialist proletarian fighter, he could still make a good living in this world with his knowledge. But first, food. With renewed determination and an empty stomach, he indulged in one of the finest meals he had ever tasted. The meat was so tender it melted in his mouth, the wine rich and smooth like liquid luxury. His mother, Duchess Noyce Campbell, watched him curiously, remarking that he looked rather pleased. His father, Duke Lon Campbell, chuckled over his wine, noting that tomorrow's banquet was an important event for him. Moon replied that he was looking forward to it, more or less. The Duchess beamed, commenting that her son was growing up so fast and that all the young ladies would surely be swooning over him. The Duke, however, had other concerns. He reminded them that Moon already had a fiancée, Princess Celia. If she became jealous, it could cause trouble. Moon blinked. Who? Then, memories resurfaced. Princess Celia. The third princess of the Empire. Cold, reserved, mysterious. A woman who had countless admirers but seemed utterly uninterested in any of them. He held back a bitter laugh. Only his parents thought he was perfect. They were good people, too good. And thanks to the scandal that would unfold at the banquet, they would be exiled. But why? The book insisted that he couldn't change his own fate, but it never said anything about changing theirs. Everyone assumed his scandal at the banquet was what led to their downfall. But the truth was different. His father would be accused of treason, the victim of a political conspiracy among the nobility. Moon had a plan. It wasn't the best plan, but when the alternative was either uncovering the real culprit or getting exiled and dying as a beggar, he had to make do. He needed to either expose the mastermind behind his family's downfall or find someone else to take the fall. The crime he was supposed to commit, insulting the princess, wasn't as simple as slipping poison into her drink. Ordinary poison wouldn't work anyway. The third princess was a magical genius who could probably detect toxins with a single breath. No, he needed something special. Unfortunately, his memories of the mansion contained exactly 0 references to hidden stockpiles of rare poisons. That meant finding another source. Preferably one that didn't involve him getting shanked in a back alley. He recalled a place from the novel, who dealt in the kind of merchandise he needed. The problem? It wasn't exactly nearby, and sneaking out before a grand ceremony was asking for trouble. As he mulled over his predicament, a sudden clatter snapped him out of his thoughts. A servant girl carrying a tea tray had tripped after bumping into him, spilling the tea. She winced, rubbing her ankle, letting out a miserable whimper about the wasted tea. Still half distracted, Moon mumbled that it was his fault. He hadn't been paying attention. The reaction was unexpected. The maid stiffened as if he had just declared he was about to personally throw her out a window. In a panicked stammer, she begged for forgiveness, promising to clean up immediately and pleading not to be punished or dismissed. She swore she would do better. Moon blinked, caught off guard. Wait, what? She looked one step away from prostrating herself, which only drove home how terrible his predecessor must have been. Rubbing his temples, he sighed, telling her to relax. He wasn't going to punish her. The girl hesitated before hesitantly asking if he was serious. He confirmed it, then frowned as he took a closer look at her. She looked pale, feverish, on the verge of collapse. He asked why she was even working when she was clearly unwell. Noelle, the maid, introduced herself hesitantly, looking genuinely taken aback by Moon's concern. It was as if the idea of basic human decency was completely foreign to her. She quickly tried to brush off the issue, explaining that there weren't enough workers due to the upcoming banquet preparations. Moon responded flatly that it was a dumb excuse. Sick people shouldn't be working. The logical solution was to hire more servants. A thick silence followed, so heavy it could have been cut with a dull butter knife. Anne, another maid, exchanged glances with Noelle before replying cautiously. She reminded him that he had explicitly forbidden hiring outsiders, claiming they were filthy. Moon fought the urge to groan. His past self was truly the worst. Without hesitation, he announced that he had changed his mind and ordered them to bring in more workers. Anne nodded, ever composed, but Moon caught the way she eyed him, as if bracing for an impending disaster. It was obvious she intended to keep a close watch on him from now on. He ignored it. There were more important things to worry about. He needed something that could help him escape his fate, a VIP pass to the black market. His past self, despite being utterly useless, had at least managed to acquire one redeeming item. After ransacking his belongings, he finally found it. A sleek black card, practically radiating illegal activity. Twirling it between his fingers, he muttered aloud, wondering if his original self had been a complete scumbag. The answer was almost certainly yes. With his golden ticket in hand, he made his way to the Chessford trading house, using the excuse of purchasing jewelry for his parents. Then, slipping away unnoticed, he headed toward the infamous city of Belron. Finding the entrance to the black market was easy enough. It was hidden within the stinking, rat-infested sewers outside the capital. Lovely. Lighting a torch, he pressed forward until he reached a massive iron door, guarded by a brute of a man with the warmth of a slab of cold meat. The guard demanded to know who he was. Moon deadpanned, called himself a sewer rat. The guard snorted, and asked for his purpose. Moon answered that he was looking for carrion. That seemed to be the magic word. With a grunt, the guard stepped aside, allowing him through the towering doors. Inside, the underground black market sprawled before him, a chaotic maze of illicit goods and merchants hawking everything from magical creatures to human lives. Ignoring the more disturbing sights, he made a direct path toward the potion vendors. A masked saleswoman greeted him with unsettling enthusiasm, noting that he was her first customer of the day and calling it delightful. She asked what he was looking for. Lowering his voice, he explained that he needed a special potion, colorless, odorless, and strong enough to knock out a mage for a few hours. She chuckled knowingly, remarking that many noblemen came to the market looking for entertainment. She even offered to connect him with a reliable slaver if he was interested. Moon's stomach churned at the suggestion. He immediately declined. As he turned to leave, her cheerful tone dropped into something more sinister. She remarked that he was lucky because she just so happened to have exactly what he was looking for. Something about the merchant immediately set him on edge. She was completely hidden beneath a cloak, her voice altered by magic, and even her body was disguised. It was as if someone had taken pure paranoia and wrapped it into a neat little package. Yet, as she moved, gesturing and rummaging through her supplies, certain details became apparent. Despite all her efforts to hide it, she was definitely a woman. Interesting. A mysterious merchant hiding her identity in a place like this could only mean one thing. She had something to lose. And people with something to lose were people worth knowing. A plan began to form in Moon's mind. If he could establish a good relationship with her, she might prove useful after his inevitable exile. Because, let's be honest, at this rate, he was about as doomed as a candle in a hurricane. The merchant told him to wait a moment while she searched for the potion. Moon wasn't in a hurry. The most important thing was making sure he got what he came for. But before she could return, another figure appeared, a hooded individual, draped in black, radiating an aura that practically screamed, "I definitely don't pay my taxes." The merchant greeted the new arrival without hesitation. The hooded figure wasted no time, stating their request in a low, steady voice. They needed a powerful drug that left no magical traces. Moon's interest peaked immediately. How delightfully suspicious. The merchant, momentarily surprised, quickly regained her composure. She remarked that it was a rare request and began sifting through her wares. Meanwhile, Moon studied the newcomer. The subtle scent of lavender and steel clung to the fabric of her cloak, and despite the concealment, it was obvious. This was also a woman. Judging by her confidence, she likely had access to such substances already but was searching for something even more potent. The merchant finally turned to Moon, presenting him with a vial. It was so aggressively bright that if highlighters were weapons, this one would be lethal. Moon raised an eyebrow, questioning its supposed undetectability. The merchant waved a hand dismissively, assuring him that in red wine, it would be completely untraceable. She added, almost casually, that it was strong enough to knock out an elephant for hours. Moon blinked. He appreciated overkill as much as the next person, but an elephant? As if reading his thoughts, the merchant shrugged and remarked that power always came at a price. Speaking of price, she then named her demand, 130,000. Moon was about to mentally curse his lack of funds when the hooded woman made her move. She stated that she would pay with information. The merchant, intrigued, leaned forward, asking just how valuable this information was. The woman responded that it was worth more than gold. Moon watched as the two struck a deal. At first, The merchant examined the note skeptically, but after a moment, her expression shifted. A slow grin spread across her face. Whatever she had just learned was far more valuable than any bag of coins. The hooded woman, satisfied, took her potion and disappeared into the shadows with practiced ease. Moon, never one to waste an opportunity, flashed his VIP pass at the merchant. Her interest piqued. Without warning, she tossed him a small extra vial. Suspicious, he asked what it was. She smiled, explaining that it was an enhancement, something to make the red potion even stronger. He thanked her, then, ever the opportunist, casually fished for information about the hooded woman. The merchant smirked before making a counteroffer. If he wanted to know more, he could simply buy the woman from her for 90,000. Moon narrowed his eyes, immediately pointing out that she had just made that number up. The merchant's grin widened. Fine, then 90,000. Without hesitation, Moon turned to leave, deciding he had heard enough. As he stepped out, he could practically hear the merchant's laughter behind him. The kind of laughter that said, "I just made a profit, and you'll never know how much." Outside, Moon processed everything that had just happened. The black market was a cesspool of opportunists, and if he wanted to navigate it properly, he would need someone more reliable in his corner. Meanwhile, back in her shop, the merchant remained seated, chuckling to herself. She hadn't expected today to be particularly eventful, but it seemed things were about to become far more interesting. After all, the third princess herself would be at the banquet. New servants were being hired at the Campbell estate, and an aristocrat was snooping around for undetectable drugs. The second prince, who despised his talented sister, might find this information worth purchasing. The duke, who had fallen out with the Campbell family, might also be willing to pay for it. Why pick sides when one could sell to both? A wicked smile crossed her face. She was about to kill two birds with one stone, and make a fortune doing it. The grand halls of Campbell Palace shimmered with opulence, chandeliers casting a golden glow over the noble guests. They had nothing better to do than sip expensive wine and whisper judgments about each other behind forced smiles. The event was as suffocatingly sophisticated as expected: silk dresses, polished shoes, and enough strained pleasantries to make even the paintings on the walls look uncomfortable. Moon stood at the center of it all, playing the role of a charming young noble. It was a drastic departure from his predecessor's usual arrogant persona. He had barely adjusted to his surroundings when a marquis approached, dragging along his daughter as though presenting an unwilling sacrifice. The marquis introduced her. Lady Evelyn. His tone carrying the enthusiasm of a man delivering bad news. The girl, however, seemed to have very different thoughts about this introduction. The moment her eyes met Moon's, her face turned the color of an overripe tomato. Beads of nervous sweat formed on her forehead as her hands fidgeted with the fabric of her dress. Her attempt at speech came out fractured. She stammered out an awkward greeting, her voice cracking like cheap porcelain. Moon raised an eyebrow, waiting for the usual pleasure to meet you or at least a half-hearted courtesy. Instead, her wide eyes darted around, frantically searching for an escape route. A moment later, she squeaked out that her mother was calling for her, before promptly spinning on her heel and bolting out of the hall with urgency. A brief silence followed. The marquis coughed into his hand, visibly embarrassed, before apologizing for his daughter's behavior. He explained that she was simply shy, though it was painfully obvious to everyone that shy wasn't quite the right word. Moon, keeping his expression composed, offered a diplomatic smile and assured the marquis that he understood completely. Internally, however, he was struggling not to laugh. Ah, yes. The original Moon Campbell. So insufferable that young noblewomen would rather fake parental summons than spend even a minute in his presence. If there were a competition for the most avoided aristocrat, Moon Campbell would have won by unanimous decision. His amusement was short-lived as he caught the suspicious glances of the other guests. It wasn't just Lady Evelyn. Many in the crowd were looking at him with the same wary, distrustful expressions, as if waiting for him to do something obnoxiously villainous. He supposed he couldn't blame them. The original Moon had set the bar so low that simply standing still and smiling was already an improvement. His father, Duke Lon Campbell, approached then, offering a rare nod of approval. He stated that Moon was doing well. Moon blinked in surprise, questioning if that was really the case. The Duke nodded, clearly pleased. He told his son that tonight was his night, a chance to prove himself as a true Campbell, and that he must show his worth. Moon resisted the urge to make a sarcastic remark about how his mere presence was already a miracle. Instead, he nodded respectfully and assured his father that he would do his best. Before anything else could be said, the sharp sound of a staff striking marble echoed through the hall. A hush fell over the crowd as an announcer's voice rang out, declaring the arrival of Her Imperial Highness, 3rd Princess Celia Leopold. The air itself seemed to freeze. Celia entered with an aura of elegance, her steps measured, her posture flawless. Blessed by the goddess of ice and snow, she carried herself with untouchable beauty. The kind that left commoners awestruck and nobles wary. Her silver-blue gown shimmered beneath the chandeliers, perfectly complementing the cold sharpness of her gaze as she surveyed the room, silently assessing who among the attendees was even worth acknowledging. As the last of the esteemed guests arrived, Moon's father placed a firm hand on his shoulder. A rare smile crossed the Duke's usually stern face as he said he would be leaving to greet the other Dukes. He reminded Moon not to neglect the princess. Moon responded with practiced confidence, placing a hand over his chest in a show of aristocratic discipline. Celia made her way toward him, each step measured and poised, almost as if she were floating rather than walking. She greeted him formally, remarking that it had been a long time. Moon, determined to maintain the charade of charm, responded with a polite smile, returning the greeting and adding that she was extraordinarily beautiful today. Her response was cold. She acknowledged the compliment but noted that it was rare to hear such words from him. Then, lifting the hem of her gown ever so slightly, she performed a flawless bow, radiating noble grace. Moon, keeping up appearances, returned the bow with equal politeness, hand over his chest. With a lighthearted tone, he commented that her words made him seem like the kind of rude person who couldn't control his own mouth. He asked if that wasn't a bit unfair. Celia's piercing gaze met his, and for the first time that evening. With a light chuckle, he noted that the princess must be tired after traveling from the royal city and suggested that she take a moment to rest. The banquet wouldn't officially begin for a while. A pause. Then, without another word, Celia turned on her heel and walked toward the rest area, simply stating that it would be appreciated. As soon as she disappeared from sight, Moon let out a quiet exhale, rubbing the back of his head. He muttered to himself that she was finally gone. Beautiful, yes, truly beautiful, but also terrifying. No wonder she was the novel's first female lead. Meanwhile, Celia moved through the hall, exchanging the expected greetings with nobles, her poise never wavering. But her mind was elsewhere. Something about Moon seemed different. She stole a glance back at him, still standing among the guests. His usual arrogance had been replaced with something eerily close to politeness. Before she could dwell on the thought, a shift in the room's atmosphere pulled her attention elsewhere. A murmur spread through the crowd, quiet whispers carrying through the banquet hall. Moon, sensing the shift, subtly tuned in. Nobles always whispered behind one another's backs, but this was different. There was something sharper in their voices, something that carried weight. He listened. They spoke of an illegitimate daughter. Disbelief laced their words as they questioned why she was here. One mentioned a duel with her betrothed. Another remarked that Duke Bugart had just named her his heir. Disdain filled their tones as they expressed their outrage. Not only was she illegitimate, but a woman? How had she qualified to inherit earldom? Moon's gaze flickered toward the entrance. Sure enough, the subject of their gossip had arrived. Two girls stepped inside, walking side by side, one tall, one short. Moon had expected this night to be exhausting, but now it was beginning to look like an actual battlefield. His gaze locked onto the two figures entering the hall. He knew them all too well. The tall girl on the left carried herself with an overwhelming aura, the kind that could shatter a lesser man's ego on sight. The undisputed, battle-hardened, and absolutely terrifying true protagonist of this world, Ariel Bugart. Ariel showed no reaction to the judgmental stares or whispered insults from the noble crowd. Instead, walked forward then, with casual ease, she raised a hand in greeting and acknowledged Moon, remarking that they met again and asking how he had been lately. Moon, slightly caught off guard, was about to respond, perhaps even manage a passable polite greeting, when disaster struck. An obese nobleman wearing glasses suddenly burst forward, practically foaming at the mouth. His stubby finger jabbed in Ariel's direction as he bellowed in outrage, demanding to know how a lowly, illegitimate daughter dared to address young Master Moon so casually. For a brief moment, Moon's soul left his body. This was exactly the kind of thing that got people killed. Without thinking, pure survival instincts kicked in. He lunged forward, slapping a hand over the nobleman's mouth before he could dig an even deeper grave. Through gritted teeth, he ordered him to shut up. Moon, still restraining the struggling nobleman, forced a stiff smile and responded politely, addressing Ariel by her full name and thanking her for her concern. Ariel blinked. The Moon Campbell she knew, the insufferable, sneering, pompous noble brat, had just spoken to her with perfect courtesy. By her full name, no less. Something was wrong. Very wrong. She lowered her head slightly, covering her mouth with her hand as she thought to herself. What is happening here? Has he come to his senses? Or is this some elaborate scheme? Meanwhile, Lee, standing awkwardly beside Ariel, remained thoroughly confused by the chaotic scene unfolding before her. Moon then turned to her, his expression warm. He greeted her gently, calling her by name and offering his hand in introduction. Lee's eyes widened in pure shock. She blurted out her surprise, noting that young Master Moon actually knew her name. Moon, maintaining his polite demeanor, slightly bent forward, his outstretched hand waiting for her to shake. He remarked that he could hardly be unaware of such an important guest at tonight's banquet. Before Lee could even consider taking his hand, it was slapped away, hard. Moon recoiled slightly, blinking in confusion. Ariel now stood between them. With cold precision, she demanded to know what he was up to. Moon stared at her, utterly baffled. As she leaned toward him, he instinctively leaned back, nervous sweat forming at his brow. He hesitantly addressed her, but she didn't let him finish. Ariel stated that she had only come out of respect for his father. She then made it clear that she didn't know what game he was playing, but she wouldn't tolerate it. With a hard jab to his shoulder, she narrowed her eyes and warned him, if he tried anything against Lee, she would personally make sure he regretted it. She didn't wait for a response. With that, Ariel spun around and strode toward the hall's interior. Without looking back, she instructed Lee to follow. Lee hesitated for a moment, glancing at Moon with uncertainty before hurrying after Ariel. And just like that, they were gone. Exhaling sharply, Moon closed his eyes for a moment before forcing an awkward smile. It seemed the original Moon Campbell had left him a truly terrible history with her. Shaking off the thought, he turned on his heel. Looking straight ahead, he thought that there is no point in dwelling on it. After tonight, their paths would diverge. Two parallel lines, never meant to cross again. She would be this world's great savior, and he would play the role of a diligent noble heir, bound by his family's expectations. A beautiful future for both of them. The ceremony commenced in no time. Moon stood on the observation deck of the second floor, his parents beaming with pride behind him, basking in the glow of their well-bred son. Below, nobles gathered. Taking a deep breath, he bowed to the crowd. The room fell silent. With as much dignity as he could muster, he began. His voice rang clearly through the hall, each word carrying the weight of an 18-year-old noble forced into adulthood too soon. Under the guidance of his dear parents, he declared that he had come of age. Finally, he reached the grand closing line. He declared to the gathered nobles that from this day onward, he would officially be considered the heir of the Campbell family. His parents clapped proudly. The nobles followed suit, their polite applause echoing through the hall. Moon stood there, smiling like the perfect heir should, but inwardly, he knew the truth. It was a lie. Yes, he had said the correct lines. Yes, he had played his role well. But after tonight, everything would shift. His so-called heir status was nothing more than a limited-time promotion. Still, the speech ended with enthusiasm, and at last, he was free to loosen his tie and exhale. Under his breath, he muttered that it was finally over. With that, the ballroom truly came alive. Nobles paired off, twirling across the floor like elegant marionettes. Laughter and polite conversation filled the air. Moon, standing to the side, took the moment to strategize. Now for the main task. His gaze swept across the ballroom, searching. Celia, where was she? His eyes landed near the grand French windows. There she was, Princess Celia, untouched by the festive atmosphere. She stood alone, a glass of red wine in hand, gazing silently out at the night. The golden light from the chandeliers softened against her profile as she admired the view. Moon sighed. He had abandoned the imperial princess at her own banquet. Truly, he was a flawless host. Walking up to her, he bowed slightly, adopting an air of exaggerated regret. He remarked that he had made a terrible mistake. Leaving the esteemed princess alone was highly disrespectful of him. Celia turned to face him, one eyebrow arched. She addressed him plainly, calling him by name. Moon, ever the picture of noble charm, elegantly extended his hand. His other hand rested behind his back as he gave a slight bow. He mused aloud, wondering if he might be fortunate enough to have this dance with her. Celia blinked, briefly caught off guard. She questioned whether he was truly inviting her. Moon's smile remained warm, perhaps too warm. He assured her that of course, he was. For a moment, she hesitated. But then she sighed, shutting her eyes briefly before reaching forward. With delicate grace, she placed her hand in his. She murmured that since it was his coming-of-age ceremony, she supposed she had no reason to refuse. Moon's smile widened slightly. He thanked her. The dance floor became the center of attention. The nobles watched with thinly veiled fascination. Hushed whispers spread quickly. Meanwhile, Lee, standing among the crowd, tugged urgently at Ariel's sleeve. Excitedly, she urged her to look. Ariel, in the middle of enjoying a particularly delicious piece of cake, barely glanced up. Under the golden glow of the chandeliers, Moon and Celia moved effortlessly across the floor, hands intertwined as they danced with practiced elegance. Celia followed his lead with natural grace, tilting her head slightly to meet his gaze. Quietly, she remarked that his dance steps were good. Moon, flashing his signature polite smile, thanked her for the praise but assured her that this was only the beginner's level. As they danced, Celia studied him closely. Tonight's interactions had confirmed something she had been suspecting for a while. She stated that he had indeed changed. Moon raised an eyebrow, already sensing where this was going. With exaggerated curiosity, he asked in what way. Had he not been behaving like a nobleman? Celia's expression remained unreadable. She clarified that it wasn't about his manners, it was how he invited people. Moon blinked, confused. She explained further. She recalled the last time he had invited the daughter of a viscount to the academy ball. Then, without hesitation, she deepened her voice, perfectly mimicking his old pompous tone. She quoted his exact words. "Woman, rejoice and cheer. I have mercifully rewarded you with a dance with me." Moon physically recoiled. His soul momentarily left his body. Avoiding eye contact, he turned his head slightly, struggling to come up with a response. Celia, however, showed no mercy. Her smirk faded, her tone turning cold as she asked if she had imitated him well. Moon forced a smile, the picture of strained politeness. He admitted it was his mistake and suggested, with clear desperation, that they pretend it never happened. Unfortunately for him, Celia had a sharp memory and an even sharper tongue. Before she could continue his verbal execution, the orchestra transitioned smoothly into the next section of the song, prompting the dancers to shift positions. Celia leaned slightly into him, and Moon, ever the gentleman, held her hand a little tighter to guide her through the new steps. Then, lowering his head, he whispered in her ear. He asked if, after this dance, he might invite her to his room. Celia instantly stiffened. Her expression darkened, and she prepared to reject him outright. She reminded him icily that although they were engaged, sensing the impending royal smackdown, Moon quickly interrupted. He assured her that he had no intention of overstepping any boundaries. He smoothly added that what he wished to discuss was their engagement. Celia blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Her icy exterior wavered just slightly before she raised an eyebrow, intrigued. As they moved with the rhythm, her voice a quiet murmur. She asked if he truly needed a private discussion with her regarding their engagement. He knew she would be skeptical, so he painted his deception carefully, grounding it in undeniable truths. He acknowledged that she did not like him and stated that their engagement was nothing more than a political arrangement, a decision orchestrated by the emperor to maintain ties with his father. Celia's gaze flickered, but she remained silent. Encouraged by the lack of immediate rejection, Moon pressed on. He explained that their engagement was merely a tool to maintain balance. If she were to openly propose its cancellation, it would cast doubt on the royal family's credibility and strain her relationship with the emperor. He asked if he was wrong. Lowering his voice further, he whispered near her ear. He pointed out that at least when it came to ending their engagement, they shared the same goal. If they worked together, they could find a way to part without scandal or disgrace. He asked if that would not be preferable. Celia's eyes widened just slightly before she closed them, exhaling slowly, as if weighing his words against her own unspoken thoughts. Finally, she answered. She acknowledged that the matter could only be discussed privately between the two of them. Moon concealed his satisfaction with a polite smile, but inside, he felt a small victory. She believed him. She had taken the bait. Just as he relished his small success, Celia spoke again, cutting through his thoughts like a blade. She asked where his room was. Moon froze. His mind stumbled over itself, trying to process her sudden question. His room? Now? Before he could formulate a response, Celia had already made her decision. Without hesitation, she took his arm and began leading him out of the ballroom, her grip firm and unwavering. Moon barely managed to keep up as she strode forward with purpose, paying no attention to the curious glances thrown their way. He called out to her in alarm, but she did not slow down. At the far end of the hall, where the golden light of the chandeliers faded into shadows, two figures watched in silence. One of the maids, a short-haired woman with keen, observant eyes, lowered her broom, narrowing her gaze at the sight of Moon being pulled away. She muttered that the princess was leaving with that young master. Beside her, a long-haired maid stole a glance before nodding. Neither of them spoke further, but the air between them was thick with understanding. Whatever Celia and Moon were up to, it was something that needed to be dealt with. The short-haired maid exhaled, rolling up her sleeves. She told her companion to keep watch, stating that she would handle it. The long-haired maid barely spared her a glance. She reminded her to be quick, as this was the Lionheart King's territory. With that, the two maids silently melted into the crowd. Meanwhile, Moon barely had time to register his surroundings before they arrived at his chambers. To steady himself, he reached for a bottle of red wine from a nearby shelf, along with 2 glasses. If nothing else, maintaining a sense of formality was key. Masking any nervousness, he asked if Celia would like a drink. Her response was immediate and sharp. She refused, stating simply that she did not drink. Moon nearly fumbled the bottle. Trying again, he forced an easy smile, mentioning that it was just red wine and a little wouldn't hurt. Celia's tone remained firm as she repeated that red wine was also not allowed. Moon watched as she closed her eyes briefly, then tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear with practiced elegance. She explained that her constitution could not tolerate alcohol. Moon's fingers tightened around the bottle. What? His face remained neutral, but internally, alarm bells rang. She doesn't drink. His eyes flickered toward the wine, then to the cabinet where, just minutes ago, he had hidden the real tool of his plan. A small vial filled with a vivid red liquid. The potion that was supposed to ensure her temporary unconsciousness. The novel never specified exactly how Celia lost consciousness that night. He had assumed it was through the wine. But if she never drank in the first place? His pulse quickened. This isn't good. Moon forced a tight, polite smile as he turned to Celia, his voice carefully natural. He asked what she would like to drink instead. Celia remained neutral, pondering for a brief moment. She started to say that she only drank black tea or coffee. Moon quickly composed himself, stepping forward with practiced grace. Placing a hand over his chest, he bowed slightly, adopting an apologetic posture. He smoothly explained that, due to unforeseen circumstances, no other beverages were available tonight except for red wine and black tea. His voice was calm, carefully measured, but inside, his heart pounded. He could feel her gaze on him, sharp and assessing. Even though his words had come out flawlessly, he couldn't shake the fear that she might sense something was off. Celia rested her chin on her hand, tilting her head slightly in thought. After a short pause, she nodded, seemingly unconcerned. She said she would have the black tea. Moon barely managed to suppress the relieved sigh threatening to escape. Instead, he let his face light up with polite enthusiasm, his voice carrying just the right amount of joy. He told her he would go get it now. Celia watched him move with quiet scrutiny, her face unreadable. His reaction was odd. He was acting far too excited over something as simple as brewing tea. Is making tea really such a joyful thing for this guy? She wondered silently. Moon worked swiftly, pouring the freshly brewed black tea into 2 porcelain teacups. He placed them on the counter, keeping his back turned to Selassie. The critical moment had arrived. He exhaled slowly, steadying himself. Carefully, He opened the lid of the vial and tilted it over one of the teacups. A single drop of the shimmering red liquid slipped into the dark tea, dissolving instantly. His lips pressed tightly together as he added a few more drops. He wasn't sure what the white substance in the other potion was, so he decided it was better to be cautious and avoid using it. Before he could consider it further, Selassie called out from the other room, asking if the tea was ready. Moon flinched, his fingers jerking, and the white potion's cap popped off. His heart nearly stopped. Startled, a small sound escaped him before he could suppress it. Panicked, he spun around, shoving both bottles behind his back, clutching them tightly as if his life depended on it. When he turned, Selassie was there, her gaze piercing and unreadable. He forced a smile, his voice strained as he told her the tea was almost ready. Selassie didn't respond, merely watching him for a moment before turning away and returning to her seat. Relief washed over Moon, but his nerves remained on edge. His palms were damp with sweat as he turned back to the counter. He closed his eyes briefly, his breath shaky as he wiped his forehead. The encounter had been too close. He knew that if Selassie had seen what he was doing or noticed anything unusual, his fate would have been sealed. His fingers still trembled when his gaze dropped to the floor. His breath hitched. A dark stain gleamed faintly on the polished wood, red, unmistakably the same color as the potion. His mind raced in disbelief as he wondered if he had spilled it. His body stiffened, and his fingers twitched before he reached out, despair settling in as he stared at the wasted potion. This was supposed to be his first chance at fortune. His plan had been perfect. Dilute the potion, divide it into small portions, and sell it as a sleeping aid. Easy money. Before he could dwell further, Celestia's voice broke his trance, calling him by name. Her tone was smooth yet firm, carrying an air of expectation. Moon jolted upright, pushing his grief aside as he rushed to respond. He hurried over, unaware of the shadowy figure that lingered just beyond the window, a silent observer who vanished into the darkness. Moon carefully presented Celestia with her teacup. As she reached for it, her gaze paused on the tea itself. She remarked that the black tea looked unusually red, almost glowing. His breath stopped as she analyzed the liquid, noting how unnaturally vivid it appeared. Tiny glimmers, like stardust, swirled within the tea, something she had never seen before. Moon's pulse quickened. He forced himself to remain calm, struggling to find an explanation. He hastily claimed that the tea was a rare and valuable blend from the Eastern Kingdom, called Big Red Robe. Celestia traced the rim of the cup with her fingers, her lips curling slightly. She remarked that if the tea was so rare, then surely Moon should drink first. His throat went dry. He tried to dismiss her suspicion with a nervous smile, weakly joking that he would never attempt anything dishonest. Celestia, unimpressed, sighed and stated that proper etiquette required the host to drink first. Knowing he had no choice, Moon reluctantly agreed. Just as he raised the cup to his lips, Celestia's voice stopped him. She quietly instructed him to wait. His heart clenched as he turned back to face her, only to watch in horror as she reached out and took his cup for herself. For the first time that night, Khaleesi smiled, a small, knowing smile that made Moon's heart stop. She suggested that they swap cups. Moon tried to speak, but his voice faltered between a protest and sheer panic. He struggled to form words, but before he could react, Khaleesi had already lifted the cup to her lips and taken a delicate sip. The room fell into absolute silence. Moon watched in horror as she remained frozen, motionless. His heart pounded violently, and his hand reached out instinctively as he shakily addressed her. He noticed her expression shift, her eyes turning hazy, her breath unsteady. A faint red flush crept across her face. Before she could say another word, her body swayed, and the teacup slipped from her fingers, shattering on the floor. She collapsed onto the sofa, unconscious. For a moment, Moon stood frozen, his heartbeat thundering in his ears. Then, slowly, he exhaled. He muttered to himself that the potion had worked. His eyes scanned her still form, and he realized the mixture was far stronger than he'd expected. Seeing it take effect so quickly, especially on someone as powerful as Khaleesi, was unsettling. He wiped the sweat from his brow and tried to gather his thoughts. The plan had succeeded, but now what? He remembered what was supposed to happen next. According to the novel's plot, Ariel, the Overlord girl and the last person Moon wanted to deal with, was supposed to arrive soon. He knew he had to prepare the scene exactly as it was described in the story. He carefully adjusted the folds of Kalisia's gown, nothing improper, just enough to create the illusion of disarray that matched the novel's details. He ruffled his hair, loosened his collar, and ensured he appeared just the right amount of disheveled. Everything had to be perfect. Glancing at the door, he took a deep breath. Everything was set. Now, all he had to do was wait for the misunderstanding to unfold. Moon remained in the dimly lit room, fingers tapping anxiously on the wooden table as he stared at the door. Any minute now, Ariel was supposed to arrive, sword drawn, ready to expose him and turn this moment into a chaotic climax. But time kept passing. He glanced at his silver pocket watch, his brow furrowing. Too much time had gone by. He whispered to himself, wondering why Ariel hadn't arrived yet. By now, she should have been here, confronting him, rescuing Kalisia, and turning this whole staged scenario into a predictable mess. But half an hour had passed, and nothing had happened. Unease began to build inside him. Moon retraced the events in his mind, piecing together the timeline. Then, a memory surfaced. Noelle, the maid. He recalled that in the original novel, a blonde maid had accidentally spilled tea on Ariel's dress, forcing her to leave for the bathroom, where she was supposed to stumble upon his staged scene. But yesterday, Moon had dismissed all the sick maids, including Noelle. A cold realization settled over him. He had changed the plot. His gaze shifted to Kalisia's unconscious form. The glow of the lanterns flickered across her face, illuminating the unnatural flush in her cheeks and the faint crease in her brow. His hands clenched tightly. If the story had already veered off course, what else might change? He told himself to stay calm. There had to be a way to fix this. But before he could think further, something shifted in the room. The air felt colder, sharper, a creeping chill that slithered through the space. It wrapped around him like an unseen force, seeping into his skin. Before he could finish the thought, hands reached out toward him. His eyes widened in alarm as a surge of glacial energy exploded behind him. A powerful wave of cold magic tore through the room, splintering chairs, cracking wood, and coating every surface in a layer of ice. The once warm room transformed into a frozen abyss in seconds. Moon barely had time to react before something heavy crashed into him. Kalisia had awoken, her body still feverish from the potion. Pressed against Moon, she instinctively released another pulse of chilling energy. A mist of frost swirled around them, biting into his skin and draining the warmth from the air. Moon's mind raced in alarm. Desperately, he tried to explain himself, insisting that it wasn't what she thought. He attempted to tell her that she had consumed the potion by mistake, but before he could finish, Kalisia murmured softly that she felt unbearably hot. Moon's chest tightened with unease. Something was wrong. This wasn't normal. He pressed his palms against the frozen floor, attempting to push himself up, insisting that he needed to fetch a doctor. Before he could rise, the ice thickened around his wrists, seizing him in place with a sharp, freezing sting. His breath hitched as he realized Kalisia had restrained him. Moving closer, her steps slow and deliberate, Kalisia whispered that his body felt so wonderfully cool. Moon's breathing grew faster as he pleaded with her to wake up, his voice shaking. He tried to call for Ariel or anyone who might help, but before the words could fully escape, Kalisia leaned in closer and softly pressed a kiss against his lips. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Duke's mansion, Ariel walked briskly down the grand hallway. She dabbed at her dress with a handkerchief, muttering in frustration about her misfortune. The spilled drink had forced her to search for a bathroom, and her irritation lingered as she hurried along. Suddenly, she stopped. A strange sensation crept over her, prickling at the edges of her awareness. She lifted her head, scanning the corridor ahead. The hallway was empty, yet something felt off. She called out, her voice steady, asking if anyone was there. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, a soft creak broke the stillness. A maid stepped gracefully out of one of the rooms, her posture calm and composed. The maid greeted Ariel with a gentle smile and politely requested that she not proceed any further. She explained that the area ahead was restricted within the Duke's mansion and asked her to turn back. Ariel frowned at the unexpected restriction. As a guest, she had never been informed that parts of the estate were off limits. She questioned the maid, asking what exactly was restricted and why. The maid maintained her calm expression and explained that the information was confidential and that she wasn't authorized to say more. Ariel's displeasure grew, But before she could press the matter further, the maid's gaze shifted downward, noticing the stains on Ariel's skirt. Without hesitation, the maid knelt gracefully to inspect the damage. She remarked that the dress was stained and, without waiting for a reply, offered to help. Before Ariel could refuse, the maid raised her hands, summoning a faint glow of emerald energy at her fingertips. Soft green magic swept over Ariel's dress, the stains dissolving effortlessly as if they had never existed. Ariel stared in surprise, running her fingers over the now spotless fabric. She murmured her amazement, impressed by the maid's skill. Curiosity flickered in her eyes as she remarked on the Campbell family's reputation, noting that even their maids possessed magical abilities. The maid responded humbly, downplaying her talent as nothing special. Moments later, the maid wiped her hands with a handkerchief and mentioned, almost casually, that the banquet would soon be serving a limited number of pachichi cakes. She advised Ariel not to miss the opportunity if she enjoyed them. The words froze Ariel in place. Pachichi cake, her favorite dessert, was being served, and there would only be a limited number. Her face lit up with excitement as she gasped in disbelief. Without hesitation, she spun around, already planning her dash back to the banquet hall. As she turned, she called back to the maid, thanking her for the help but insisting she had something urgent to do. She needed that cake. The maid offered a gentle wave in response, her smile warm and polite. She wished Ariel well and reminded her to take care. Once Ariel's footsteps faded down the corridor, the maid slowly lowered her hand. The warm expression drained from her face, her soft smile vanishing like a candle snuffed out. Her gaze turned cold and unreadable. Ariel sprinted through the halls. Even in her excitement, her sharp mind drifted back to her brief encounter with Anne. Something about that maid unsettled her. Ariel recalled muttering to herself about the faint scent of blood that lingered around Anne. It wasn't strong or overwhelming, but with her heightened senses, she couldn't miss it. A faint, metallic trace hidden beneath layers of perfume and soap. Something was off. There had also been another presence nearby, someone watching. She had sensed them, carefully concealed, observing from the shadows. Whatever was going on in the Campbell household seemed suspicious, but Ariel decided it wasn't her concern. As for Princess Silesia, Ariel remembered spotting her leaving the ballroom with Moon. She paused briefly, wondering if she should be worried, but quickly dismissed the thought. She reminded herself that Silesia was a powerful magic prodigy, far too strong to be in any real danger. If anything, she thought, it was Moon who ought to be careful. With her concerns pushed aside, Ariel focused on what mattered most, the cake. Her expression hardened with determination, her fists clenched, and her pace quickened. Nothing, she told herself, was more important than her pachichi cake. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the mansion, a woman with short, dark hair stood against a cold stone wall, her fingers curled tightly around the hilt of a dagger. Eventually, the fading sound of footsteps confirmed what she had hoped. The threat had passed. Relaxing slightly, she murmured to herself that the visitor was gone. Across the room, a taller woman with long, flowing hair knelt on one knee, carefully tracing symbols onto the stone floor. A dim red glow flickered at her fingertips as she etched the intricate lines of a magic circle. With each stroke, the design grew more complex. The short-haired woman glanced at her with suspicion and asked if the visitor had been one of her targets. The long-haired woman didn't pause in her work. She explained calmly that the visitor had originally been targeted by number 9. Hearing that name made the short-haired woman tense. Her fingers twitched against her dagger's hilt. She repeated the name, her voice hinting at unease. The memory of a past mission, one that had ended poorly, lingered at the back of her mind. The long-haired woman continued speaking, explaining that the girl had managed to surpass her opponent by 2 whole realms, yet had still been defeated in the end. Silence stretched between them before the short-haired woman clicked her tongue and dismissed the thought. Her eyes returned to the glowing array, and her frown deepened. She warned that the process was taking too long. The long-haired woman, still focused on her work, replied that this was no simple spell. She explained that the enchantment had been originally crafted by Lionheart King Ron Campbell, covering the entire duchy. Quietly breaching it without drawing attention, she added, was no easy task. The short-haired woman's frustration mounted. She warned that time was running out. If Moon Campbell or Princess Silesia suddenly appeared, their mission would be ruined. The long-haired woman remarked quietly that there was no need to worry. While scouting earlier, She had seen something that suggested their targets wouldn't be a problem. In a dimly lit room, she recalled spotting Silesia atop Moon. Moon had been pinned beneath her, his face frozen in shock, helpless and unmoving. The long-haired woman believed they wouldn't be interrupted anytime soon. Moon closed his eyes, letting out a weary sigh. He had no idea how to fix the mess he was in. As he struggled for answers, a sudden chill swept the air, prickling his skin with a sharp, dangerous cold. His eyes snapped open. A sword of shimmering frost hovered inches from his face. Silesia stood before him, her expression a turbulent storm, her grip steady on a blade made entirely of ice magic. The frigid aura around her was suffocating. She said coldly that he should speak his last words. This was his final chance before death. Moon swallowed hard. This was bad, very bad. Slowly, he braced his hands on the ground and inched backward, forcing a shaky smile. He joked that if he said nothing, maybe he could survive. But before he could finish, the room's temperature plunged further, frost crackling along Silesia's blade. She declared icily that since he had no final words, she would finish it now. Moon's mind screamed in panic. Wrong move. He scrambled backward, waving frantically, pleading that he did have something to say. He just needed a second. Silesia didn't lower her sword. Her piercing gaze locked onto him, magic radiating lethal intent. He knew if he didn't act fast, he was finished. Desperately, he gambled on the wisdom of his past life. Taking a breath, he placed a hand over his chest and stared at her with as much sincerity as he could fake. He spoke solemnly about once having a sincere love he failed to cherish, regretting it only after losing it. Silesia narrowed her eyes but listened, the frost around her blade lingering. Encouraged, Moon continued, saying that if God gave him another chance. He didn't finish. An icy blade slashed the air, slicing strands of his hair. Moon yelped and clutched his head. Silesia demanded furiously if that was supposed to be his excuse. Moon laughed nervously, scratching his head, saying that sincerity came in many forms. Wrong answer. Silesia's fury surged. Ice crackled along her sword and fingers. She snapped that trickery wasn't sincerity. Moon flinched. Silesia's voice trembled with more than just rage. She accused that if he truly liked her, he would have faced her openly, honestly, with strength and sincerity, not through deceit. Her voice broke slightly at the end. Moon finally saw it, the trembling hands, the stiff shoulders. She was barely holding herself together. Then she looked away, a single tear sliding down her cheek. Guilt stabbed him. Moon apologized, forcing himself to confess that he never meant to offend her. He just wanted results and couldn't think of a better way. Before he could say more, Silesia slashed at him again, screaming for him to shut up and kneel. Tears streaked her furious face. Just as her blade nearly struck, a sharp knock echoed at the door, freezing the moment. Silesia tightened her grip on her sword. Moon, still kneeling, turned toward the door, torn between hope and fear. After a tense beat, Silesia shoved her sword down but replaced it with something just as dangerous. She grabbed Moon by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. She ordered coldly that he tell whoever was knocking to leave. Moon gasped, struggling under her grip, and managed to explain that the room was soundproof, only knocking could be heard outside. Silesia's eyes darkened in frustration. With a scoff, she released him, shoving him roughly to the floor. She stated icily that he would live for now, he should get dressed and open the door. Moon coughed, rubbing his sore neck, and hurried to obey, his mind racing through grim outcomes. Death by Silesia, execution by the king, or torture in some dungeon. Every option ended the same. Dead. Sighing grimly, he opened the door, bracing for Ariel's arrival. Her timing was supposed to save him according to the original plot. But the voice that greeted him wasn't hers. A polite, unfamiliar maid stood there, carrying a tray of desserts and tea. She said sweetly that the madam had noticed the long conversation and thought they might be hungry. Moon blinked, relaxing slightly. Just snacks. He awkwardly thanked her and gestured for her to enter. As the maid crossed the room, he frowned. She seemed unfamiliar, and he knew every servant in the mansion. Suspicious, he asked who she was. The maid explained smoothly that she had been assigned last night, so it was normal he didn't recognize her. Moon, still wary, casually asked if she had been hired for the banquet, noting he had heard there were no extra uniforms available. For a heartbeat, the room was silent. Then the maid's polite smile vanished. Her green eyes snapped open, and dark magical energy erupted around her, crackling violently. The blast threw Moon backward into the door with a painful thud. Realization slammed into him. The target wasn't him, it was Celestia. The maid leapt into the air, pulling out 2 hidden daggers. She slashed downward with deadly speed. But a flash of icy blue light flared. Celestia's sword materialized, effortlessly blocking the twin blades. Debris scattered from the force of the clash. Moon shielded himself, pressing against the door, watching through squinted eyes. Celestia stood firm, meeting the assassin's attack without flinching. Celestia demanded coldly whether her foolish brother had sent the assassin. The maid sneered, replying that client identities were top secret. She leaned closer, smirking darkly, and declared that Celestia would die here today. Suddenly, golden magic circles flared across the walls. The assassin, triumphant, proclaimed that the 3rd princess of the empire would die at the Duke of Campbell's mansion, announcing it as if delivering a grand finale. The magic circles transformed into dozens of blazing light swords, all aimed directly at Celestia. The radiant glow lit the room, and death closed in. The short-haired assassin sprang back just in time to dodge the devastating impact. One massive sword after another slammed into where Celestia had stood, each explosion shaking the room. She murmured to herself that there was no way Celestia had survived. Even an instructor from St. Maria College would struggle against such an assault. But then, a surge of icy air swept the room, devouring the fire. From the thinning smoke, Celestia's voice rang out, steady and commanding as she invoked ice to take form, frost to turn into a spear, and demanded supremacy. She burst forward like a freed storm, a long spear of pure ice crackling in her hands. The assassin instinctively bent backward, barely dodging the slash. Celestia stared down at her with complete detachment, unaffected by the previous attack. The assassin's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing Celestia was not only unscathed but counter-attacking. Near the door, Moon shielded his face, muttering under his breath that gods fought while mortals suffered. He tried the door handle, heart sinking when he found it locked. Another blast of magic nearly grazed him, and without thinking, he dove behind a table, determined not to become collateral damage. Peeking out cautiously, he grimaced. Assassins had never been part of the Duke's mansion events in the original novel. Then a memory surfaced. He remembered instructing Anne just last night to let unwell servants rest and recruit outsiders for the ceremony. Cold sweat ran down his spine as he realized his order had been exploited. He thought grimly that someone had to have been watching the Duke's mansion all along. A sudden explosion jolted him back to reality as an ice cone shattered, spraying deadly shards across the room. Moon yelped, huddling lower, one hand shielding himself, the other peeking out at the battle. He acknowledged bitterly that he had no magic, no combat skills, and no heroic resilience. Fighting was suicide. His best hope was for Celestia to win. But doubt gnawed at him. With the story so far off course, he no longer knew if Celestia's victory would guarantee a good ending. The assassin's voice pierced the air, calling Celestia a super genius chosen by the gods. Moon opened his eyes to see Celestia, bruised but still standing firm, her composure unbroken. Celestia stated that the assassin's attacks included sudden footwork, light arrow magic, and gravity magic, noting that 2 had been activated without visible magic power. She concluded sharply that another assassin was hiding in the next room. The short-haired assassin chuckled darkly, admitting Celestia's insight surpassed even the rumors. She said that even among monsters, Celestia stood apart. Unfazed, Celestia condensed her spear into a sword, its blade glowing with cold energy. She pointed it at the assassin and demanded to know who had ordered the attack, offering to spare her life in return. The assassin tilted her head slightly, amusement flashing in her green eyes. She remarked mockingly that while she shouldn't waste time, sometimes even an assassin needed to stall. Just then, the walls trembled. Dust fell from the ceiling as brilliant golden light flared against the wall. In the next room, a long-haired woman in black knelt with one hand pressed to the floor, activating a massive golden magic circle. Sweat dripped from her forehead as she shouted that she had sealed the room and urged the other to hurry. The short-haired assassin responded smoothly, palming a hidden dagger with one hand while reaching into her skirt with the other. She pulled out a small glass bottle filled with thick red liquid. An ominous black aura coiled around it like living smoke, radiating an unnatural chill. Lifting the bottle to the light, she began chanting that with the blood of 100 innocent children, she offered the sacrifice to the molten god, Lord of the Crimson Sun, the great withering king. Celestia's eyes narrowed dangerously. The moment she heard the name, a terrible unease gripped Celestia. She surged forward, her ice magic crackling to life, determined to stop the assassin. But she was a second too late. As her blade neared the assassin's neck, the glass bottle shattered. The assassin chuckled darkly as she finished the incantation, commanding the suppression of wind and snow. A storm of crimson tendrils burst from the broken bottle, swallowing Celicia's icy energy and slamming into her with brutal force. She was hurled backward, crashing into a bookshelf as an avalanche of books rained down. Glaring through the chaos, Celicia spat breathlessly that evil priests had dared to crawl into her presence. The assassin smirked, twirling her dagger lazily as she mocked that a noble princess would now die at the hands of a mouse. Celicia spotted a dagger with a red blade among the fallen books and, without hesitation, grabbed it. Gripping the weapon tightly, she met the assassin's frenzied attacks, blocking strike after strike, though fresh wounds streaked her arms and face. The assassin hesitated, her grin faltering as she noticed something wrong. Celicia, though battered, held her ground, ignoring the searing pain in her body. Without warning, the assassin lunged with a punch, which Celicia barely dodged. Scoffing, the assassin declared that without ice magic, Celicia was nothing but a lamb awaiting slaughter. A brutal kick slammed into Celicia's waist, launching her into a wooden cabinet with a violent crack. Splinters scattered, yet Celicia, bloodied and gasping, forced herself upright, gripping her arm to steady herself. The assassin sneered that it was a good look for her and said it was time to end it. She stepped forward, promising to take Celicia's head, her voice dripping with satisfaction. Her dagger drove straight for Celicia's heart. A sharp, wet sound ripped through the room. Blood splattered across the floor, but it wasn't Celicia's. The assassin's eyes widened in shock. Celicia stood frozen as Moon appeared between them, golden hair catching the dim light, blood dripping from the dagger embedded in his side. His hands trembled slightly as he looked at her, confused. He coughed violently, a mouthful of blood hitting the floor. Just moments earlier, as Moon had hidden behind the table, the door had creaked open. A low voice had whispered that their goal was only Celicia, and he was free to leave. He could have walked away. Instead, he had sprinted toward Celicia, grabbing the assassin's dagger with his bare hand, sacrificing himself to shield her. His body barely held together, but his will refused to collapse. Through blurred vision, he shouted at Celicia, demanding what she was waiting for. Snapping out of her daze, Celicia saw her opening. The assassin thrashed, screeching in fury at Moon, calling him a useless playboy. But Celicia had already moved. A flash of blue sliced through the air. Moon released the assassin's arm as Celicia's strike landed. The assassin staggered back, choking on a strangled gasp, crimson gushing from the deep wound at her throat. Celicia passed her without a word, her face unreadable. The assassin collapsed, blood pooling beneath her. Celicia exhaled softly and turned to Moon, stating that it was over. Moon lay sprawled on the cold floor, too weak to move, his breathing shallow and ragged. Celicia informed him that the second assassin had escaped. Moon could barely react, thinking bitterly how fantastic that was. Her gaze flickered toward him, suspicion mixed with something else. She asked if this assassin had been someone he hired. Moon let out a weak, wheezing chuckle, managing to deny it between gasping breaths. Celicia hesitated, then spoke again, her voice quieter. She asked why he had saved her, pointing out that if she had died, no one would have known what he had done to her. From a rational point of view, she said, her death would have been the best outcome for him. Moon whispered that it didn't matter anymore. Trembling violently, blood trickling from his mouth, he murmured brokenly, asking if he still looked like a man to her. Astalasia exhaled softly, closing her eyes for a moment. She stated that in 10 breaths, he would have no blood left, and gave him 3 sentences to say his final words, promising to pass them on to the Duke and Duchess. Moon, voice hoarse but tinged with amusement, refused. He said his curse was gone and that it was the best outcome, no words or legacy needed. Still, if he had to say something, his trembling, blood-stained hand reached up, brushing Astalasia's cheek. She stiffened, caught off guard by the gentleness. Moon whispered an apology, then confessed that he really liked her. His fingers lingered a moment longer before falling lifelessly to the ground. His breathing faded, his body going still. Astalasia stared at him, expression unreadable. After a long silence, she muttered that an apology and a life were not enough to make up for what he had done. Her body trembled slightly, emotion she refused to name boiling under the surface. She declared that she would not accept his apology. Ice formed beneath her fingertips as she poured magic into him, insisting he must live to atone for his sins. Moon blinked, his eyes open, expecting pain but feeling only warmth. He floated weightlessly in endless nothingness, His clothes gone, but it didn't seem to matter. He mused that death wasn't bad, cozy, even. Closing his eyes, he replayed his final moments, proud that he had chosen to die protecting someone as beautiful as Celicia. Not a bad way to go, he thought. Sitting up, he muttered that maybe he had made a mistake. He had a clear shot at rebirth, and he threw it away trying to be a hero. He wasn't the original Moon Campbell, the arrogant scumbag who would have walked away. With a sigh, he looked down and noticed swirling black energy forming before him. A book materialized from the mist, the prophecy book. He glared as it flipped wildly, spewing dark energy. A black mist formed into a screen, flickering incomplete words. Keep struggling, Moon Campbell, and, for the sake of this world, before he could process it, black-purple energy surged from the book. Moon shouted in frustration, demanding why it appeared only now, when it was too late. But the book gave no answer. With a final burst of light, it absorbed him completely. Meanwhile, in the sewers beneath the Duke's mansion, the long-haired assassin ran, boots splashing through murky water. Their mission had failed, ruined by Moon's interference. She cursed under her breath, furious that she hadn't eliminated him first. Intent on escaping, she sprinted through the tunnels, until a deep voice echoed around her. She skidded to a stop. A tall figure emerged from the darkness, his crimson-red aura illuminating the tunnel, suffocating the air. Behind him, a massive lion-shaped spirit blazed, red as molten fire. She instantly recognized him. Lionheart King Ron Campbell, Duke of Campbell, Moon's father. Ron stepped forward slowly, one hand resting on his sword hilt. He mused that he hadn't expected the assassin to know his name and then demanded she tell him, in detail, what she had planned for his precious son. The red lion behind him roared, shaking the tunnels. The assassin gritted her teeth, every muscle tense. She knew she wasn't facing just any opponent. She was prey now, and her hunter was Ron Campbell, a man feared across the continent. Moon lay unconscious, his breathing steady as Anne sat quietly by his bedside, watching over him. Sunlight crept across his pale face, a warm contrast to his stillness. Slowly, Moon's eyes cracked open, dazed and unfocused. Anne leaned forward, her voice filled with relief as she called to him. Blinking a few times, Moon's vision sharpened. He recognized her and murmured hoarsely that it was Anne. She nodded, leaning closer to check on him, asking if he felt any discomfort and offering to call a doctor. Moon exhaled weakly, refusing the doctor and insisting he just needed to use the restroom. He tried pushing himself upright, but a sharp pain shot through his chest. His weak muscles gave out, and he collapsed backward. Anne caught him instantly, steadying him gently and warning him to be careful. Moon chuckled awkwardly, embarrassed by his helplessness, scratching his head and apologizing. Anne reassured him that taking care of him was her duty. She then mentioned there was no need to walk, there was a chamber pot in the room, and offered to assist him. Moon blinked, baffled, as she retrieved an ornate, gold-embedded urinal, presenting it seriously. She explained that Madame had ordered her to personally handle all of his care, feeding him, giving him medicine, helping him sit up, and attending to his needs. Moon, stunned, asked if she had truly been caring for him all this time. Anne confirmed it without hesitation, saying she had even been able to tell when he was uncomfortable. Before he could process this, Anne crouched and placed her hands on his knees, asking if he needed help standing. Moon, flustered, waved his hands frantically, insisting he should manage on his own now that he was awake. Respecting his wishes, Anne bowed politely. Yet before he could react, she wrapped her arms around him and, with effortless grace, lifted him into a cradle carry. Moon stammered in protest, but Anne calmly stated this was the fastest way. Cradled helplessly, Moon could only stare, mortified. Meanwhile, down a mansion corridor, Noelle and other maids were sweeping when hurried footsteps echoed toward them. Noelle looked up, only to see Anne sprinting by, carrying Moon like a princess. Blinking in disbelief, he muttered in shock that the young master was awake. Quickly, he turned to the others, announcing he needed to inform Madame immediately. Anne stayed focused, determinedly carrying Moon toward the restroom, while Moon prayed for the floor to swallow him. Reaching their destination, Anne gently shifted him to his feet. Moon, red-faced, cleared his throat and asked if she could step outside. Anne blinked, stating that Madame had ordered round-the-clock personal protection. Moon, growing desperate, pointed out that her standing there made things difficult. Anne helpfully offered to assist him further. Panicking, Moon hastily shoved her out and slammed the door shut. Outside, Anne waited patiently, unfazed. After a while, Moon emerged, a little more composed, and Anne helped him back to bed. As he settled, a thought struck him. He asked how long he had been asleep. Anne calmly answered that he had been unconscious for 3 days. Moon's eyes widened in disbelief. Worried, he asked about his injury. Anne, setting down a tray beside him, explained as she lifted a bowl of medicinal soup. She said it had been Her Highness Kalisha who summoned the chief physician of the Royal Mage Corps to treat him personally. His wound was healed that same night, but due to excessive blood loss, his brain suffered temporary hypoxia, causing his prolonged unconsciousness. Moon lowered his gaze to the faint, star-like scar on his chest, a swirl of complicated emotions stirring within him. It was Kalisha who had saved him. He hadn't expected her to go that far. Turning slightly, he asked if Her Highness had said anything. Anne answered calmly that she had not. Moon let out a quiet breath of relief, pressing a hand against his chest. At least for now, it seemed Kalisha had no intention of pursuing what had happened. Just as he allowed himself to relax, Anne's expression shifted, as if recalling something. She mentioned that Kalisha had said something to His Majesty. Moon froze, panic flashing through him. He asked urgently what exactly Kalisha had said. Anne recounted how, during the investigation, it was uncovered that Kalisha had been the real target of the assassination, orchestrated by the underground black market operating in Belen for years. His Majesty's fury was immediate, leading to a full-scale crackdown the next day. Many were arrested and executed. Moon leaned forward, wrapped in his blanket, listening intently. Anne continued, explaining that although Duke Campbell had captured 2 disguised assassins and extracted confessions, the fact remained. The attack happened at their mansion. They couldn't escape blame entirely. Moon clenched his fists. Normally, the Duke would have been the first to bear the consequences, but to his shock, Anne explained that the Duke had returned the next day without punishment, and later, the Campbell family was spared inspection during the aristocracy purge. She believed it was Kalisha who had intervened on their behalf. Moon exhaled sharply, overwhelmed with relief. He scolded Anne half-heartedly for not making things clearer sooner, claiming his heart couldn't handle that kind of scare. Anne studied him quietly, then leaned in, resting a hand on the bedboard behind him. She pointed out that he seemed unusually nervous and asked if something unspeakable had happened between him and Kalisha. Moon's breath hitched. Flustered, he rushed to deny it, insisting he wasn't foolish enough to touch a princess and risk execution. Anne watched him silently for a long moment before nodding and saying she understood. Without missing a beat, she scooped a spoonful of medicine from a nearby bowl and instructed him to take it. Moon, thinking the interrogation was over, obediently leaned forward. The moment the liquid touched his tongue, his eyes widened in horror. The bitterness hit like a slap. He coughed violently, accusing the concoction of being poison. Anne explained serenely that it was a tonic to replenish his blood and, noticing his disgust, added that she had even sweetened it with sugar. As she raised another spoonful, voices drifted from outside the door. The maids were whispering, remarking that the young master hated bitter things and predicting Anne might be punished for forcing him to drink it. Moon twitched violently at the gossip. When he heard Noelle suggest reporting the situation to Madame, he snapped, yelling that they weren't allowed to tell her. In a fit of desperation, he seized the bowl from Anne and chugged it in one go. The maids gasped as Noelle quietly ushered them away, deciding not to get involved. Inside, Moon sat frozen, his face twisted in agony. A moment later, he vomited violently into a nearby trash can Anne provided. Anne apologized softly, patting his back and explaining that drinking the tonic all at once was a bad idea. It was supposed to be taken slowly. Moon could only groan miserably, clutching his chest as if to reassure himself he was still alive. Setting the trash can aside calmly, Anne informed him that was only the 4th course of treatment. He would need to drink it 2 more times. Moon's face crumpled in despair, barely able to process the horror. He collapsed back onto the bed, muttering that the bitterness was worse than his life, lamenting dramatically that the world might as well end. Anne, unfazed by his theatrics, silently tidied up before returning with a small plate of pachichi cake and a pot of red tea. She poured the tea neatly and offered it, saying there was still some time before dinner and that if he needed more, he could call her or Noelle outside. Moon accepted the plate reverently, touched by the sight of Anne fussing so diligently around him. Between bites, he said softly that she had been working hard these past few days and promised to ask his mother to give her a raise. Anne curtsied politely, explaining she would report his condition to the Duke and Madame to ease their worries. With that, she excused herself and left the room quietly. Moon, cradling the pachichi cake like a precious treasure, nodded enthusiastically and praised how good it tasted, marveling at its expensive quality. As Anne reached the door, she paused to mention that the palace had sent a letter that morning, now placed in the cabinet beside his bed. She advised him to read it when he had time. Moon, still chewing, muttered thoughtfully about the palace sending him a letter, vowing to check it later. But as Anne was about to leave, he suddenly called out, asking her to wait. She stopped without turning around, asking if he had more to say. Moon, fork halfway to his mouth, confessed he had a strange question. He wondered aloud how Anne had managed to get that unbearably bitter medicine into him without any visible tubes or tools. He admitted, awkwardly scratching his cheek, that he was oddly impressed. Anne turned her head slightly, maintaining her calm composure. After a pause, she lifted one hand to her lips with quiet elegance and answered without emotion that she had put a lot of sugar in her mouth, just as he had guessed. Without another word, she briskly exited, the door clicking shut behind her. Moon blinked, replaying her words. He mumbled that it made sense, she had added sugar. Leaning back with a soft exhale, ready to nap, he let his mind drift. But then a thread of confusion tugged at him. Mouth? His eyes snapped open. Mouth? Realization hit him like a hammer. His hand flew to his lips, his face turning crimson. His thoughts spiraled wildly. Whose mouth? Hers. His. Images he couldn't control flooded his mind. Anne, calm and composed, transferring the medicine mouth to mouth. Moon howled into his pillow, mortified. Out in the hallway, Anne walked away, her face as calm and unaffected as ever, ignoring the muffled shriek behind her. Meanwhile, Moon clutched his blanket like it was a life raft, caught between horror and a strange euphoria. He muttered to himself, lamenting how he had everything, a powerful father, a beautiful mother, a handsome self, and a devoted girl like Anne, yet he still chased after Ariel. His mind drifted, softening, realizing this was still his first. Then his eyes widened. His first kiss, memories surged, Celicia, the tea, the potion, the kiss. It hadn't been a dream. His first kiss had already been stolen by Celicia. Devastated, Moon remembered the letter Anne mentioned. He rushed to the cabinet, tore open the envelope with trembling hands, and braced for the worst. Accusations, demands, punishment. But inside was a single sentence, elegantly penned on a brown letterhead trimmed with lace. I'll reluctantly consider you half a man, Celicia. Moon stared, stunned. No threats, no accusations. Just that. He pressed the letter against his chest, relief flooding him. Somehow, he had dodged disaster again. A small, helpless smile crept onto his lips. He whispered to the empty room that he had avoided the worst outcome. Later, Moon shuffled toward the dining room, moving slower than usual but determined to enjoy a meal with his parents. His peaceful entrance was immediately shattered as Noyce, his mother, spotted him. With a cry, she rushed at him, wrapping him in a crushing hug, sobbing that he had scared her to death. She described the horrible sight when Ron had carried him home, bloodied and broken. Moon patted her arm awkwardly, trying to comfort her, reassuring her that he was still alive, still standing, and still charming. Eventually, Noyce sniffled her way back to her seat, dabbing her eyes. But her worry reignited when she noticed the star-shaped scar visible at his loosened collar. She declared through trembling voice that her flawless son now bore a horrible scar, breaking her heart. Moon glanced at the scar and smiled gently, saying it was nothing serious, just a small weakness. Ron, steady and proud, placed a hand on Noyce's shoulder and said that scars were a man's badge of honor. He added that if not for Moon risking his life to protect her highness, they'd be facing a far worse crisis with the king's wrath. Moon's light smile faded at that, his expression turning serious. The word assassination echoed in Moon's mind, sobering him more than any medicine. He turned to his father and asked about the incident. Ron, stabbing his steak with casual precision, explained between bites that there had been 3 assassins. One eliminated by Her Highness on the spot, another who broke through a barrier, and a third hiding in the mansion's sewers to aid in the escape. He said he had captured the last 2 and sent them to the palace. They weren't professional killers, he added, but bounty hunters from the Bellin black market, loyal to an evil god called the King of Wither. Moon frowned at the unfamiliar name, realizing it hadn't appeared in the original story. The world was filling in gaps the novel had left blank. Ron's tone grew grim as he spoke of their crimes, murders, arson, kidnappings, committed for the right price. He described their symbol. A giant eye surrounded by red flames, a fire-aligned cult. Noyce chimed in brightly, assuring Moon not to worry, because his father had already led a full sweep, eradicating the black market within days. Moon, blinking in surprise, barely touched his salad as Noise, proud, reminded him that Ron had been the first Grand Duke promoted purely through military merit since the country's founding. Ron dismissed her praise with an amused smile, saying he had just been following orders, clearing out rat nests. Moon humored their conversation with a nod, saying his father was amazing, but pressed further, asking if they had discovered who hired the assassins. Ron, dabbing his mouth with a napkin, answered grimly. They hadn't. Every captured hunter had combusted instantly when trying to reveal anything, cursed to silence. Ron added that His Majesty was furious. Despite wiping out the market, they found no solid proof, meaning the real masterminds remained hidden, buried deep within the nobility. He said that the most likely suspects were high-ranking nobles, including the crown prince and a few dukes and marquises. Moon's eyes widened slightly. A conspiracy among the elite. It all felt eerily familiar. He had read this scene before, but something was off. The destruction of the Berlin black market wasn't supposed to happen yet. In the original story, it occurred 2 years later, triggered by the assassination of the king's favorite concubine. That led to the Blood River incident, a brutal purge that stained the city's sewers red for months. Without that assassination, without the Blood River, the entire chain of events leading to Ariel's transformation would unravel. Moon's mind raced as he realized Ariel wouldn't be thrown into chaos. She wouldn't become the warrior shaped by survival. Everything was already off track. He stared at his salad, appetite gone, while across the table, Ron and Noise exchanged concerned glances. They could sense something had shifted in their son, something heavy. But Moon was no longer in the room with them. His thoughts spun through rewritten futures, broken character arcs, and missing battles. The Blood River was never going to flow now, and Ariel's future was slipping away with it. Later that night, the manor lay silent, save for the soft scratch of quill against paper. In the dim glow of flickering candles, Moon hunched over a blank notebook, deliberately avoiding the harsh light of the lamp. Panic, he decided, was only useful if organized. Everyone else had urged him to rest, but rest was a luxury for people who weren't watching a story collapse. With a sigh that seemed too heavy for someone his age, Moon dipped the quill again and wrote. The story had derailed. From this point on, nothing was certain. Moon's expression hardened as he sat up straight, the candlelight sharpening the lines of his face. After a brief silence, he began to write. The plot of the original novel was useless now. Whether he survived depended solely on himself. He needed goals, simple, logical, achievable. He listed them under the flickering light. 1. Stay alive. 2. Avoid the death by 1,000 cuts ending. 3. Get stronger. 4. The black book cannot be trusted. Pausing, he placed one hand over his chest, the other tapping the quill against his lips. The fourth line didn't sit right. After a moment, he crossed it out harshly. Muttering to himself, he reasoned that just because the black book terrified him didn't mean it was lying. It was trying to help. Probably. Below the crossed out line, he scribbled a new rule. Black book prophecy must be guarded against. A compromise, uneasy but necessary. Leaning back, he stared at the notebook, thoughts spiraling. He still had no idea what triggered the catastrophe the black book warned about. No solid leads. No trustworthy allies. Only vague dreams, cryptic warnings, and the growing suspicion that either Ariel or Celicia, or both, might turn against him. Too many questions. Too few answers. Moon raked his fingers through his hair, frustration boiling over. He shouted at the ceiling, demanding a revelation. None came. Only silence. Defeated, he slumped from the desk onto the floor, sprawling gracelessly across the blanket. Eyes unfocused, arms limp, he whispered that thinking too hard wouldn't save him. Focus on what he could control. One thing was certain. Strength was survival. He had family resources, training, weapons, secrets. But none of that was enough against a group of protagonists capable of defying fate itself. The original Moon Campbell, after all, had been painfully useless. A whole year at St. Maria College of Magic, and his only reliable spell was illumination, a basic orb of light. No fireballs. No shields. Not even a simple magic hand to cheat at cards. Moon remembered it vividly. Standing in a dusty corner of the academy, dressed in his crisp uniform, extending 2 fingers with theatrical focus to conjure a glowing sphere. His 2 loyal followers had gasped in over-the-top awe, as if he had summoned a comet, not a nightlight. The memory soured his mood further. He needed real power, and fast. Moon watched the embarrassing memory play through his mind like a bad school play, then sat up and buried his face in his hands. This was beyond ridiculous, he muttered, gritting his teeth. What had this idiot version of himself even been doing in class? Sleepwalking. He raised his hand, half hoping for a spark of magical talent. Nothing. Just a hand. After a deep breath and a mental slap to stay calm, he shifted focus to his physical strength. At least there, thanks to noble blood, he wasn't completely hopeless. Late stage 1, by academy standards, enough to beat up back alley thugs, but laughable compared to real fighters. And compared to Ariel or Celicia, it was a joke. He grimaced, rubbing his temples. Celicia, bonded to an ice goddess at birth, manipulated frost like breathing. No rituals, no chanting, just instinct, as if an invisible blue-haired deity hovered protectively behind her. Ariel wasn't much better, in fact, she was worse. She collected divine blessings like trinkets, casually stacking powers until she practically had a pantheon on speed dial. He pictured her, grinning with that massive sword, gods floating smugly behind her. Even now, when she was supposedly still a novice, she wielded rare relics and magic most would never see. If she fought someone 2 stages stronger, she'd win, and walk away with a new lesson about friendship. Moon. He'd be lucky to walk away at all. Frustrated, he shut his notebook. The conclusion was obvious. His eyes sharpened, his voice low and certain. He needed to reach a level where he could defend himself against Ariel. That was his new target. Pushing off the bed, he allowed a sly grin to form. While Ariel had divine backing, Moon wasn't completely powerless either. He remembered the assassination attempt, the fear, the blood, and more importantly, the strange power that had stirred inside him. An awakening. Not flashy, not divine, but real. He had his own cheat, and it was time to use it. Snapping his fingers with flair, he summoned it. Violet-black energy shimmered, and a circular portal opened, dropping the black book with a theatrical hum. Moon tilted his head, ready to catch it stylishly. Thwack. The book veered and smacked him directly between the legs with cruel precision. His expression froze. Then came the collapse, writhing, groaning, fetal. The book landed beside him, flipping open smugly. Moon howled in pain, accusing the book of trying to assassinate him. Clutching himself, he cursed its betrayal. The book ignored him, flipping pages indifferently as it began to glow faintly with magic. Glaring, Moon grabbed it, and stopped. Dense paragraphs filled the pages, detailing recent events. His black market visit, the coming-of-age ceremony, even the encounter with Celicia, vividly detailed. Confused and a little horrified, he flipped faster. One sentence caught his eye. Later, Moon Campbell carelessly opened the door without precautions and was ambushed by an infiltrating assassin. The word, assassin, glowed red. Curious, he tapped the page. Bad idea. The red word pulsed, and blood-colored mist spilled from the book, wrapping around his arms, coiling into the air. Panicking, Moon yelped and tried to let go, but the magic sucked him in, again. As his body was dragged upward, he shouted at the ceiling that he had just recovered. Too late, he vanished. When he opened his eyes, Moon found himself standing in a dim, stone arena lit by silent torches. He muttered that this was definitely not his bedroom. A whisper sounded behind him, shadow step, and he spun just in time to see the short-haired assassin lunging toward him, dagger flashing. She slashed clean across his neck. Blood gushed. His body froze, nerves locked in terror. Everything went black. Moon jolted awake, drenched in sweat, instinctively reaching for his intact throat. Gasping, he checked his sheets for stone. Still fabric. He muttered curses under his breath. Beside him, the black book flipped pages rapidly, landing on a new section. A stat sheet. His name sat at the top, and beneath it, lists of skills and progress bars. Blinking, Moon leaned closer. This wasn't just a cursed diary, it was monitoring him, evaluating him, guiding him. A slow grin spread across his face. So that's what you really are, he murmured, running his hand affectionately over the cover. He might have insulted it earlier, but now they were partners. If he could survive a few more of these trials, preferably without getting hit between the legs, he might just carve out a cheat path of his own. Excitement buzzed in his chest. Moon chuckled softly, eyes gleaming with new fire. All right, Black Book, he whispered. Let's see how far we can push this. Late at night, under a star-scattered sky, the Duke of Campbell's mansion lay cloaked in silence. In one of its quiet rooms, Moon sprawled on his back, arms flung wide. In one hand, he held a black book. In the other, a pocket watch. He stared at the ceiling, as if expecting answers to fall from it. He said he was made it out, his voice flat, mechanical. Lifting the watch to his face, he noted the hands had barely moved. 3 seconds. That was how long he had lasted inside the black book's illusionary world. A grueling 3 seconds. But even that was a victory. He opened the book again, scanning his skill progression. Dagger combat, up to 1.5%. Shadow step, 1%. He chuckled. Fighting inside the book's realm was tough, but it worked. Every enemy move became a free lesson recorded in the book. No lectures, no tutors. Just pain and results. He thought of the short-haired assassin he'd faced and grinned. Her spells and speed had scared him, but soon, those techniques would be his. He tossed the book onto his face. As if on cue, the magic pulled him in again. Back in the book's world, the assassin struck instantly. A high heel crashed into his throat. Crack. No mercy. Determined, he returned, and was immediately hit with a twin strike of dark magic, collapsing in a burst of blood. Third attempt. He reappeared, filled with foolish hope. The assassin responded by calmly slicing him clean in half. As he fell, he barely managed a choked, before darkness took him again. In the real world, Anne knocked softly on Moon's door, a tray with steaming medicine balanced in her hand. When there was no reply, she stepped in quietly, whispering that it was time for his medicine. The bed looked odd, lumpy in the middle. What she couldn't know was that Moon was locked in yet another brutal battle, oblivious to everything outside. Seeing him bundled like a child made her smile. She whispered that he still slept just like he did as a boy, cheeks flushing at the thought. She set the tray on the bedside table and warmed the bowl with a gentle spell. He must have just fallen asleep, she murmured, deciding not to disturb him. She left as quietly as she came. Suddenly, the blanket shot upward. Moon bolted upright, gasping, clutching between his legs with a tortured groan. He cursed the assassin's dirty tactics. Even in an illusion, a crotch kick hurt like hell. Trembling with rage, he vowed through clenched teeth that he'd at least land one hit on her. Then, with grit and a muffled growl, he dove under the covers again. The night dragged on. The sky turned soft blue, the sun creeping above the horizon. Inside, Moon lay sprawled in bed, drained and pale. Bloodshot eyes stared blankly at the ceiling. He whispered, brokenly, that on the 185th attempt, he finally lasted 30 seconds. The realization hit like lightning. He shot upright, too fast. His legs gave out. The tray Anne had left clattered to the floor, spilling hot medicine in a steaming puddle. He collapsed beside it. Lying in a heap, he weakly pounded the floor. He cursed under his breath, but after a few minutes, the pain dulled. Sitting up with effort, he checked the book again. His shirt clung to him with sweat, and his arms shook, but his eyes were hopeful. The skill list confirmed it. Dagger combat was now 35%. Shadow step, 11%. His lips curled into a grin. He whispered that he'd succeeded. Tears pricked his eyes, but this time, they were from joy. Eager to test his new power, he cleared space on the floor. He whispered the spell, Shadow Step, and in a blink, he zipped across the room, leaving a ghostly blur behind. Elated, he clenched his fists and grinned wide. Then came the pain. A sharp stab through his foot. He collapsed again, writhing, groaning that it hurt. He cursed the world, wondering how the assassin ever fought like that without flinching. After several minutes of theatrical suffering, he froze. Realization dawned. He muttered that his level was too low. Shadow Step required battle aura, something only second-stage warriors had. Without it, his body couldn't handle the strain. He needed a teacher. Someone to help him build real strength, not just flashy moves. Flipping through the book, he muttered that magic dominated this world. Martial artists were rare. Even if he waved around a sack of gold, finding a decent teacher would be nearly impossible. Then it hit him. He remembered the most powerful warrior from the novel, the man who stood at the peak of the world. He whispered that the man already lived under the same roof, his father. Downstairs, Duke Ron Campbell sat in his pajamas, enjoying breakfast. As he idly munched a shrimp, his gaze flicked toward the ceiling, sensing that his son was up to something. Back upstairs, Moon reminisced. Ron Campbell, Imperial Marshal by 25, Lionheart King by 32, undefeated in battle, legend of the century. And somehow, Moon had spent his life completely ignoring the mountain of treasure right under his nose. He muttered that he was pathetic, then grinned. He said there was no need for colleges or impossible to find teachers. He had the best one at home. A knock at the door. Anne's voice asked if he was awake. Surprised, Moon opened it to find her standing calmly. She said the Duke wanted to see him. His eyes lit up. Perfect timing, he said. He gently pushed Anne aside, practically glowing. He had something to discuss with his father too. Anne blinked at his odd enthusiasm but followed quietly. As they walked down the corridor, they passed Noelle and another maid. Noelle bowed awkwardly, calling out to Anne and correcting herself mid-greeting. Anne simply waved it off, saying it was fine and they should continue working. Moon raised a brow, surprised. He asked if Anne had been promoted. She replied plainly that the former headmaid resigned, and the Duke appointed her not long after Moon woke up. Moon's smile faltered. He looked away, rubbing his forehead. He muttered that it was his fault, remembering his earlier orders. His father had mentioned the old headmaid had been like family. Anne, still walking ahead, reassured him. She said it wasn't his fault, and that the former headmaid was still at the estate. He would see her later. Relieved, Moon let out a soft breath. Soon, they reached the backyard, where Noyce stood waiting. When she saw Moon, her face lit up with joy. She shouted his name and rushed forward, pulling him into a tight embrace. His face turned bright red. Noyce smiled as she pressed her cheek against Moon's and murmured that seeing him healthy again made her heart light. She reminded him, not for the first time, that calling her Mother sounded too formal. She preferred Mom. When he finally relented, whispering the word with hesitation, she beamed brighter than ever. Then, without warning, she guided his head down, pressing it gently against her belly. She encouraged him to squat and feel. Confused, Moon followed her lead, and after a moment, felt something, faint but real. He looked up, unsure, and asked if it was what he thought. Noyce confirmed it with a quiet laugh, saying he would soon have a little brother or sister. Moon stood quickly, excitement replacing his awkwardness. He exclaimed that it was amazing, that he was going to be a big brother. He asked if she preferred a boy or a girl, and Noyce teased that either way, he would love them just the same. She added that she had already told Ron, and said proudly that their Moon was the best. Ron sat nearby, arms crossed and smiling softly. He said nothing, simply watching the moment with rare warmth in his eyes. Moon hugged his mother again, and she stroked his hair with a calm, content expression. The quiet lingered until Ron eventually cleared his throat. He reminded them that Moon was still recovering, and the baby was delicate. No need for too much excitement. His voice was firm, but kind. He invited Moon to sit. There was something important they needed to discuss. The three of them sat at the backyard pavilion, the breeze light, the weather perfect. A butterfly drifted past as Moon took his seat. The shift in Ron's tone was immediate. His smile faded, replaced by gravity. He informed Moon that he would be returning to the battlefield that afternoon. The words landed like ice water. Moon blinked, still clinging to the glow of his mother's news. Ron explained calmly that with Moon preparing for St. Maria College next month, he would be needed at the front. He said Noyce would return to the Campbell territory to rest and prepare for childbirth. He called to Sister Faye, the composed maid standing nearby, and asked her to take care of Noyce in his absence. She placed a hand over her chest and promised she would. Moon asked if his father truly had to go. He insisted there were other generals. Why him? Ron took a sip of tea, voice steady as he explained the urgency. He said the Abyss demons were stirring again. He would be stationed at the western border for 3 years. 3 years. The number sank deep into Moon's gut. He recognized the signs. This wasn't the beginning of the war. It was the distraction. The real danger would arrive in 3 years. That was when the story truly began. He remembered the adult version of Ariel, wreathed in fire, slicing through monsters. That arc, her arc, was the turning point. And now, with Ron gone, he would miss his only chance to train under the greatest warrior alive. Moon's expression twisted into despair. He grabbed his head in both hands and stared at the sky like it had betrayed him. He thought of all his plans, his recovery, his grand return, his climb to power. All ruined. He let out a silent scream and slumped into his chair. His fingers trembled as he held his teacup. Even the liquid inside seemed unsure whether to stay put or jump out in sympathy. The day carried on without regard. The afternoon sun was warm, almost mocking in its serenity. At the estate's gate, a brown griffin sat beside a white carriage, yawning between grooming its fur. The carriage was ready. Ron stood in his full armor, red cloak lifting gently with the breeze. He held Noyce by the shoulders as she quietly cried into her hand. He told her gently that she was always a crybaby, and too much crying wasn't good for the little camel, his affectionate nickname for the unborn child. Noyce whispered through her tears that if not for the baby, she would have followed him to the border and waited until Moon's school break just to see him again. Moon, meanwhile, was crouched over, staring at the cobblestones, face twisted in silent misery. His world had just crumbled under his feet. Ron approached him and placed both hands on his shoulders. He said that Moon had proven his courage by risking his life for the princess during the assassination attempt. That alone, he said, brought honor to their family name. Moon tried to deflect, mumbling that he wasn't as great as Ron claimed. Ron disagreed. He said that being a Campbell meant more than bravery, it meant answering the call when it mattered. He gestured to the gold medal pinned to his chest and explained its meaning. The sword, the king's will, the dragon, their enemies. He called himself the Empire's blade, and said Moon would one day find his own battlefield, maybe the same one, maybe a new one, but what mattered was the kind of man he chose to be. Moon's trembling finally stopped. He looked up, affected. Ron offered a rare smile, full of belief, and told him that unlike himself, Moon would have time, allies, and resources. If there was something he wanted, now was the time. He said simply that he believed in his son. Then, without warning, Ron pulled Moon into a firm embrace. In a low voice, he said it was time to get down to business. Moon blinked, thrown off by the abrupt shift. Ron laughed, saying that everything before had been the fatherly speech. Now it was time for the real talk. He asked what Moon thought of Anne. Anne, standing at a distance, kept her usual composed posture, though her eyes flicked toward them with interest. Moon froze. He whispered that Anne was kind, capable, amazing, really, but asked why Ron was suddenly bringing her up. Ron asked if Moon liked her. Moon chuckled. He said he did like her, but not in that way. Ron said that he had known her since she was small. He praised her family, her mind, her heart. But most importantly, he said, her feelings for Moon. He tapped Moon on the forehead, saying the two had long since passed beyond servant and master. Moon flushed, the realization slowly dawning. Ron added that there was just a year left on her maid contract. If Moon liked her, he'd better act before someone else did. Moon's brain short-circuited. He stammered, asking if Ron was suggesting marriage. Ron clapped a heavy hand on his back and confirmed it. He said the real reason their family had so few children was because he and Noyce had spent too much time apart. Now, he had to leave again. Moon glanced toward his mother, gently caressing her belly, smiling to herself. The weight of legacy settled heavily on his shoulders. He weakly protested that he was already engaged to Celicia. Ron waved the concern away. He said that arrangement was political, meant to balance court factions, not a binding future. He promised that even if Celicia married into the family, she would be welcomed as the main wife, no problem. Then Ron lowered his voice into a command. He said clearly that he expected a grandchild in 3 years. Moon shrank under the pressure. Ron's presence loomed even larger, his command unmistakable. Moon tried to stutter out a refusal, but Ron silenced him with a firm grip and a steely gaze. This, he said, was the master's command. As the sun dipped low, casting the estate in gold, the household gathered for farewell. Ron and Noyce boarded the carriage, the griffin stirred, and the door shut with a final click. Moon and Anne stood at the gates, watching the vehicle shrink into the horizon. The steady rhythm of hooves faded into the wind. Anne turned slightly, her tone casual, but her eyes sharp. She said that she had heard Moon mention her name while speaking with the Duke. She asked if there was something he needed. Moon, hands in his pockets, eyes squinting toward the sunset, turned to her. His expression was caught between resignation and disbelief. He said it wasn't a secret anymore. His father wanted her to marry him, and also hoped they'd have children, for the strength of the Campbell line and all that. He laughed awkwardly and added that, of course, it was just a joke. She didn't have to take it seriously. Anne didn't speak. Her lips parted, but no sound came out. She simply stared at Moon, frozen. He stepped closer and gently rested a hand on her shoulder, bathed in the fading glow of the sun. His voice was soft, sincere. He said that being a maid was just her current role, not her worth. One day, they'd each follow their own path. He added that she deserved better than someone like him. Her face didn't change much, but a subtle shift in her brows betrayed something stirring beneath the surface. He continued, saying that if she ever loved someone else, she should tell him. He'd release her himself, with the finest dowry in the empire. He patted her shoulder and smiled, claiming that anyone leaving the Campbell family should walk away with pride. With that, he turned and walked toward the mansion, satisfied. The golden sunlight traced his back as he walked. Internally, he cheered. He whispered to himself that he'd nailed it, declaring he was undeniably cool. He even did a small celebratory shuffle out of sight. But Anne didn't move. Her hands trembled at her sides, her face masked in shadow. She stood still, silent, but not calm. Her fingers clenched so hard they drew blood, drops falling unnoticed. Her voice, cold and quiet, repeated his words, "Let me go." Her eyes narrowed, no warmth in them now, only something sharp and dangerous. She murmured that he really had changed. Darkness churned around her as she declared that she can't wait anymore, it has to be tonight. By nightfall, the estate sat in stillness beneath a quiet drizzle. Inside the Campbell library, torchlight danced between towering bookshelves. Moon hunched over a desk, muttering as he flipped pages, surrounded by scattered volumes. He muttered that plans never survived change, and today had proved it. His father's sudden departure, the surprise talk of marriage, and the collapse of his self-improvement plan all hit like a storm. Still, if nothing else, he was adaptable. If he couldn't train under his father, he'd self-study. If assassins came for him, he'd hit back harder. He scanned titles like Vital Strike Techniques and Imperial Soldier Conditioning, flipping through them with practiced efficiency. Then he summoned the black book. It hovered above his desk, pulsing faintly. His expression sharpened as he grabbed it, muttering that it was time to see what it could really do. The pages fluttered open, glowing faintly, then stopped on a list of copied texts. Everything he'd read today was already recorded. His lips curled into a grin. The book's recording function was flawless. He cradled it in both hands, gazing at it with exaggerated affection, calling it brilliant and declaring his love for it. With mock-serious drama, he kissed the cover. A knock interrupted him. He jumped and fumbled to hide the book. The door creaked open and Anne entered, calm as ever, carrying a tray. She asked if he was still reading. He stood awkwardly, startled. Then he noticed the tray and asked if it was a snack. Anne confirmed it and guided him to a cozy rest area near the shelves. She set down the tray, poured a drink, and presented it with quiet pride. She explained that the wine was a rare vintage from Count Locke's vineyard, only 100 bottles made annually, selling for 200,000 ame. Moon raised an eyebrow at the absurd price. He sampled the cake instead, letting the sweetness ease his tension. He waved off the wine, saying it would knock him out before he could finish studying. Her smile didn't falter, but under her fingers, the wine bottle cracked. Glass creaked softly as pressure built around her grip. Still, she remained poised and set the bottle aside. With the same practiced calm, she asked what he'd prefer to drink. He said coffee would help him stay awake. She sighed quietly and instead lifted the teapot, pouring tea into a porcelain cup. She apologized, explaining that the coffee had been ruined, not opened by rats, she said, due to a careless maid. She noted that fresh beans were ordered, but not yet delivered, and suggested he wouldn't want rodent-tainted coffee anyway. Moon's eyebrow twitched. The oddly specific excuse made something stir in the back of his mind. He studied her carefully. Anne, unfazed, continued as if nothing were wrong. He sighed, resigned. Black tea would do. He took the cup, inhaled the aroma, and sipped. Something was wrong. His fingers trembled. The cup dropped from his hands, shattering. Tea spilled like red ink across the floor. A wave of nausea overtook him. His body failed. His knees buckled. Anne caught him smoothly, cradling him with eerie gentleness. Her face betrayed nothing but serene concern. Moon croaked her name, barely audible. He asked if she had betrayed him. She brushed his hair back and murmured close to his ear that she would never betray him. Never. Darkness swallowed him. Her whisper followed. She said it hurt now. That she had loved him deeply. That his words earlier had cut her. She said she must purify him with her love. That they would always be together, until the end of the world. Moon's eyes snapped open, lungs gasping. Sweat clung to his skin. The voice still echoed in his mind, unmistakable. He looked around. Darkness. No walls, no ceiling. Only black. His wrists and ankles were shackled to a wooden frame, iron biting into his skin. He struggled, but it was no use. He recognized this. He had seen it before, in the Black Book. A prophecy. A warning. He whispered in disbelief. This place. This moment. It wasn't supposed to be real. From the shadows, Anne emerged. Sitting on top of him with disheveled clothes. Her smile, small, pleasant, and far too calm, sent a spike of dread through him. The maid he knew was gone. Something else stood in her place. Moon's heart pounded. He asked what she was doing. As she continues doing, you know what she says, that it's as he sees. She continued saying that 10 years ago when he was 8, she came to his side. From that moment on she existed only for him and belonged only to him. In return he must also only belong to her. What she's doing, she claims she is merely putting the young master back on the right path. He shouts in panic, asking what path is she talking about. He begged her to let him go first and talk it out. She pressed 2 fingers on his lips and replied that it's too late, he doesn't need to do anything and can just leave everything to her. Then she declares madly that after tonight, his everything will belong to her. And then, she continued for God knows how long. When she finally finished, he looked like a man who had been through war. His face was pale, his eyes hollowed by exhaustion. He thought that he didn't even remember how many times she did it. After a certain point his consciousness started to fade. He never imagined that his 30-year career as a virgin would end like this. And what he expected even less is the culprit who pushed the original Moon to become a human scum and eventually imprison him and then cut him into pieces would be Anne. He recalled their earlier battle where she continued even when it hurt. He told her that she could stop and unshackle him, but she refused, saying that compared to the long 10 years of waiting, this bit of pain is nothing. She confessed that all these years she doted and pampered him. She made him arrogant, conceited and ignorant. She turned him into a useless scum that everyone fears, detests and avoids. All, in order to make him hers and hers alone. She worked hard for 10 years, so no matter what he says, she won't let him go tonight. Back to the present, Moon could only sigh at his fate. Who could have guessed that she'd not only be a super yandere but also the reason he became a scumbag? Still, he admits to himself that yesterday felt good, but the problem is that according to the prophecy, he will eventually die at her hand. He had managed to avoid the exile path, so he needs to find a way out of this mess. Across the bed, she stared at him asking what he's doing. He replied that his hands were itchy. She started preparing to leave, saying she must go to avoid suspension. Then, as if coming to realization, she said that since he already belonged to her, why doesn't she just get rid of everyone in the castle? Startled, Moon told her not to do that. Anne was just about to leave, but his hoarse voice stopped her. With slow, measured steps, Anne returned to Moon, her expression forming a sweet but unsettling smile. She asked playfully if he had another favorite maid, perhaps Noelle. The question landed like a slap. Moon flinched, mumbling a nervous denial while avoiding her gaze. Anne laughed softly, covering her mouth as if trying to keep it polite. Her eyes sparkled with amusement. She told him she was only joking, no need to look like a frightened animal. But then, her tone shifted, calm and direct. She said as long as he behaved, there would be no need to involve anyone else at the Duke's mansion. Unless, of course, it became necessary. Moon stiffened at the threat. He asked if she could release him. Anne agreed sweetly and snapped her fingers. A soft glow shimmered in the air as the shackles clicked open and dropped from his limbs. But she added a warning. Don't do anything reckless. The room was sealed, designed by her, with a custom forged door and a single key, hers. Moon sat up, rubbing his wrists, discomfort growing. Freedom didn't mean much inside a cage. He pointed out that if he vanished, people would notice. Anne reassured him with a smile. She had already told the staff he returned to college early, saying he missed it too much. As she turned to leave, she added softly that he should rest. Obediently, Moon called out after her, but the heavy door closed with a steel thud. The lock clicked with finality. Alone, he ran a hand through his hair and groaned. This was bad. He muttered to himself that of all the people the Black Book's prophecy could have pointed to, of course, it had to be Anne. Now he was trapped. He stood and glared at the door, declaring he wouldn't live out his days as a prisoner. Freedom was non-negotiable. With a determined yell, he rushed the door. It didn't budge. He collapsed in pain, clutching his shoulder, groaning dramatically before lying still, defeated. He admitted, yes, the craftsmanship was impressive. Just as despair set in, something stirred beside him. A familiar dark glow. The Black Book. Moon groaned. Not now. He muttered that Anne was on another level, maybe even rivaling Celicia. Even with training, he wouldn't beat her. Still, curiosity got the better of him. He picked up the book and flipped through the pages. Then he stopped. One page stood out. An equation, something from the night before. It wasn't just a technique. It was a formula, a strategy, a way to win. His lips curled into a grin. He said he was ready. He started training. 198, 199. His voice echoed in the quiet, his palms pushing against the cold floor. At 200, he collapsed, gasping. Sweat streaked down his chest, his breath ragged. He raised one hand, whispering that at least his body was still holding together. Skills were the book's domain. Strength, though, that was earned. He clenched a fist. He was done being stepped on. A single tear slid down his cheek. He vowed to rise. A voice responded from behind the door, Anne's. She said she was relieved to see him so spirited. The door creaked open. Anne entered, floating dishes in a steaming metal tub in soft magical light. She remarked, amused, that he sounded like a husband welcoming his wife. The bathwater was perfectly heated, the food still warm. Moon lit up. He hadn't bathed in 2 days. Before she could finish, he dropped his sheet and jumped into the tub, splashing water onto the floor. Anne blinked, then said softly that bath time had clearly taken priority. He rinsed his hair, then called to her, saying he could handle things himself. He wasn't a child. Anne nodded, smiling faintly. Understood. She lifted a silver lid to reveal a steaming plate of meat and vegetables. Holding a fork, she approached. If he wouldn't let her wash him, she joked, at least let her feed him. Moon hesitated, but she made no move to hurt him, so he relaxed and agreed. Anne fed him carefully, catching any dripping sauce with her hand. She asked him to say, "Ah," and he did. The meat melted in his mouth. His eyes widened in surprise. It was rich, tender, and perfectly seasoned. He grabbed the plate and fork and began eating hungrily, even as splashes from the tub landed on the dish. He said it was better than anything he'd had, even when his parents were home. Anne watched with quiet satisfaction and confirmed it was beef. She explained that he'd eaten it before, though usually she turned it into soup. Curious, Moon asked which cut it was, tenderloin or shoulder. Anne replied it was a special cut. The rod from the Magratha giant bull. Moon paused. Anne elaborated. The bull's member was incredibly energetic, making the meat extra nutritious. The fork dropped into the water. His face paled. He imagined some monstrous glowing bull and gagged, leaning over the tub. Anne calmly placed a bin beside him. She added that other rare ingredients had been used too: tiger rod, goblin shaft, troll meat. Dragon rod would have been ideal, if not so rare. Moon waved frantically, still coughing. He asked why anyone would cook with that. Anne answered plainly that she had been feeding him those for some time. They'd helped his strength improve. Moon stared at her in disbelief, pointing with a trembling hand. He shouted that it wasn't normal. He demanded to be let out. But before he could finish, his body slumped. His arms dropped. His words faded. Anne murmured to herself that one drop was enough. As Moon lost consciousness, she caught him gently, cradling him in her arms. She whispered that he was right. It hurt to be trapped. But if freeing him meant losing him, she couldn't allow that. She told him to sleep and let her handle everything. Her expression softened. She brushed his damp hair, her face pressed gently to his. Outside, the moon cast pale light over the Duke's estate. Peaceful, silent. Time passed. Moon stirred awake, blinking against the low light. His head throbbed faintly. He wasn't in the tub anymore. He lay in a bed, wrapped in blankets. Anne stepped forward, putting her clothes back on after gobbling some meat of her own, and asked if he felt unwell. He didn't reply. He turned away and stared at the wall, his silence heavy and deliberate. Anne crouched beside the bed, her tone light. She asked if he was still angry. Moon didn't answer, just frowned, face tight with quiet resentment. Anne paused, then offered a small concession. She said that since the young master had been cooperative lately, she would allow one small request. Moon's eyes flicked toward her with sudden interest. A request? He didn't hesitate. He asked for freedom. Anne denied it instantly. He asked for clothes, but she denied this as well. Moon sighed, frustrated. Anne tapped her lips thoughtfully and suggested something more manageable. Perhaps he could choose his meals. Moon perked up. He asked if she really meant it. She smiled and confirmed. It was small, but still something. Encouraged, she leaned in and asked if he already had something in mind. Moon didn't answer right away. He closed his eyes, coughed gently, and changed the subject, asking if autumn was near. Anne, puzzled, nodded. Moon went on, reminiscing about autumn's past, how he'd ride a boat on Beaver Lake, sipping Count Locke's wine and eating freshly caught fish while surrounded by red and gold maple trees. In his mind, the lake shimmered, still and endless, a floating mirror for the season's fire-colored leaves. Anne hesitated before asking gently if he wanted fish from Beaver Lake. He nodded. She started to protest. The lake was far, and delivery would be difficult. But then she heard it. Moon's soft sobbing. Startled, she turned to see him clutching his chest with one hand, the other raised dramatically as if performing a tragedy. He said that only last year he'd been like nobility, drifting on calm waters, and now he was trapped in a tiny room, abandoned by the world. He declared it unjust, unbearable. He flopped over, pulled a blanket over his head, and continued wailing that he couldn't even eat Beaver Lake fish anymore. What was the point of life? Anne hesitated, face softening with guilt. She took a step forward, unsure. But behind the blanket, Moon grinned. He wasn't crying anymore. Anne exhaled and closed her eyes. She said she understood. The second she spoke, Moon shot up, eyes gleaming, hands clasped in joy. He asked if she really meant it. She blinked at his sudden recovery, then nodded. Yes, she would get the fish. No matter what. Moon leaned back, tossed her a dramatic imaginary kiss, and told her she was the most dependable maid in the entire house. He would wait patiently. She shouldn't let him down. Anne froze, hand rising to her mouth, cheeks flushed red. Her heart raced. She stepped forward suddenly and gently touched his shoulder. Moon blinked, confused. Without a word, Anne closed her eyes and gave him a brief kiss on the lips, soft, warm, and fleeting. Moon froze, stunned. Anne turned away silently, walking toward the door. At the threshold, she said calmly that Beaver Lake was far, but she'd be back by noon tomorrow. She asked him to wait. Moon replied weakly, still dazed. Okay. Anne nodded once, opened the door, and stepped out, closing it gently behind her. Outside, her pace was quick, her face hidden beneath her bangs. She lowered her head, breath unsteady, cheeks blazing. She thought she'd lost control. The young master was just too much. Trying to hide a small nosebleed, she wiped it away with her sleeve and told herself she had to hurry. The fish came first, and after that, more reasons to make him smile. Back in the room, Moon exhaled in relief. She was gone. One more day of chaos survived. His expression shifted. He raised his left hand, summoning a swirl of dark energy. The black book appeared in his palm, pulsing faintly. With Anne gone, he finally had time to execute his real plan. He asked the book if it could generate training realms beyond the assassin simulation. The book responded with a subtle float, a yes. Perfect, Moon said. He instructed it to recreate the training method from a book he'd read earlier, A Realm of 1,000 Locks. He wanted to master that technique before Anne returned. The black book opened, flipping through its pages. A burst of energy engulfed Moon. He sat cross-legged, eyes closed, fists clenched. This time, he wasn't afraid. He was ready. Far away, at Beaver Lake, the weather had turned violent. The sky was dark, thunder rolled like cannon fire, and rain fell in relentless torrents. Trees swayed and bent under howling winds. The once calm lake was now a storm-tossed basin of churning waves. Anne, cloaked and masked, pressed forward through the chaos. No storm would stop her. A forest ranger, soaked and panicked, called out to her. He warned her the area was restricted, that it was too dangerous to go further. She asked why. He hesitated, tried to lead her away gently. She stepped back, and in a flash, metal spikes erupted from the ground, cutting the ranger's hands. He yelped in pain. She warned him not to touch her. Her voice was steady and cold. She demanded answers. The ranger, shaken, finally spoke. He explained that the Lake Master, a high-tier magical creature, had awakened. The Adventurers Association had dispatched a B-rank party. The area was under lockdown. Anne listened without emotion. She glanced at the sky, letting the rain hit her open palm. So the storm, she murmured, was part of the creature's power. The ranger, frightened, offered a bribe to make her leave. She tossed a small pouch of coins at his feet instead. She told him it wasn't necessary. He stared at her in disbelief. Even knowing the danger, she was going through with it. He asked why. But she didn't answer. She turned away, the storm rising behind her. She braced herself, clutching her hat as the wind tried to tear it from her head. Her hair whipped around her face. She walked into the storm, smiling faintly, her ruby eyes burning, not with fear, but purpose. She had a promise to keep. And she always kept her promises. The storm raged on. At the rear of the storm-battered group stood a girl in a red cloak, soaked to the bone but unmoved by the cold. Aluka's grip on her wand was tight, her gaze fixed on the battlefield. She wasn't here just for the mission. Her thoughts were on someone else. She told herself that if this kept up, he might be taken away, and she wouldn't allow that. She decided that once this was over, she'd finally confess how she felt. The thought made her blush, even in the freezing rain. A dreamy smile tugged at her lips, brief, until a voice snapped her back to reality. Someone called out to her. She flinched and apologized quickly, returning her attention to the fight. Up front, two teammates were already engaged. Rod, clad in armor, was bracing against the rising lake water with his shield. Beside him, Tia, in a purple cloak, was casting defensive spells, eyes scanning for threats. Rod shouted that he needed healing. Aluka nodded, chanted, and raised her hand. A glowing green circle formed, casting warmth through the mist. Healing energy flowed toward Rod and Tia, just in time. But then everything changed. Tia whispered that something was coming. Rod tensed. The lake exploded upward in a towering column of water, and from its heart emerged a monstrous fish, massive and grotesque. Its red eyes gleamed, and its gaping mouth revealed row upon row of fangs. The team instantly fell into formation. As the creature inhaled, water gathered into a giant orb at its jaws. Tia shouted to Rod, and he snapped out of it, casting a golden shield around them just as the orb launched. The watery explosion smashed into the barrier. It held, barely. Rod stood firm, legs braced, teeth clenched. He shouted that now was their chance. Attack with magic. Aluka hesitated, stunned by the sheer size of the beast, but Rod's voice grounded her. She chanted, summoning frost. A blue glow wrapped around her as mist began to gather. Before her spell could land, though, a blast of fire whistled past her. Tia had already launched her own spell, intense flames straight into the creature's mouth. It exploded from within, roaring in agony as its body ignited. Rod seized the moment, charged, and leapt. Sword raised, shield slung behind him, he struck with full force. The blade cracked through the monster's skull. Fire burst again, and the creature collapsed into the lake, defeated. Waves surged to the shore. Rod landed, winded, using his sword as support. Mud streaked his face, blood dripped from his forehead, but he smiled and gave a thumbs up. He said it was over, and thanked Tia. Tia blushed, brushing hair from her face, asking if he was hurt. Rod laughed it off, but she spotted a wound and gently healed it, scolding him for underplaying it. Aluka watched them, frozen. Her wand lowered, her spell unused. Rod's words echoed. Tia, you're so kind. I'm lucky to have you. Each syllable chipped away at her resolve. She remembered when she and Rod had made promises under summer skies, dreaming of becoming heroes. She had never stopped holding onto that dream. But now, watching Rod and Tia together, it felt like she'd already been left behind. Rod finally turned and called out to her, telling her to help with the cleanup. Aluka forced a smile, said she was coming. Her hat fell. She didn't bother picking it up. Then, just as she stepped forward, a low, unnatural hum broke through the rain. Her entire body froze. Rod and Tia heard it too. The lake's surface began to spin, forming a vortex. Wind howled, trees bent, clothes whipped violently. The air charged with pressure as a towering water column rose again. From it, the real lake master emerged. This creature dwarfed the previous one. Its pitch-black scales were scarred from ancient battles. A glowing crimson horn protruded from its head. Its red eyes scanned the shoreline like a predator picking targets. Tia acted quickly, casting another fire spell. It struck the beast, and vanished on contact. Useless. The monster roared. Its horn crackled with red lightning, and in an instant, bolts ripped through the air. Rod and Tia were blasted backward. Tia screamed as lightning scorched her side. Rod's armor sparked violently. Before he hit the ground, Aluka dove and caught him, skidding across the muddy ground. Rod, barely conscious, whispered that they couldn't win. He told her to run. But Aluka hesitated, eyes drifting to Tia's fallen form. Rod tried to stand, jamming his sword into the dirt. Blood dripped from his face, but he didn't falter. He said he wouldn't let her die here, even if it cost him everything. Aluka's heart cracked. The fire inside her dimmed. Before she could speak, Rod staggered toward Tia. From the trees above, a new presence watched. A girl cloaked in black stood calmly on a branch, blade twirling lazily in her hand. She studied the lake master with unsettling calm. She whispered that this was a monarch-class creature. Interesting. The lake master roared again, preparing a massive attack. Crimson lightning swirled at its horn's tip, building into a colossal orb. Rod reached Tia just as the attack launched. He held her tight, bracing himself. He had no defense left. But before it hit, a golden beam split the sky. The lake exploded in light. The ground shook. The world turned white. When the light faded, Rod opened his eyes. No pain, no impact. A massive black wall stood behind him, lined with red lightning. The attack had been stopped cold. He stared in disbelief. Aluka, too, was stunned. She fell backward, eyes wide. Had someone actually heard it? A calm voice interrupted her thoughts. She turned and saw the cloaked girl now standing in front of her. Aluka stammered, asking who she was. The woman didn't answer. She simply slung her weapon behind her, lifted a hand, and began casting. She said she was glad Aluka was safe, but now it was her turn to end this. The spell. Imprisonment. Asterisk. Metallic energy swirled in the air. It twisted and reformed into black molten iron. With a flick, it shot toward the lake master. In midair, it morphed into jagged spikes and pierced the creature's body one after another. The lake master screamed, thrashing violently as more spikes drove in. The ground shook beneath its rage. And for the first time, the creature looked afraid. The woman wasn't finished. With a sweep of her hand, she shaped the molten iron into a spiraling staircase that reached toward the lake master's towering form. Each step she took echoed with quiet, deliberate intent. She muttered under her breath that all this noise had scared off the fish she meant to bring back for the young master. At the summit, she raised her black scythe. Magic surged into the blade, expanding it with a menacing glow. Her voice dropped into a whisper, calm, cutting, that for such a sin, the beast would pay with its life. Her eyes snapped open, cold, unwavering. She brought the scythe down in a single, brutal arc. A roar tore through the sky as the monster was split clean in two. Blood exploded outward in a violent cascade as the halves crashed into the lake with a thunderous splash. Water surged, trees trembled, and mist soaked the hills. Even Rod and Tia, far from the center, were drenched. A fish landed on Rod's head and flopped once before sliding off. Rod, stunned, simply stared at the ruined lake. That was the lake master. And it was gone, just like that. Aluka came running toward him, voice laced with concern. Rod reassured her that he was okay, but Tia, unconscious and pale, wasn't. Her bruises had worsened. Rod held her close, pulled a healing potion from his pouch, and began treating her. Then, turning to Aluka, he asked for a favor. He wanted her to find out who that woman was, the one who just soloed a dominant level beast with a single blow. If she wasn't part of a guild, he wanted her on their team. Meanwhile, Anne crouched near a puddle, holding 2 flopping fish and frowning. She couldn't remember which ones were edible. She quietly scolded herself for forgetting something so basic. What kind of maid forgets the fish her master likes? Behind her, a gentle voice chimed in. A girl approached, kneeling beside her and pointing out that both fish Anne held were inedible, the red one too tough, the colorful one toxic. But the pair nearby, perfect. Anne raised a brow, surprised by her knowledge. The girl nodded, saying her village was across the lake. Every autumn, they fished here for nobles who paid well for Beaver Lake's famed catch. Anne stood and asked if the girl would teach her how to prepare the fish. Grilling or steaming, the girl explained, worked best. Just salt, ginger, and a splash of wine to cut the smell. Anne scribbled it all down in a notebook, thanking her sincerely. The girl blushed and said it was nothing. Anne had just saved everyone, after all. Then, after a moment's hesitation, she asked a quiet question. Had Anne come all this way, just to catch fish for someone? Anne answered without pause. Yes. The young master wanted fish from this lake, and she was going to deliver. The girl smiled, touched by the gesture. Anne gathered the fresh fish, nodded politely, and said she would return home now, but as she turned, the girl called out hesitantly. She said she had a small question. About love. Anne stopped and turned. The girl's cheeks turned crimson as she asked if someone like Anne could answer something personal. Anne, calm as ever, said she would try. Emotions had no perfect answers, but she'd help if she could. The girl said it was about a friend. Someone who had liked a boy for years, but never confessed. He was kind to everyone, so she couldn't tell if he saw her differently. And now, another girl had appeared. Closer to him. Her friend didn't know if she should give up. Anne listened, then asked simply, how much did she love him? The girl tried to deflect, but then gave in. It was her. She admitted she'd loved him since they were kids. Over 10 years. Anne asked if she would give her life for him. Without hesitation, the girl answered yes. She'd do anything, even things others wouldn't understand. Anne nodded. Then, she said, the answer was already there. If her feelings ran that deep, she didn't need anyone's permission to act on them. Still uncertain, the girl, Aluka, asked what that meant. Anne didn't elaborate. She raised her hand, lifting the bucket with a simple spell. It floated behind her as she turned to go. She left Aluka with one last piece of advice: follow your truest feelings. If you choose to love, then love completely. Make no choices you'll regret. Good luck, Miss Aluka, she said softly. Then she walked away, and continued along the path. Behind her, Aluka stood still, eyes locked on her fading silhouette. She whispered Anne's final words to herself. Give everything for the one I love. Follow my innermost thoughts. Asterisk. No exact answer had been given. But her heart, confused as it was, had been moved. She wondered, could she really confess to Rod? Was she ready? Then something stirred inside her. A flicker of warmth, red and black, ignited in her chest. Her eyes widened as it swirled, growing stronger. She dropped to her knees, clutching her chest, trembling. A faint flame rose briefly along her skin. A voice echoed in her mind. Soft, insistent. It asked if she was truly giving up. If she, who would give anything for him, would just stand by and watch. She gasped, unable to answer. The heat clouded her thoughts. The voice continued, pressing her. Will you let them be together? Asterisk. Rod, not far away, turned, concern in his voice as he saw her falter. He reached out. Tia stirred beside him, hand over her chest, sensing something but not knowing what. Neither of them saw the flicker of light wrapping around Aluka. And neither heard the voice still whispering inside her. The voice in Aluka's mind persisted, coaxing her deeper. It asked if she really wanted Rod to end up with someone else, especially her, the girl in his arms. Aluka's breath hitched as tears streamed freely. She clenched her shirt, whispered through her teeth that she didn't want to lose him, not to anyone. Her eyes shimmered red, the flame inside her growing. A small flickering spirit, warm and glowing, appeared beside her. Its voice was gentle but insistent. It told her she finally understood. Now was the time. Go, claim what was hers. Make sure no one took him away. Fueled by pain and desire, Aluka stood. The fire gave her strength. She hesitated, murmuring that Rod was strong. The flame responded that even the strongest had weaknesses, and it would lend her power. A flare burst across her chest. Not painful, intoxicating. A red eye surrounded by flame etched itself into her skin, pulsing faintly. She quickly hid the mark under her cloak. Rod noticed her rise and asked if she was all right, if the mysterious woman had done anything to her. Aluka gave a soft, overly calm smile. She said the woman, Miss Anne, had done nothing, she was just drained. And no, she wouldn't join their team, she was from a noble family. Rod looked disappointed, muttering that he'd hoped to thank her properly. Without her, they wouldn't have made it. Tia stirred and glanced at Aluka's chest, spotting the faint glow beneath her collar. She asked if she was hurt. Aluka pulled her cloak tight, brushing it off as residual magic from the lake. She chuckled, then shifted the subject quickly, said they should head back. It wasn't safe here, and Tia needed healing. Rod didn't question it, he lifted Tia into his arms. Tia protested weakly, saying she could walk. Rod smiled and said she was light enough to carry forever. Tia blushed and tapped his chest, calling him a dummy. They bickered, warm and familiar. Behind them, Aluka's expression hardened. Watching the ease between them, something inside her stirred again. Her aura shimmered faintly red. The fire wasn't gone, it had only just begun. By the next day, Anne had returned to the Duke of Campbell's mansion. The storm had passed. Sunshine blanketed the estate. In the basement she had meticulously prepared, Moon stirred awake, groggy from oversleeping. The heavy iron door clicked open. Anne entered, back in her maid uniform, carrying a tray under a silver lid. She smiled and announced her return. Moon sat up dramatically, waving his arms and pretending he was on the verge of starvation. Anne laughed, brushing his cheek as she teased him. Was he finally so moved that he was ready to give her his heart? Moon flinched, muttering that he just didn't want to die of hunger. Anne sat beside him, placing the tray on her lap. She apologized for the delay. Beaver Lake was far, but she rushed to bring back fresh fish. She lifted the lid to reveal two beautifully prepared dishes, one grilled, one steamed, both garnished and aromatic. Moon's eyes lit up, stunned by how good it smelled. Anne offered him a choice. He picked the steamed one. She scooped a bite and brought it to his lips. Moon opened his mouth obediently, took the bite, and lit up. He exclaimed that it was incredible, then offered her a taste. She declined with a smile, reminding him the fish was for him alone and warning about small bones. He brushed it off, then froze mid-bite. Something scratched his throat. His hand shot to his neck. A bone. Anne, entirely calm, remarked that there was only one solution. Moon tensed. She set the tray aside and leaned in. He asked what she was doing, voice rising with panic. She said she'd kiss the bone out. Her lung capacity, she added, was quite impressive. Moon protested, eyes wide, but Anne pressed forward. Her lips met his. It wasn't romantic, it was efficient. But Moon, clearly overwhelmed, trembled all the same. Then it was over. Anne leaned back, panting slightly, and playfully stuck out her tongue. The tiny fishbone sat neatly on its tip. She teased that she just couldn't help herself after being gone so long. Moon, blushing furiously, turned away and muttered a quiet thanks, demanding the plate so he could finish the rest himself. He devoured it like a starved squirrel, cheeks puffed with each bite. Anne watched, smiling softly. When the food was gone, Moon flopped back onto the bed, groaning with satisfaction. He mumbled that now he understood why the Empire worshipped this dish. Anne cleared the tray and fishbones, but her tone grew more serious. She reminded him of their duty, securing the future of the Campbell line. Moon froze. His eyes widened. He scrambled backward on the bed, insisting it wasn't a good time. Anne tilted her head, asking if he was rejecting her. He quickly explained it was just bad timing. They'd just eaten, and overexertion after a meal was unhealthy. Plus, she had just returned from a long journey. Anne blinked, then placed her hands over her mouth, touched. She asked gently if he was worried about her health. He nodded awkwardly. Sure, let's say that. Composing herself, Anne said she had something to report. On her way back, she passed through a city renowned for royal tailoring. Moon nodded, curious. Anne leaned close, voice dropping to a whisper. She bought something, tailored in his favorite glossy black silk, a bodysuit. And a matching accessory, currently a hit in underground maid dance clubs. They called it the bunny girl outfit. Moon's nose bled almost instantly. He turned away, wiping it off, stammering that he was a proper gentleman. Anne gave a soft laugh, her voice playful as she reminded Moon that she had served him for years, and had definitely seen his secret bookshelf. Moon groaned and buried his face in his hands, surrendering with a sigh. He raised a thumb in defeat, admitting that yes, he loved black stockings. Anne didn't tease him further. Instead, she covered her mouth with a delicate hand and chuckled softly, saying it was adorable to see him finally being honest. Gracefully, she turned toward the table, using a faint pink glow of magic to lift the empty plate beside her. As it floated to her side, she stepped toward the heavy door. Before leaving, she glanced back with a warm smile and said she would be tending to the internal affairs of the mansion, but they'd see each other tonight. Moon waved her off, mumbling that he was going to nap. The door shut with a solid clank, and her footsteps faded. The basement was quiet again. But Moon wasn't resting. He sat up slowly and rolled his tongue inside his mouth. One by one, he spit out several intact fishbones onto his palm. These weren't food scraps. They were tools. He whispered that he had the goods, grinning with purpose. According to the Black Book, it was just past 3 in the afternoon. Anne likely wouldn't return until 6. 3 hours to escape, one shot. He selected the longest fishbone and crouched at the door. This wasn't conventional, but he had trained for this. Deep breath, steady hands. He inserted the tip of the bone into the lock. Activating his skill, his eyes went jet black, glowing faintly. His senses shifted. The world warped. Suddenly, he stood inside the lock's inner realm, cold, misty, and alien. 12 massive silver cylinders floated midair, each one swaying with the rhythm of a hidden mechanism. Moon muttered in disbelief. 12 core locks. Any mistake, and the whole system would reset or destroy his fishbone. The pressure snapped him out of focus. The illusion shattered, and he collapsed onto the floor, gasping. He lay there, staring at the ceiling. That lock wasn't designed to keep intruders out. It was made to trap someone in. He sat up, strategizing. He had 4 usable fishbones. That was it. No extras, no margin for error. Worst of all, if Anne found any trace of tampering, she'd reinforce security. This wasn't just an attempt, it was his only chance. He tried again. Crouched in front of the door, Moon held the lock steady with one hand, guiding the fishbone with the other. He worked slowly, carefully testing each cylinder. Then, snap. He froze. The fishbone broke. 3 locks remained. He dropped to the floor in despair, groaning dramatically. He cursed the lock, rolling around like an emotionally exhausted ragdoll. Then, lying flat, he raised one hand and sarcastically praised the genius craftsmen responsible, hoping they won awards, and stubbed their toe. Eventually, he pulled himself upright and called the Black Book. It materialized in a swirl of dark energy. He checked the glowing script inside. 5:30. 1 hour left. He glanced at the final fishbone beside him. Just one shot. He had already mapped out 10 of the 12 locks. He had to succeed now. Eyes narrowing, he picked up the fishbone, summoned every ounce of magical focus, and activated full power. His aura darkened, glowing with pulsing energy. Upstairs, golden light filled the kitchen as Anne and Noelle finished preparing dinner. The soup simmered, fresh lake fish, tofu, and scallions. Noelle tasted it and sighed happily, declaring it divine. Anne smiled, bottling the soup into a magical heat jar. She thanked Noelle for the help, saying everything turned out better with company. Noelle beamed, modestly brushing off the praise. Then she tilted her head curiously, noting how Anne had been learning new recipes constantly, even though the mansion had fewer people now, and they'd been eating fish every day. Anne froze briefly. The floating knives by her cutting board paused midair, her voice stayed calm. Noelle leaned in playfully. She asked if Anne had secretly adopted a cat, maybe that explained all the food disappearing. Still silent, Anne finally turned and pressed a finger to her lips, asking Noelle to keep a secret. Noelle saluted with a grin, claiming she loved cats and had grown up with 12 at her grandmother's. But before Anne could slip away, Noelle added one more request. Could she come see the cat sometime? Anne paused, then gave a soft, regretful smile. She said the little one was still shy, but promised Noelle would be the first to meet it when the time was right. Once alone, Anne opened a hidden passage within the mansion. The soup wasn't for a cat, it was for Moon. She walked the secret staircase in silence, her mind replaying Noelle's words. Maybe the young master was growing bored down there. Still, she felt relief. Noelle hadn't suspected the truth. If she had, things might have gotten complicated, too complicated. Meanwhile, in the hidden basement, Moon crouched, drenched in sweat and stress, the final fishbone trembling in his grip. The air was tight with tension. As Anne made her way back through the mansion, she pressed a hand to her abdomen and whispered that no strange feeling has come so she wasn't pregnant yet. There was still time. Still, her mind wandered. Perhaps she should get a pet for the young master. Something comforting. A fluffy golden cat? A sleek black one? She smiled at the idea and promised herself she'd ask him directly. Then, crack. Deep in the hidden passage, the lock gave way. She dropped the tray in shock as she approached the wide-open door. Moon had done it. Without hesitation, he wrapped a blanket around himself. There were no clothes, and slipped through the heavy iron door into the dark, cluttered corridor. Dust swirled in the air. It smelled of stone, mildew, and forgotten things. He whispered to himself that he was finally free, his eyes darting across the maze of boxes and broken crates, but after only a few steps, he tripped over a wooden plank and crashed to the floor. Groaning, he sat up in pitch-black darkness. Then he remembered a spell he had always dismissed as useless. He raised his hand and murmured, "Illumination." A soft glow bloomed in his palm, casting warm light across the tunnel. Shadows shrank away. He smirked. Not so useless after all. But before he could take a step, thwack, a knife embedded itself in the crate beside his head. His blood ran cold. His breath caught. Slowly, he turned toward the shadows behind him. There was nothing, but he could feel it. Anne, far down the passage, glowing eyes had already locked onto him. She stood still, one arm outstretched from the throw, her presence radiating with magical pressure. She whispered, "Found you, young master." Without warning, she launched toward him, a blur of motion powered by sheer fury and magic. Moon stared at the blade beside his face, panic setting in. He spun around, blanket flailing behind him as he ran through the cluttered tunnel. He cursed under his breath. He hadn't gone through all this just to be caught now. Every sleepless night in the book simulation, every trap, every misdirection, all of it had led to this moment. He couldn't fail. With a surge of will, he activated Shadow Step. His legs ignited with dark energy, and his body blurred, flickering ahead with impossible speed. He zipped between crates and shadows, slipping through the narrow gaps of the sewer's maze. Behind him, Anne raised her hand. Blades shimmered into existence around her like stars forming in the sky. With a flick, they launched in a deadly wave. The projectiles tore through the tunnel, splintering crates, shattering barrels, and cracking stone. Explosions roared in every direction. Even Anne was caught in the chaos. A massive crate flew toward her from the shockwave. Without missing a beat, she raised one leg and kicked it midair, splintering it on impact. A few shards grazed her stockings, but she didn't blink. She landed gracefully amidst the ruin. The sewer was wrecked, but Moon had vanished. Anne scanned the chaos, eyes narrowing. Her voice carried through the dust, equal parts irritation and admiration. She whispered that she had underestimated him. But she warned, no matter how fast he ran, he couldn't escape her. What she didn't know was that Moon was mere feet behind her, wedged tightly inside a wooden cabinet. He held his breath, heart hammering so loud he feared she'd hear it. Anne stood still for a moment, then offered a deal. If he came out now, she wouldn't chase him anymore. She'd forget all this happened. He didn't move. She turned sharply, firing a blast of energy into a crate nearby. Boom. Wrong one. Inside his hiding spot, Moon flinched. The explosion sent dust into the cracks. choking the air. His hands trembled, eyes burning with unshed tears. Maybe, he whispered to himself, maybe he should just give up. At least in the basement, he had food. Safety. Anne took care of him. But even as she hovered in the air, searching for signs, Anne found nothing. No shift in wind. No magical signature. Was he really gone? With a flick of her hand, she summoned her wings again and lifted off, vanishing down the tunnel in search of him. 10 minutes passed. The dust began to settle. Silence returned. Moon hadn't moved. His breath was shallow, body tense, every muscle waiting. Still no footsteps. No energy spikes. No movement. He finally exhaled. Looks like she really left, he whispered. He reached for the cabinet door, hand trembling with relief. But the moment his fingers touched the handle, he froze. His eyes widened in horror. A chilling presence swept through the tunnel, followed by a deafening boom. Anne stood before a shattered crate. Magic still crackling around her. Her red eyes glowed faintly as she scanned the wreckage. Empty again. She stared at it, disappointed, and quietly questioned if she had imagined something. Then, conjuring a thin blade of magic into her hand, she decided it didn't matter. She stated that she must find the young master before anyone else did. Moving quickly, she worried the other maids, especially Noel. Might uncover the secret she had worked so hard to hide. She had to bring him back, discreetly and fast. Meanwhile, Moon hadn't moved. Not because he was hiding. He had fainted. The shock of Anne's sudden return and the explosion had overwhelmed him. He sat dazed, mouth slightly open, lost in space. Then, thunk. A light tap on his head. He blinked. A second knock, softer. He gasped awake and panicked instantly, convinced she was back. In a frenzy, he burst out of the cabinet, tripped on a wooden shard, and landed face first on the ground. When he looked up, he saw it. The black book, floating calmly in the air. He clutched his chest and muttered that it was just the book, not her. Still shaking, he reminded himself that she had returned, and he had passed out. Now, he was alone. He checked the book. Half an hour left. He calculated that he had 30 minutes before she doubled back or searched the exits. His expression hardened. He had no time to waste. She might be nearby, or worse, waiting outside. He summoned his energy. Purple shadows surged through his veins. Shadow step, full power. He launched forward, twisting through the sewers until a faint glow appeared ahead, the exit, but a massive wooden cabinet blocked the path. Gritting his teeth, he rammed into it, pushing just enough space to squeeze through. He pulled himself up and into the open air. Rain pounded him instantly. He looked up. The sky over the Duke's mansion was a storm of black clouds. Lightning split the sky. Thunder followed, shaking the ground. He stood still in the downpour, soaked and trembling, but free. He raised his hands and let the rain wash over his face like a baptism. His voice shook with awe as he said he'd made it out. Then, laughing through the storm, he spun in place and shouted that this was freedom. He froze, slapped both hands over his mouth, and reminded himself not to shout. She could still hear. He scanned the area. No glowing eyes, no pressure, she was gone. He muttered that light magic had given him away before and he wouldn't make that mistake again. He exhaled. He needed to escape the mansion, the capital, everything. He hadn't risked all of this just to be dragged back. And so, he ran. Into the rain. Into freedom, or whatever was left of it. The sky over Belland Plain began to clear. Early rain faded, and a stretch of blue slowly pushed through the clouds. Moon lay sprawled on the grass, arms and legs stretched as if gravity had finally shown mercy. His chest rose slowly. He whispered that after 2 days and 2 nights, he had finally escaped the capital. The wind brushed his cheek gently. After so much tension, the quiet felt unreal. Too peaceful. Tempted by the calm, he considered a nap, but reminded himself he wasn't safe. Anne was still out there. With a breath, he stood, dusted off, and looked toward the horizon. He thought about the distance. Either Campbell Territory or Santa Maria College. College was closer. Without delay, he moved to Lake Belland's edge. He knelt, splashed the cold water on his face, and jolted his senses awake. He scrubbed away the dirt clinging to his skin and hair. He whispered to himself to keep the momentum going and head straight for Santa Maria. Then, voices. Rough. Across the lake. One man shouted, demanding to know if they thought he was dead. Moon turned sharply. On the far side stood 3 men and a girl. The men wore mismatched cloaks, visible weapons, and the kind of swagger that screamed bandits. The leader, wearing a red cloak and a scar over one eye, smirked confidently. A braid dangled from his shoulder. His 2 flanks, one with a red ribbon over his eye, the other bald and built like a boulder, stood beside him. The bald one carried a sword the size of a door. In front of them stood a girl, young, calm, and composed. A burgundy cloak draped over her shoulders. A basket of vegetables in one hand. A wand in the other. She looked like she'd just returned from the market. She declared that she was an adventurer and asked if they were ready to face the consequences. The scarred man scoffed and said that while she might be a magician, she was alone. No backup. No muscle. As he taunted her, she quietly stepped back. Her grip on the wand tightened. She was calculating, not afraid. She pointed out how bold it was to rob people in broad daylight and asked if they weren't worried a hero might show up. The scarred man laughed and said that no hero was coming. They'd already scouted the area. He then proudly explained their process. The man in the white cloak raised his hand dramatically and said they made a plan in advance. The bald one added that they always cleared the work route. Then, in sync, they proclaimed that they identified the target and made sure everything was foolproof. That, they said, was professionalism. They looked smug. Too smug. The girl remained steady, still stepping back, wand in hand. The leader suddenly drew his sword. The blade gleamed in the morning sun. He warned her not to move again, saying he knew she was trying to gain casting distance. One more step, and he'd slice her wand hand off. She froze, gripped tight on the wand. The leader flicked his fangs and mocked the idea of a hero. He told her no one was coming. They had made sure of it. Then, a splash. A figure shot across the lake like a dart. Messy blonde hair, tattered clothes, but a posture full of reckless purpose. Moon had arrived. He shouted across the water, telling the bandits to back off. Water streamed down his arms as he scrambled ashore, chest heaving and hands planted on his hips. His arrival startled the 3 men. The 2 subordinates yelped and ducked behind their leader. The one in white squinted and pointed out that he recognized the hair and clothes. He exclaimed that it was the blonde mermaid. The bald one corrected him irritably, saying that it was clearly a guy. Moon stepped forward and called out the obvious. 3 against 1? If they were really so bold, he challenged them to try him instead. To his surprise, the scarred leader smirked and agreed without hesitation. Moon blinked, confused by how fast things had shifted. The leader waved his hand, signaling the girl was free to go. His 2 henchmen exchanged confused glances, not understanding the change in plan. But the girl didn't budge. She stayed where she was, silent under her hood. Moon grew nervous. He gestured to his ragged appearance, explaining he had nothing of value, not even spare change. He half-joked that he could get their contact info and wire money later as a gesture of goodwill. The scarred man laughed and calmly sheathed his blade. He said he wasn't interested in money. With a dark glint in his eye, he explained that Moon wasn't just some wanderer. He was a rarity. Then he declared that he had changed his mind. He ordered his men to capture him instead. His henchmen hesitated for half a second before moving in. Moon's eyes went wide with panic. This was not how it was supposed to go. He turned and ran, yelling that he was only trying to help, demanding to know why this was happening to him. The 3 men gave chase, their laughter echoing through the field. Behind them, still and silent, the girl watched. Her grip on the wand in her hand tightened. Then she closed her eyes, whispering a chant under her breath. She called upon the spirits of fire. Red sparks crackled around her wand as the air shimmered. Then, without warning, flames exploded outward in a roaring wave, consuming the field ahead. A deafening boom followed. The bandits' laughter turned to screams. Moon skidded to a stop at the lake's edge and turned around. His eyes went wide at the sight of a wall of fire lighting up the landscape behind him. Heat brushed his face as awe set in. The girl stepped calmly forward and announced that the bandits had been dealt with. She called out to him, referring to him cheekily as Mr. Mermaid. Moon blinked, surprised by the nickname, and the fact she had just saved him. She nodded and thanked him, saying his interference gave her the opening she needed. Moon scratched the back of his head, flustered by the praise. He said there was no need to thank him. Her magic had been incredible. She looked at him curiously and asked if wandering the wilderness dressed like that was a city dweller's hobby. Moon froze, realizing how ridiculous he looked. His clothes were torn, soaked, barely holding together. He stammered that it wasn't like that, he hadn't had time to change before escaping. Trying to shift the mood, he smiled and introduced himself. He said his name was Moon and that he was currently between jobs. The girl replied evenly. She was Aluka, a former adventurer now trying to learn how to be a good wife. Moon raised an eyebrow and asked if she was married. She smiled gently and touched her cheeks, clearly pleased. She said she had just gotten married last night. A ring sparkled on her hand. Moon nodded cheerfully and wished her and her husband a wonderful life, full of happiness and warmth. Aluka looked surprised at first, but then gave him a genuine smile. Then, an audible growl from Moon's stomach. Silence followed for a beat. Aluka raised an eyebrow and asked if he was hungry. Moon laughed awkwardly, rubbing his head, and admitted he hadn't eaten in 2 days. He'd been running for his life. Before he could finish, Aluka told him to come with her. She said she had food and was heading home to cook anyway. He'd catch a cold in those clothes. And her husband had extras in his size he could borrow. Moon's eyes lit up. He asked if she really meant it, clothes and a meal? Aluka smiled gently, saying they were just old clothes. He shouldn't expect much. Moon clasped his hands together, overwhelmed with gratitude. He called her a treasure among people, a guardian angel, a noble soul. Aluka laughed and replied that flattery might earn him a second helping. Maybe. As they walked through the rain together, Moon looked up at the sky and whispered that maybe, just maybe, things were finally starting to turn around. Moon, curious about Aluka's presence in such a remote area, asked her why she was out here so soon after getting married. He couldn't understand why she wasn't at home with her husband, especially given the risk of encountering bandits. Aluka explained that she was simply running errands in town, tasks related to her husband's work, as well as picking up groceries. Since both of them had been adventurers, she and Rod had recently decided to retire from that life after getting married. She mentioned needing to report the decision to the guild, as remaining inactive too long could lead to them being marked as deceased. With the subject shifting to dinner, she suggested they have fish. Moon immediately brightened at the idea, revealing that fish was his favorite. But in the midst of that warm moment, something strange happened. A soft, chilling whisper reached his ear, just barely audible, carrying words that unsettled him. He froze and looked around, but there was no one. When he mentioned it to Aluka, she seemed genuinely unaware, claiming she hadn't heard anything at all. Moon tried to brush it off as a trick of hunger and fatigue. They soon reached the village, and Moon was surprised by the size of the house Aluka led him to. It was far more spacious than he expected for a young couple. Aluka clarified with a gentle smile that the house wasn't theirs. It belonged to the village chief. She and Rod were only staying there temporarily. That lingering unease pushed Moon to ask another question. The village was eerily quiet. There hadn't been a single person on the road, and every home they passed had its door left wide open. He asked if no one was concerned about thieves or intruders. Aluka paused, lowering her gaze for a moment, before offering an explanation. The silence, she said, was because the entire village was currently occupied. A nearby lake, Lake Beeple, just 5 li from the village, was the key to their livelihood. The soil here was too poor for farming, so the villagers depended entirely on the autumn fish harvest. The fish they caught were sold to nobles, and the profits from that single season were enough to sustain the village through the year. She explained that Rod, her husband, now used his adventuring skills to escort the fishing parties and transport the catch to the city, a journey that took several days. While he was away, she remained behind to manage the village in his absence. Moon now understood the silence and the open doors. Everyone was out working. It was hard, demanding labor, but it made sense. Yet even as that explanation settled his curiosity, the whisper returned. This time, it came with a presence. Cold, intimate, and closer than before. He turned again, certain someone or something was there, but once more saw nothing. Doubt crept into him. Was this just imagination, or was something else at play? Inside the chief's house, Aluka handed him a clean set of clothes and a cup of boiled water. She mentioned there was water outside if he wanted to bathe and that dinner would be ready soon. Moon, still cautious from past experiences, examined the water carefully before drinking. He checked for any unusual residue or scent and even tested a bit on his skin. There was no sign of poison, it was just water, plain and safe. Everything Aluka said and did fit together logically, yet something still felt wrong, even if he couldn't say what. When dinner was served, Moon ate the fish eagerly and complimented Aluka's cooking. He compared it favorably to meals prepared by his maid at home, adding that Aluka would surely make a wonderful wife. Aluka responded modestly, brushing off the compliment as too generous for a simple meal. Still, she picked up on his mention of a maid and remarked that he clearly wasn't an ordinary traveler. Moon decided it was time to reveal who he was. He told her he belonged to the Campbell family, one of the Empire's great ducal houses. His full name was Moon Campbell, son of Duke Ronan Campbell. At present, he was a fugitive, being hunted for reasons he didn't yet want to share. He asked if she could help him, using her guild status to secure a horse or carriage and deliver a letter to his family. Aluka was amused at the request and joked that she'd expected something far grander, perhaps even a demand for a fortune to reclaim a noble title. Moon responded with complete seriousness, offering her 20,000 emeralds once the task was done. She teased again, questioning if he planned to name her Lady of Belrand too, but his expression never changed. He was sincere. He told her this was urgent and needed to be taken seriously. Aluka had already planned to let him stay the night. With beasts roaming the forests at night, it was too dangerous to travel after dark. She told him she'd show him to his room shortly. Before she left him to rest, she issued a strict warning. He was not to wander the house, and under no circumstances was he to open any doors. Especially not the last door at the end of the hallway. Behind it, she said, were freshly butchered animals hanging to dry. If that door were opened now, the scent of blood would fill the house and possibly attract predators. She also noted that the other rooms weren't hers to enter, so she expected the same respect from him. Moon gave his word that he wouldn't go exploring. She wished him good night and left, but once she turned away, her demeanor changed entirely. Her pleasant expression vanished, replaced by something far colder. In a low voice, she muttered that it was unfortunate he wouldn't live to see tomorrow. As she walked away, a red sigil began to emerge across her chest, glowing faintly beneath her clothing, like ink drawn by fire. She continued muttering softly, almost reverently, repeating that alive, the young master meant something, but dead, he would be nothing. She added one final, chilling phrase. He would be the last offering to the goddess of love. Elsewhere, Anne was on the move. She had been tracking Moon for some time and now had proof the trail was still fresh. A scrap of cloth caught on a branch still carried the scent of its owner. That scent belonged to the young master. Anne noted how far the boy had run, but didn't seem impressed. Escape was impossible. This hunt was already over. The target simply didn't know it yet. Back in the village, inside the chief's house, Moon had finally drifted into a deep sleep, unaware that every move he'd made had already been accounted for. Every choice had led him exactly where someone wanted him to be. Unaware that the next day might never come. In the dead of night, Moon woke suddenly, his bladder protesting the amount of water he'd drunk earlier. As he sat up, a sharp barking sound reached his ears from outside. For a moment, he wondered if Aluka kept a dog, though he didn't recall seeing one during the day. Curious, he stood and started to check. Before he could take more than a few steps, a voice behind him made him freeze. Aluka was there, asking why he was up so late. He explained that he had just woken with the urge to use the toilet. She acknowledged it casually, then responded to his question about the barking by claiming it was indeed her dog. According to her, it was the most handsome and well-behaved dog in the world, likely barking tonight because of hunger. Relieved that he hadn't imagined the sound, Moon said that he had always loved dogs and had dreamed of owning one for years. He asked if he could see it. Aluka turned him down gently, saying that her dog was shy around strangers and preferred staying hidden in its room. Accepting the explanation, Moon made his way toward the toilet. As he left, she reminded him not to mix up the doors. The toilet was right next to the well. Once he was out of her sight, her demeanor changed entirely. Her expression sharpened, her eyes cold and unreadable. At the toilet, Moon wrinkled his nose. The stench was intense, overpowering. He couldn't help but wonder if this place had ever been cleaned. Then the barking came again, louder this time, and from just ahead. The sound drew his attention to a nearby window, where he assumed the dog must be kept. Driven by curiosity, he edged closer, peering through a narrow gap. He expected to glimpse fur or paws, perhaps even a tail wagging. but what he saw instead made his blood run cold. Aluka was inside, speaking sweetly to someone kneeling on the floor. She told the person to eat up and stop barking. She added that Moon was still useful and urged him to endure a little longer. She would let him out tomorrow. The man she spoke to was chained, his eyes vacant and hollow. His posture was limp, more animal than human. Moon stepped back instinctively, horrified, but a twig cracked beneath his foot. Aluka's voice rang out sharply, demanding to know who was there. She opened the window with a jolt but found no one. It seemed she believed it had been her imagination. In truth, Moon had silently leapt above the window frame, heart pounding as he watched her from the shadows. She had appeared so gentle, so harmless, yet here she was feeding a man like a dog. And not just any man. The face was identical to the photo displayed in the hallway. This was her husband. He realized then how much danger he was in. Escaping from one obsessive captor only to land in the grasp of another, even more unhinged. The village's silence now took on a more sinister meaning. Everything felt wrong. The way Aluka spoke, the whispers in the dark, the god of love she mentioned. Staying here was no longer an option. Without hesitation, Moon activated Shadow's step and vanished from the house, slipping into the night. Back inside, Aluka walked calmly to his room and knocked softly, asking if he was there. When there was no response, she pushed the door open and found it empty. A surge of power rippled through her. She punched the nearby cabinet, shattering it into splinters. Anger flared. She cursed, wondering when he had figured things out. Before she could act further, another knock came at the door. Her expression narrowed. Could it be him returning? She opened the door with hope, but froze. Standing there was someone unexpected. She quickly recovered and smiled, greeting the visitor warmly. Inside, Anne, dressed in a maid outfit, was addressed as Master, and Aluka commented on the choice of attire, calling it adorable. Anne explained that she had left the estate in a hurry and hadn't had time to change. She also questioned why Aluka referred to her as Master, insisting she had never taught her anything. Aluka responded enthusiastically. She said that it was those very words from Anne that had given her the courage to become her true self. Because of her, she dared to confess to her beloved Rod. Aluka then brightened, asking if Anne would like to see the result of her efforts. Anne agreed to wait, but her nose twitched. There was a faint trace of Moon's scent lingering in the air, mixed with something darker, blood. Soon, Aluka returned, leading a man by a chain. Anne raised an eyebrow at the sight. Aluka introduced him proudly as her beloved husband, telling Rod to say hello. The man gave a low, submissive bark and blinked up at them. Anne chuckled at the scene, commenting that apparently some couples lived like this. Aluka dismissed the remark modestly, saying that compared to her guest, she still had a long way to go. She claimed that her guest would have already made her lover submit fully, both body and soul. But Anne didn't take the praise lightly. She admitted that it was her own carelessness that had allowed her young master to escape. The words clicked in Aluka's mind, and she asked if her guest's lover was Mr. Moon. Realizing the connection, Anne's expression shifted. She asked where he was now. Aluka confirmed that Moon had been here earlier. She led her guest to the room he had stayed in and explained that she had found him on the road that afternoon, dressed in rags. Out of pity, she had let him stay. But earlier in the night, she had heard a noise and discovered the room empty. Moon had been gone for less than 2 hours, she added quickly. Reassuring N, she mentioned that she had learned a hunter's tracking spell, one that could reveal footprints even at night. She was confident that if they left immediately, they could still catch him. As she began preparing the spell, she issued a final warning. She told Anne not to wander around, as the house didn't belong to her, and certain rooms were better left unopened. It was safest to remain right where she was. Anne agreed without protest and said she would wait. Once Aluka had left the room, Anne lay down on the bed Moon had used earlier, clutching the pillow tightly to her chest. She whispered to herself, addressing the boy who had fled. She questioned whether he truly despised her that much, to have crossed 3 cities just to escape her. The scent on the pillow still lingered, and the weight of his absence hung over her like a curse. Then, from the corner of the room, a low sound caught her attention. Aluka's husband, Rod, was still there, slumped in the shadows like a forgotten relic. A faint cry escaped him, as if his broken mind was briefly resurfacing. He mumbled, trembling, repeating that everything was gone. His voice shook with fear and something deeper. awareness clawing its way back to the surface. Anne hurried to his side, asking if he was all right. Rod's grip tightened around her hand with sudden intensity. His voice rasped a warning. She needed to leave. Now. And under no circumstances was she to go near the last room. His gaze then drifted into emptiness again, as if whatever sanity had returned was now lost once more. Anne felt her stomach twist. The way he'd spoken made it clear. This place was far more dangerous than it appeared. She knew she had no time to waste. Driven by instinct and dread, she made her way through the hall, stopping before the final door. It was locked. With a simple incantation, she cast a spell that forced it open. The wood splintered beneath the power, and the door swung inward with a low creak. A stench of blood surged out like a living thing, choking the air. The moment she stepped inside, her body went rigid. Scattered across the room were corpses, villagers butchered and discarded like livestock. Their lifeless forms were sprawled in various states of decay. And at the center, nailed to a cross, hung a woman. Anne recognized her instantly. It was Dia, once a fellow adventurer in Aluka's party. A freezing shiver climbed Anne's spine. Could this all have been Aluka's doing? The thought twisted through her like ice. Then a voice spoke behind her. Aluka was there, her expression calm, her voice low and oddly affectionate. She said she'd been found out, but insisted that it was fine. She claimed that the two of them were the same kind, that Anne would come to understand her. She spoke of love, twisted and obsessive, saying that her feelings were real. She professed her devotion openly, declaring that she loved Anne. Anne's response was cold. She said Aluka had been corrupted by the evil god. But Aluka laughed behind her hands and then burst into unhinged laughter, eyes shining with fervor. She accused Anne of blasphemy, saying it was wrong to speak that way of the god of love. With manic intensity, she explained that the god had shown her kindness, had granted her power to fulfill her deepest wish, to love everyone completely. When Anne pressed her, asking what price had been paid for such a blessing, Aluka's reply was chilling. There had been no price. The god had asked for nothing, only that she embrace her true self. She insisted again that they were alike, but she added that her devotion was still incomplete. One final person remained. One last offering. She smiled sweetly and asked Anne to accept her love. Anne's gaze hardened. She said that Aluka was too far gone. Without hesitation, Aluka raised her weapon. Her voice was disturbingly gentle as she promised to be merciful, to cut Anne's throat softly so that it wouldn't hurt. But Anne moved first. She released the iron prison, a binding technique, and in one fluid motion summoned her dagger, striking Aluka's throat with practiced precision. Blood splattered across the walls as Aluka dropped to her knees, hands trembling. Anne spoke softly, an apology laced with sorrow. She said she couldn't allow Aluka to harm anyone else. Aluka's voice trembled as she stared up at her. She didn't understand. She said she had only given love. She insisted she hadn't hurt anyone. She only loved them. Anne snapped back that it wasn't love. Aluka seemed to falter. She asked what it was then, if not love. She claimed that taking everything from the ones she loved was exactly what love meant. Wasn't that what Anne had taught her? Anne could only whisper another apology. The truth weighed heavily on her. The evil god's influence had warped Aluka's mind, twisted her beliefs until love became a weapon. Somewhere in that transformation, Anne knew her own carelessness had played a part. Aluka's madness was, in part, her doing. She promised that once she found Moon again, she would return and give Aluka the burial she deserved. Then, a voice echoed through the chamber, low and slow, repeating the same phrase again and again. I love you. Blood seeped from the floor, pooling unnaturally, swirling as if alive. The air thickened. From that crimson pool, something began to form. Something monstrous, ancient, and divine. Anne recognized it immediately. The god's true body had arrived. Meanwhile, Moon was still running. His breath ragged, legs aching. After what felt like hours, he finally slowed, believing he had put enough distance between himself and that cursed village. He thought it was safe. He allowed himself a moment to rest. But before he could even catch his breath, a figure hurtled toward him with impossible speed. The impact shattered the trees nearby, leaving a smoking crater in the forest floor. Moon froze, stunned. It felt like a meteor had struck the earth. As the dust began to settle, a familiar figure emerged, battered, bleeding, but unmistakably alive. Anne stood before him, her expression tight with urgency. She said she'd finally found him, confirming that he had really come this far. Moon rushed forward, asking how she'd gotten hurt, what had happened, who she'd fought. He asked if she could still stand. Anne didn't answer those questions. Her focus was sharp. She warned him that there was no time, he needed to run. She would handle what came next, and then, it came. The presence was suffocating. A towering figure emerged from the shadows, its form shifting between flesh and something far worse. A voice called out sweetly, filled with madness. It was Aluka. Or what remained of her. Now fully consumed by the god, she had become something monstrous. An avatar of love twisted into horror. Her voice rang out across the clearing, searching. She asked where her master was. She said she loved them. And as she stepped forward, eyes glowing and inhuman, she called to Moon directly. She told him to come. She asked him to accept her love. And she promised that they would become one. He stared up at the pulsing mass sprawled across the ceiling, an obscene, blood-red tangle of tendons, veins, and twitching eyes. The thing writhed like something half-formed and wholly wrong. He voiced his confusion aloud, wanting to know what exactly he was looking at. In response, the fleshy blossom peeled open, revealing a grotesque maw of blinking eyes and quivering muscle. A voice oozed from within, syrupy and bright with madness. It greeted Mr. Moon warmly, saying it recognized him, and added, almost as an afterthought, that it loved him too. The thing stirred as if delighted by his presence. A sudden rain of scarlet limbs hurled down like spears. Moon staggered back, heart pounding, breath torn from his lungs. He fled into the open night, only one name rising to his mind, Aluka. Then, from the side, a blur of motion. Anne surged into view. She shouted for the young master to take cover, flung an arm around his waist, and yanked him aside just as a shockwave of crimson energy tore the ground where they'd been standing moments before. The impact sent them tumbling, grit grinding beneath her boots as heat licked her back. A sharp sting bloomed along her calf. Flying debris had sliced her. He forced himself upright, cursing under his breath. Of course there had been something wrong with Aluka. He hissed that it hurt. The maid steadied him and he said her name, Anne. He pointed down, warning her that his feet were bleeding. She drew a breath and insisted she was fine. She stepped ahead of him, eyes hard. She said she would stop the enemy here and that the young master must escape, immediately. He began to object, but she cut him off, promising she would finish the battle and return to his side, bringing him safely back to the Duke's mansion when it was over. The forest ahead rippled as if something massive breathed through it. The darkness burst open in a tide of living red. A voice emerged from the crimson swell, purring that it had found its master again in Mr. Moon. The monstrous form expanded, tendrils rearing high as if eager for an embrace. It murmured that the timing was perfect. Then it screamed, demanding that they accept its love together. Anne stood firm, exhaling through clenched teeth as silvered shadow pooled at her feet. Moon thought that his shadow step had reached 200% and vowed to unleash his full firepower. The world blurred as the attack rushed at them. Moon dashed behind her, reaching out and pulling her away just before another bladed limb could reach her. Mid-dash, she turned her head and asked why he had come back. His voice was tight, his answer sharp. He said she couldn't lie. If she truly could defeat the monster, she would have already done so. The fact that she told him to run proved she had doubts. As another wave of red slammed down around them, he planted his feet and swept her into his arms. He told her plainly that even if she'd wronged him in the past, she was still his maid, and he wasn't about to stand by and watch her die. With a grim spark in his eyes, he added that, when it came to running away, he was a professional. He turned and burst into motion. Anne held tightly in his arms. Red spears sliced the air behind them, missing by inches. The ground erupted in jagged waves as the two of them wove through the chaos, darting through collapsing trees and fractured stone. Breathless, the sound of his breathing cracked and uneven. He gasped out fragments of words, trying to speak between wheezing chuckles. Anne caught his arm to steady him and called him young master. He met her gaze and told her they were almost safe. Just a little farther. But then, from over the next ridge, the crimson horror rose again. It screamed that they must accept its love, bellowing once more that it loved them. Moon pulled Anne close and instructed her to hold on and not let go. She stiffened, alarmed by his sudden tone, and questioned his intent, but before she could say more, he took off running and dove forward. They hit the water hard. Submerged beneath the surface, he watched the scarlet tide churn along the shoreline above. His mind raced. If his instincts were correct, the creature's body couldn't maintain cohesion underwater. That ability, it came with a weakness. He scanned the writhing form at the water's edge. Just as he suspected, it was unraveling, its shape no longer stable. He glanced at Anne beside him. She was struggling. His eyes narrowed with confusion. She couldn't swim. Without hesitation, he wrapped an arm around her. He hadn't expected things to go sideways now, but there was no helping it. He pulled her closer and pressed his mouth to hers, sharing his breath to keep her afloat. The two of them clung together in the blue stillness beneath the surface while the monster above slowly fell apart, unable to hold its form. On the shore, the creature's eyes scanned the water. It muttered that the scent of blood had vanished. It wailed that its love was so pure. Why wouldn't they accept it? Its voice cracked with grief. It screamed the question again. Why? Then, slowly, the massive form calmed. Thorns twitched like dying nerves. It whispered that perhaps it didn't matter anymore. Just one last offering remained. A sacrifice to the god of love. And though it admitted it was reluctant, it promised to go through with it. Its voice softened into a croon as it spoke to the pair beneath the waves. It told them to wait, to be patient. It would return. And when it did, it vowed, it would become a true god. And then they would have no choice but to accept its love. Moon tore a sleeve from his own clothes and crouched at Anne's side, saying that it might hurt a bit and asking her to bear with it. Anne nodded, but when the cloth pressed against her wound, a soft sound escaped her lips. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand, embarrassed to let him hear. Moon then said that this should hold, finally lifting his gaze. He explained that her Achilles tendon needed proper treatment once they returned, but for now at least the bleeding had stopped. Anne lowered her eyes, her thoughts tangled. The wound itself was not what troubled her most. She hesitated, then spoke softly, addressing him as young master, confessing that she did not understand. Moon tilted his head, curious, asking what it was she did not understand. Her expression faltered before she forced herself to look into his eyes. She admitted that she had imprisoned him, that she had tried to possess him, and she assumed he must truly dislike her. She said that back then he could have left her behind. Her words carried both guilt and fear. Moon regarded her calmly and asked if she finally realized she was wrong. Anne's lips trembled, and she lowered her head. She admitted that she had been wrong, that she had let Aluka fall into darkness, and with him she had gone too far. She confessed that her behavior had almost cost him his life, and pleaded with him not to blame her. Covering her face with her hands, she could not meet his eyes. Moon sighed and reached forward, gently taking her hands away. He told her honestly that what she had done was unreasonable, but that love itself was not wrong. He explained that it had only been expressed in the wrong way, and since she now understood that, she should correct it. He reminded her that her intent was not to hurt him, only to keep him close. Guiding her hands to his cheeks, he smiled brightly and told her to look at him, to see that he was fine, and warned her that in the future she must not be so stubborn anymore. Anne's eyes widened, her breath caught. She could hardly believe the warmth in his words. Her lips parted as she softly said his name. Meanwhile, Moon was secretly congratulating himself, thinking proudly that he really was too smart, certain that she believed him, and that this would reset the strange attributes in her. But his thoughts cut short when a gentle touch brushed his lips. Anne had leaned forward, closing the space between them with a kiss full of raw emotion. He whispered in confusion, questioning her, but Anne only rested her head against his shoulder, closing her eyes and breathing deeply, as if releasing the weight she had carried for years. She said that he was still the same as 10 years ago, and that trying to change him had been the most foolish thing she had ever done. Slowly she straightened, determination flashing in her eyes. She declared that she had recovered, and that for him, even if it were a deity, she would cut it down. Yet as she took a step forward, pain surged through her legs. She faltered with a small cry, her balance giving out. Moon exclaimed for her to be careful as he caught her, steadying her before she collapsed. He let her lean gently against him, frowning at her weakness. He told her she had lost too much blood and must not push herself. Then he rose and walked to the cave entrance, peeking cautiously outside. After a quiet exhale, he said that for now it was clear that they were safe. Turning back to her, he asked softly if she had just said that Aluka was an evil follower. Anne shook her head and corrected him, saying that it was not just a follower but, to be precise, an evil god. Moon blinked in surprise, repeating the words, "Evil god?" Anne explained in a serious tone that Aluka's condition was similar to her own, but with a difference. Those chosen by gods received their power as a gift, while evil followers traded with evil gods, paying a terrible price in return. She said she could feel it. Aluka's transformation, her strength. She was no longer just a follower. She had become something worse, a monster wrapped in blood and bound hands, the unmistakable mark of an evil god's control. Moon rubbed his chin, mind turning. The term, evil gods, was not unfamiliar. In the histories, the three great disasters and humanity's near extinction had always borne their shadow. Even the prophesied demon god that could end the world was counted among them. Suddenly, Moon's eyes widened as pieces clicked together. Anne asked him what was wrong, if he had thought of something. Moon sat beside her and said firmly that Aluka killing her village and transforming like that was not just a deal. He explained that her god intended to descend into the world through her, and that the sacrificial ritual required one final person. Anne's face tightened at the realization. She turned suddenly, gripping Moon's hand, and said that if he was right, then the conditions were already met. Moon froze, demanding to know what she meant. She answered that the wilderness had no one left alive besides them, except for one. The last person alive in that village. Aluka's husband. Moon helped Anne to her feet. Her tone carrying urgency, she said that if the god descended, it would need time to adapt to Aluka's body, and that was their only chance to strike before that moment passed. She declared that they must kill it, insisting it was her responsibility and that she could not let him join her. Moon frowned and asked why not. Anne answered that it had nothing to do with him, that he did not need to risk his life for her. Moon sighed quietly and asked who had said it had nothing to do with him. He told her he was not doing this for her. With a rueful smile, he explained that he still owed Aluka. Back then, she had given him food and shelter, even chased off bandits for him. He remembered her kindness as real, her smile unforgettable. If she was lost now, then he would see her off properly, as her friend. That was his choice. Anne trembled, clutching his clothes tightly, her voice edged with tears as she insisted he did not understand. She confessed that she could not even use her magic fully here. Without iron, without tools, even she could not guarantee victory against Aluka's power. If he was hurt again, she said she would never forgive herself. Moon stayed silent, watching her, until something glimmered faintly on the ground, a silver coin. He followed its trail deeper into the cave and called out to her, telling her to come this way. Anne tilted her head in confusion and called after him, but Moon raised a hand and whispered a lighting spell. A sphere of light bloomed, pushing back the shadows, and there in the depths lay rows of old treasure chests. Anne gasped softly, covering her mouth. Moon chuckled, saying that this explained the blade marks at the cave entrance. Bandits or thieves must have stashed their loot there. He lifted a sword, testing its weight before strapping it to his waist, remarking that it was not as sharp as his dagger but would do. Behind him, Anne raised her hands. The coins and blades melted under her magic, reshaping into massive wings of iron at her back. She stood straighter, her aura steadier, declaring that she was ready. Moon nodded, meeting her determined gaze with his own. He answered simply and firmly that it was good, and that they should go. With Anne's help, Moon stood atop a towering iron pillar she had conjured, the height giving him a clear vantage point over the chaos. Below, Aluka moved through the forest like a storm made flesh. Her voice drifted on the wind, soft yet haunting, calling out for Rod and confessing her love for him with an eerie tenderness. Moon stayed silent, watching her movements with clenched jaw. Anne had been right. Aluka wasn't just powerful, she was still evolving, her size now 10 times greater than before. This was no longer a corrupted follower but the looming shadow of an evil god. Moon shut his eyes and dragged a hand down his face, muttering to himself that he should not have tried to act cool earlier. Evil god, he reminded himself grimly. And here he was, standing on a pillar as though it were a stage. He exhaled slowly, forcing calm back into his chest. He reminded himself why he had come. With Anne, running would leave her to die. Straightening, he brushed his bangs aside, narrowed his eyes at the devastation below, and steadied his voice. He told himself that whatever Aluka had become, evil god, corrupted lover, tonight it would end. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted her name. The monstrous figure froze, then turned. Recognition sparked in her eyes, and she said with a feral smile that it was Mr. Moon. asking if he had finally come to accept her love. Moon lowered his head, chuckled softly, and curved his lips into a sly grin as if everything were already written. He told her he would never accept her love, because he was a paratrooper. With that bizarre declaration, he leaned forward and jumped. The iron pillar shrank above him as the air roared past his ears. Mid-fall, he shouted that Paratrooper 1, Moon Campbell, was ready. Aluka tilted her monstrous head, confused. She opened her jaws and unleashed a flood of blood, surging upward like a tidal wave to catch him, while she lunged forward, arms wide, eyes glowing with feverish adoration as she cried his name. But Moon's smile only deepened, not with fear but with confidence. He thought to himself that she was coming, just as he had expected. Because before this dive, he and Anne had prepared. Their goal was not to kill her and not to awaken her either. What they needed was to find the source of the contamination. The object binding the evil god to her. A ring, a necklace, some kind of charm. It had to be close, for power never appeared from nowhere, not even for gods. Anne had frowned earlier, puzzled, as Moon explained their plan. She was to suppress Aluka with her power while he searched for the source. 10 minutes, he told her. If he could not find it, they would retreat. Anne had hesitated, admitting that even with more iron she might not be able to hold Aluka down. But Moon had reassured her with a smile, telling her not to worry, that he would draw Aluka's attention and lower her guard. When the moment came, she only needed to strike and seize the opening. They landed in a clearing where the forest hushed as if holding its breath. Anne set Moon down carefully, her voice trembling as she said absolutely not. Aluka might not yet be fully sacrificed, but she was still an evil god, and if someone had to take the risk it should be her. Moon's reply was calm yet firm. He told her that he knew how dangerous Aluka was, but there was no one else. He admitted he could not fight, and that made him the bait. She, on the other hand, was his greatest strength, the finest maid their family had ever known. If there was anyone he could entrust his back to, it was her. Anne's eyes widened, his words striking her more deeply than she expected. For a moment, her breath caught. By then, Moon was already falling. Blood surged from Aluka, countless crimson arms stretching upward to seize him. His voice cut through the night as he called Anne's name. At once, the towering pillar of iron dissolved into waves of magical energy. From its core, Anne emerged, eyes shut, awaiting his command. Now awakened, she spread her hands, and the silver tide around her split into hundreds of glowing short swords. With a sweep of her arm, they streaked forward like missiles, their brilliance slicing the forest air. Aluka snarled and summoned spikes of blood to shield herself, but the blades struck too quickly. Steel clashed against crimson, piercing through her defenses with explosive force. Holes tore open across her monstrous body, her twisted smile faltering for the first time. Anne was already there, blade in hand, her speed cutting through the night like lightning. Aluka tried to raise another wall of blood, but it was too late. Anne's sword plunged deep into her body. Blood spilled from Aluka's lips, yet her expression softened as she asked, voice trembling, if her master had truly returned. Anne's gaze was steady as she answered calmly that she had come back, to save her. She tightened her grip on the sword and summoned a gleaming silver spear in her other hand. For the first time, her heart carried no hesitation. Her choice was made. A gaping hole split open in Aluka's chest, where a new body of blood began to take shape, spikes jutting outward like crimson vines ready to strike. With a casual wave of her hand, she sent the bloody appendages lunging toward Anne, her smile twisting into something almost playful as she whispered that she loved her, even as the attacks rained down. Anne braced herself, tightening her grip on her magic. She called for Silver to obey her command. Energy surged through her right hand, forming a massive spear. Locking her gaze on Aluka, she found her opening and hurled it with all her strength. The spear ripped through the air and struck its mark. Hovering below, Anne shielded her eyes, straining to read the damage. For a heartbeat there was silence. Then Aluka's voice drifted down, steady, mocking, and cruel. She declared that Silver might be the bane of spirits and demons, but against her it was useless, because she was a god. The silver spear dissolved instantly, consumed by Aluka's blood, leaving Anne's face taut, her expression unreadable. Before Aluka could continue, a sharp voice cut through the air. Moon cried out a dramatic attack name, unleashing what he called his super lightning whirlwind slash. Aluka's eyes widened as he dropped from above, sword raised high. In a flash, his blade carved across her shoulder, tearing a deep wound and drawing a flood of blood. Landing lightly, Moon allowed himself a faint grin. But Aluka turned on him immediately, snarling that she had caught him. Anne realized the danger and threw out her hand, calling upon her iron defense. Her magic streaked forward, forming a thin shield between Moon and Aluka's assault. Even so, his body was hurled like a ragdoll, crashing through earth and stone before skidding to a halt. Clutching his stomach, he forced out a cough and grimaced, muttering that this was the power of an evil god. Without Anne's intervention, he admitted, he would already be dead. Aluka raised her hand with eerie calm, blood gathering into a sphere so massive it rivaled her body. She said with amusement that she had noticed him all along, and she had been waiting. With chilling grace, she hurled the orb toward Moon like a missile in the night. Anne's heart sank, her cry breaking the air as she shouted for her young master. But Aluka's gaze cut sharply to her, and she whispered that she should not hinder her. Blood surged, twisting into a massive crimson hand, which swung at Anne as if swatting away a fly. The impact hurled her through the air. She buried her blade into the ground just to stop her tumble. Blood trickled from her lips, her head ringing as she whispered helplessly that she had failed. Aluka's brows furrowed as her gaze swept the forest. She muttered about cheap tricks, demanding to know where Moon was hidden. Anne's fury boiled over, her grip tightening on her sword as she shouted how dare Aluka hurt her beloved young master. She launched forward, silver steel clashing against Aluka's newly formed blood-red sickle. Perhaps it was that clash that stirred Moon. He groaned, trembling from a deep wound in his abdomen, sweat dripping from his face. Just as he thought he might collapse, a hand patted his shoulder gently, steadying him. A stranger knelt beside him, urging him to hold on, sliding a red potion to his lips and telling him to drink. Shock filled Moon's eyes when he turned to see who it was. He gasped that it was Aluka's husband. He thanked the man, calling him brother, admitting that without him he would have died. Moon's chest tightened as he asked what was happening. Rod's gaze was heavy as he said Miss Anne was holding Aluka back, but she would not last long. Moon clenched his fist, burning with questions. He asked why Aluka had become like this, insisting Rod should know. Rod confessed he did not know when she had fallen under the evil god's influence, but he knew it was his fault. If he had seen her pain earlier, perhaps none of this would have happened. He looked up with grim resolve, declaring that now her mind was consumed, and as her husband he must stop her no matter the cost. Moon placed a hand to his chest and said firmly that then they would fight together. Rod hesitated, but then recalled something. His eyes darkened as he explained that there was a mark on her chest, a sigil growing redder with every sacrifice of blood. That was where the evil god resided. Meanwhile, Aluka cried out, her voice raw with accusation, saying she wanted only love. Anne did not answer. She wrapped herself in iron wings, their feathers clanging as wicked arrows slammed against her shield. Aluka screamed that Mr. Moon and Rod were gone, that Anne was the final sacrifice, her beloved, and the ritual must be completed. But then a familiar voice cut through the chaos. Aluka looked down in surprise, seeing Rod with Moon at his side. Her expression flickered with delighted possessiveness as she purred that Rod had delivered exactly what she wanted. Anne saw them, pivoted, and lashed out. Swatting arrows aside, she conjured an iron scythe and raced for Moon. Aluka read her intent, throwing a gargantuan bloody fist to intercept. Anne gathered every last scrap of magic, forging a massive iron shield. For a heartbeat it worked. The fist slammed, the shield groaned, before shattering under the weight. The force pinned her into the earth as dust roared upward. Aluka drifted down in her human form, moving with the softness of a lover reunited. She crooned to Rod, her voice sweet, victorious, and deluded, promising a future where the god of love would undo everything so they could live together forever. But Rod's face shifted. For the first time, true sorrow and regret crossed his features, along with terrible resolve. With tears breaking free, he whispered that it was his fault. Then, in a move that shattered the moment, Rod seized Aluka's hand, raised his sword, and plunged it into her chest. The world seemed to hold its breath. Aluka had not expected this betrayal. While hiding, Rod had whispered a plan to Moon, a dangerous strategy to exploit the uneven reach of Aluka's blood-formed body. After calm explanation, Moon had nodded, smearing soil on his face to mimic blood, feigning weakness. He had declared that he would be the bait, insisting that if anything went wrong Rod should remember. they would only fall after him. He had vowed that when the sun rose tomorrow, both of them would still be alive. Rod had smiled knowingly, thanking him. Now, blood spilled from Aluka's lips as her monstrous form faltered. Rod shouted for Moon, ripping his sword free and stepping aside, opening the path. Moon flashed behind her, hand plunging into the wound, eyes widening as his fingers closed around something solid. He yanked it free, a small red statue, slick with blood. But Aluka roared, her fury shaking the forest. A blood blade formed in her hand, and she lunged. Moon barely had time to flinch before Rod moved, shielding him. The blade pierced Rod clean through. Moon froze in horror as Rod's blood sprayed. Aluka's rage faltered. Her eyes blinked clear, as though waking from a nightmare. She cried out his name in anguish. Rod's body trembled, but he forced a smile. Clutching the blade in his chest, he whispered that he had told her he would be with her until the end. Tears spilled down her cheeks. Her grief twisted into a roar that shook the forest. Blood exploded outward, swallowing her and Rod, rising into a towering crimson column. The gale was too strong. Moon was flung into a tree and dropped hard, coughing. He looked up in dread realization, muttering that destroying the token had only made her stronger, that the ritual was complete. The blood column pulsed, devouring everything around it. He spotted Anne unconscious, corruption curling toward her. With a shout, he forced himself up, his legs shaking, and unleashed his full shadow step, bolting like black lightning. He seized her hand, yanking her free, though the blood clung to his leg, dragging him back. A monstrous shape rose, jaws gaping to swallow them whole. Desperation surged. Moon's last thought was raw and simple: gamble or die. He roared to the black book to save him. The blood engulfed them, then silence. When Moon opened his eyes, the air felt weightless, the ground impossibly smooth. He was back in the black book's space. His voice was shaky, half relief, half disbelief, as he asked if it had pulled him in, and if it had a way to save Anne. The book bobbed like a nod, then tilted, gesturing upward. Moon scratched his head in confusion when the book gestured upward. He muttered if it meant to look up, then raised his gaze, and froze. Above him, a colossal eye opened in the void. His breath caught. His heart thundered as he muttered a curse, stunned by the sheer presence pressing down on him. A sharp weight struck his mind, forcing him to squint, and red letters carved themselves across his thoughts. Lord of the Crimson Sun, incinerator of all. God of world's end. Destroyer of life. Bringer of the final apocalypse. King of Wither. He raised his hands to shield his face, emotion swirling, and nervously whispered that this was an evil god. Anger quickly replaced fear as he seized the floating tome and shook it furiously, demanding why it had introduced another apocalypse instead of showing him how to save Anne. Heat rippled outward as the King of Wither stirred. Every nerve in Moon's body went taut. The fiery eye fixed on him, and its deep, resonant voice filled the space, asking if he was human. Moon straightened instinctively and stammered a respectful yes, addressing it awkwardly as Mr. Wither, then correcting himself. He asked what the god wanted of him, offering to do anything he could. Before he could say more, the god's question slammed into him like lightning. Do you want power? Moon forced a nervous smile, admitting that anyone would want power, especially that kind. He glanced at the black book, silently demanding if this was truly its plan to save Anne. The book did not hesitate. It flipped through its pages, releasing one that glowed with purple-black energy. Moon's eyes widened, muttering in disbelief, fearing it might anger the god. The King of Wither studied the paper, flames trembling with displeasure, narrowing its eye with a low hiss. And then, unexpectedly, the god declared that the transaction was complete. Moon's eyes went wide in shock. Flames roared around him as the god continued, its voice steady and commanding. It said it could lend him its power freely, but asked if he could accept the power of an evil god. Moon had never encountered one directly, much less been offered such a gift. Yet Anne's face filled his mind, and he whispered that if it were not necessary he would never touch evil power. But did he truly have a choice? She was waiting for him, the woman he loved, the one who walked by his side every day, counting on him. Resolute, he opened his arms toward the blazing eye and declared boldly for the King of Wither to come, saying he feared no evil god. A low chuckle rumbled from the flames, swirling faster, until they formed a massive fiery palm that extended toward him. The voice warned that whether he could endure it remained to be seen. Moon froze briefly at the lack of guarantees. Then the palm touched him. Scorching heat engulfed him. His skin blackened as red streaks seared across his body, evidence of the god's overwhelming power flooding into him. Through clenched teeth, he whispered that this was the price of stealing from a god. Then he roared, charging upward through the inferno. The flames no longer burned him. They reshaped him. Pain became power, agony became resolve. From the forest below, the god of love watched as blue energy burst outward from the sea of crimson blood. Within it, Moon carried Anne, gently lowering her against a tree. Though unconscious, she was mercifully unharmed. He murmured for her to wait, promising he would return. Turning to face the god of love, his voice grew sharp, calm yet piercing. He accused it of being the fool who had led Aluka astray with endless deceit. The god of love revealed its true form, and its eyes widened upon sensing the king of Wither's power flowing through him. Moon's lips curved in a mocking smile. He asked if it was nervous now, taunting that a god should not tremble before a human. The god of love staggered in disbelief, realizing another god's essence burned within him. Moon's expression remained indifferent as he raised his hand, summoning a massive sphere of blue fire. With a shout, he invoked withered flame. The air split as countless eyes appeared within the fire, one massive eye rising from the inferno, its gaze cold enough to freeze the soul. He hurled the sphere, and it streaked across the forest before colliding with the divine figure in a thunderous explosion. The god of love's form twisted and warped, shrieking under the unbearable heat of the flames. Moon stood in awe, whispering that this was truly the power of the gods. But the silence broke with a low moan. The god of love was not finished. From the withering shell, Aluka lifted her head, her lips curving into a mysterious smile. She said she remembered him, Moon Campbell, and promised they would meet again. Then she vanished, leaving behind an eerie stillness. Moon froze, stunned by her words. He muttered nervously, hugging his head, pleading that the god must be joking, that he was not worth remembering. He insisted it should chase Ariel instead. But the god of love was gone. He exhaled, tension draining as he told himself that if it returned, he would borrow the withered king's power again, problem solved. Then he heard a familiar voice. Turning, he saw Anne rushing to him, tears streaming. She threw her arms around him, clinging tightly, whispering through sobs if he was okay. Her hand stroked his back, trembling. Moon gently embraced her, telling her that he was fine, that everything was over, the evil god dealt with. She blinked, asking softly if he had defeated it. He froze, scratching his cheek nervously. Though he knew the truth of the withered king's aid, he kept his expression steady. He told her they had found the core and destroyed it, crediting the victory to a joint effort between himself and Aluka's husband. He pointed to a massive pit nearby. As smoke thinned, Aluka's figure appeared. His tone softened as he said she still breathed, but not for long. They hurried. Anne covered her mouth, her heart breaking. Aluka noticed her approach, lips trembling as she whispered weakly if it was truly her master. Anne crouched beside her, answering gently that it was. Aluka blinked slowly, sensing the evil god's departure. She asked if it was truly over, and Anne assured her with steady eyes that it was. Relief shifted swiftly into sorrow as Aluka whispered apologies, confessing that she had deceived her. She spoke of Rod, how he had confessed but had chosen responsibility over love because Tia carried his child. Anne's chest ached at the story. But then Aluka revealed the devastating truth. That Tia's pregnancy had been a lie, exposed only through tragedy. Anne wept. Aluka's voice quivered as she whispered that love was fragile, so easily shattered by a single lie. She admitted she had wanted Rod's love so desperately that she lost everything. With trembling breath, she pleaded for her master to prove that love could still create something beautiful. Her body dissolved into drifting black particles, scattering into the sky. Golden rays of dawn touched them, as if even the sun sought to grant Aluka one final moment of warmth before she faded forever. Beneath the wide branches of an old tree, Moon and Anne quietly laid Aluka and Rod to rest. Anne straightened up and wiped her hands clean, saying softly that she was fine now. Moon placed the board upright on the small mound, took a step back, and rested his hands on his waist before murmuring that it was done. He said a quiet rest in peace. Before them, two small graves stood under the tree's green shade. Moon bent down, bowed slightly, and closed his eyes to offer a silent prayer. When he finished, he brushed the sweat from his forehead and sighed deeply. He said that it was finally wrapped up, then suggested they leave. Together, they turned and walked away. Behind them, sunlight filtered gently through the branches. As they followed the forest path, Moon noticed the change in Anne's expression. Her steps had slowed, her eyes distant. He asked what was wrong, pointing out that she'd been quiet since earlier. She admitted that she was still thinking about Aluka. She confessed that maybe her love for him had been wrong, selfish, even, but she hadn't been able to stop herself. She asked him if her love had truly been wrong. Moon tilted his head, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. He said that maybe it wasn't wrong, but perhaps what she had felt wasn't really love, it might have been possessiveness. Anne blinked at his words, trying to understand. She asked if he meant she had confused love with possessiveness. Moon gave a small shrug and a faint smile, saying that it was possible, though he wasn't sure himself. Anne lowered her gaze again, quietly mulling over what he said. He lifted a hand to block the sun and chuckled, commenting that the weather was actually nice that day. Then Anne seemed to remember something. She turned to him and said softly that back in the basement, he had mentioned he could date her like a normal couple, and since he'd said that, she wanted to know if they could start over. Moon blinked in surprise, raising a hand to pause her. He told her to wait, saying there was one question first. He asked if she planned to take him back to the Duke's mansion again. Anne hesitated before nodding shyly. She said she had grown up there and that it was her only home. She added nervously that she wasn't trying to become the mistress or anything. Her voice trembled as she said she would still serve him as his maid, but while doing so, she wanted to ask if she could. She stopped midway, her face flushing red. Then she asked quietly what he was doing, following his lead almost instinctively. Moon smiled faintly as he looked ahead at the road. He told her she didn't need to ask, they were going home. Inside, Moon couldn't help but feel a small swell of pride. Thinking back on the entire ordeal, including the chaos in the cave, he told himself that things were finally settled. He thought that he had even managed to convince Anne, the most obsessive person he'd ever met, to act normal again. He felt a smug sense of accomplishment and muttered in his mind that there would be no more incidents involving basements or dismemberment. This was his ending, he thought. Everything was finally fine. At least, that was what he believed. 2 days later, Moon's eyes slowly opened. The ceiling above him looked painfully familiar. His body felt drained, dark circles under his eyes hinting at restless sleep. He rubbed his temples and muttered that after they'd returned home and had dinner, he must have blacked out, and now, somehow, he was here again. He wondered aloud if he had triggered some strange time loop from the original story. Then came a metallic clink. Moon looked down to see metal cuffs, already unlocked, around his wrists. Anne's voice echoed softly through the heavy iron door, calling him young master. Moon froze instantly, whispering under his breath that this couldn't possibly be another basement episode. The large door creaked open, and Anne stepped inside, holding a neatly folded set of black clothes. Her tone was calm and sweet as she apologized for keeping him waiting. She explained that staying upstairs might have allowed the other maids to interrupt them, so she had brought him here instead. Moon frowned, clearly unimpressed, and asked if she really needed to do that just to talk. Anne unfolded the outfit, stepping back with a bashful grin. She told him that since he seemed to like this kind of style, she decided to try it on and asked what he thought. Moon blinked once, then twice, his mind freezing completely. Finally, with exaggerated enthusiasm, he gave a dramatic thumbs up and said it was perfect. 10 out of 10. Anne giggled, saying she was glad he liked it. Morning sunlight spilled over the Duke of Campbell's mansion, brushing softly against Anne's face. She stirred, feeling the warmth spread across her skin. She murmured that it was already morning, then sat up slowly, pulling the blanket close and running a hand through her messy hair. A frown crossed her face. She wondered aloud where he had gone. Without wasting another moment, she threw on her maid uniform and hurried out of the basement. A faint meowing sound drew Anne's attention. She followed it around the corner and froze. Near the living hall, Noelle was kneeling on the floor, gently cradling a small orange kitten in her arms. Noelle chuckled quietly as she stroked the tiny creature, saying that it seemed to be feeling better. She explained that the young master had told them that morning Anne had caught a cold, so they shouldn't bother her. Anne frowned slightly, puzzled. She said that she had never mentioned being sick. Noelle simply replied that this was what the young master had told them. The unfamiliar girl beside her noticed Anne's confusion and politely stood. She introduced herself as Winnie, from Iris Taylor's shop in the city. She opened a small pouch, revealing coins inside, and explained that the young master had bought everything that morning, and had even given her 200 air for her tuition, saying that every family deserved to stay together. Winnie added with admiration that he was truly kind. Noelle leaned closer, whispering with amusement that there were actually 4 cats in total, a mother and 3 kittens. She said that the young master had planned to adopt only one, But Winnie had told him families shouldn't be separated, and because of that, he couldn't refuse. Anne sighed softly and placed a hand on her forehead, muttering that of course he couldn't. Winnie smiled shyly as Noelle promised that she could visit the cats anytime during the holidays. The sight made Noelle grin faintly. Then Anne suddenly remembered her purpose for coming. She asked where the young master was. Noelle carefully placed the kitten back on the floor and stood. She said that he had returned a short while ago and that Anne would find him in his room. Without wasting another second, Anne hurried away. At Moon's door, she paused for a heartbeat before knocking. From inside came his calm voice, telling her the door wasn't locked and that she could come in. Before he could say another word, Anne rushed forward and wrapped her arms tightly around him. Her voice trembled as she said that he had scared her half to death. That the college notice had arrived 2 days ago, and she had thought he'd left without saying goodbye. Moon reassured her, saying he would never leave without telling her. After a quiet moment in each other's arms, they stepped apart. Then Anne blinked, remembering something. She asked curiously why he had gone to the market so early and returned with an entire litter of cats. Moon smiled proudly, gesturing toward one of them. He said that this one was called Moon No. 2, or Momo for short, and that its golden fur and golden eyes made it look too handsome not to remind him of himself. Right on cue, the cat meowed as if agreeing. Moon picked Momo up and gently handed it to Anne, telling her that it was a gift for her. She blinked, surprised, and caught the warm little creature in her arms. She asked if it was truly for her. Moon nodded, scratching his head awkwardly as he explained that the college term began next week and he would be leaving the next day to prepare. He said that while he was gone, she should let the kitten keep her company instead of him. Anne's voice trembled as she said that she liked it very much and would take good care of it. Moon smiled in quiet satisfaction and told her that was good. Evening settled in before they realized it. Inside his room, Moon lay back on his bed and opened the mysterious black book resting beside him. His eyes scanned the faintly glowing runes, murmuring to himself that both shadow steps and assassination had increased by 3 levels. He noted that even if the Aluka incident hadn't brought tangible rewards, at least his skills had grown stronger. Setting the book aside, he sighed softly, thinking that what truly mattered was Anne's safety. As he closed his eyes, his thoughts drifted. He reflected that the prophecy he had once seen was now completely shattered. Just then, a knock broke the silence. He looked up and wondered who could be visiting so late. When he opened the door, Anne stood there, her hair slightly tousled and her expression soft but uncertain. He asked why she was still awake. She said quietly that she couldn't sleep, thinking about his departure the next day. He told her he had been about to rest anyway and that since it was his last night there for a while, she could stay with him. Anne seemed surprised by his calm tone but nodded, and lay down beside him. Moon reached over and gently took her hand, resting both their hands on the blanket. For a while, neither spoke. Only the steady rhythm of their breathing and the soft glow of moonlight filled the room. Anne glanced at him, half expecting more, but Moon only smiled with his eyes closed. He said quietly that love wasn't only about physical closeness. Sometimes, silence like this felt even more meaningful. Anne let out a soft laugh and leaned her head on his shoulder, saying she didn't want him to leave. Moon brushed her hair gently aside and reminded her that it was just 1 semester, 4 months, and he would be back before she knew it. Anne pouted faintly, saying that 4 months still felt long. Moon thought for a moment before smiling and telling her that if she missed him, she could write, and he would always reply. Anne's voice softened as she agreed. As the room fell into a peaceful quiet, the black book hidden beneath Moon's pillow began to stir. Strange symbols shimmered across the open page, forming new words. Jealousy process, 100% level achieved. Fate intervention initiated. Partial memory blurring completed. Please continue to struggle, Moon Campbell. Evening had settled over Santa Maria College, painting the marble halls in soft golden light. Inside the women's bathhouse, the air shimmered with steam, the place looking more like a spa from a luxury magazine than a student facility. From the corridor came the echo of quick, energetic footsteps. The door swung open, and a bright, confident voice rang through the mist. It was Ariel, announcing loudly that she had returned to Santa Maria College once again. Without hesitation, she leapt straight into the massive bath with a splash. Stretching out in the steaming water, she exclaimed with satisfaction that nothing in the world could compare to this feeling. A moment later, Lee entered behind her, moving with her usual quiet grace. Her towel, however, looked like it was struggling to stay in place. She reassured Ariel that she had checked and that most teachers hadn't yet come back, so there was nothing to worry about. As Lee settled into the bath, Ariel suddenly leaned in close, narrowing her eyes as if she had spotted something suspicious. She pointed out that Lee's hair looked different. It had once been light green, but now it shimmered with a golden hue. She joked that maybe the gods had decided to change her hair color. Lee gave a small, uneasy laugh and admitted that perhaps that really was the case. Ariel tilted her head, noticing that her friend's mood had dimmed. She asked what was wrong, saying it was only a color change, not a curse. Lee hesitated before answering softly that the color gold reminded her of someone Ariel knew she didn't particularly like. Ariel frowned, crossing her arms and staring up at the ceiling. She muttered that the mention of that man, Moon, was enough to irritate her. She complained that he had somehow turned his coming-of-age ceremony into an assassination spectacle, nearly getting Celicia hurt in the process. Lee, ever composed, replied calmly that according to the official report, it had been because of Moon that the princess had avoided a long-planned attack. She added that she herself had been sent to treat his injuries afterward, explaining that his heart had been pierced, he had lost nearly half his blood, and she had barely managed to keep him alive until the royal physician arrived. She said that, despite everything, his actions had been brave, risking his life to protect another. Ariel groaned and waved her hand dismissively, telling her to stop with the heroic details. Still, her tone softened as she stared at the rippling water, admitting that Lee might be right about one thing. He had changed. With a sigh, she leaned back against the edge of the bath and declared that she was done talking about that infuriating man. She added that if he ever dared to provoke her again, she would gladly teach him another lesson herself. But then, curiosity got the better of her. Ariel turned toward Lee with a sly smile and asked something she had been wondering for a while. Lee tilted her head questioningly. Ariel's grin widened as she asked what Lee had been feeding those things, suggesting protein shakes or perhaps some secret church ritual. Lee's face turned pink in the steam. She muttered, half laughing, that it had nothing to do with any church and that maybe the answer was simply drinking more milk. 3 days later, Santa Maria College burst back to life. The once quiet campus became a scene of movement and chatter as students returned, dragging luggage, greeting friends, and filling the courtyards with noise and laughter. Among the arrivals was Moon Campbell, looking refreshed and composed in his neatly pressed school uniform. He glanced around and muttered that the place looked more like a royal palace than a college. Taking a casual bite of his food, he strolled through the crowd, enjoying the peaceful moment, until a commotion ahead caught his attention. A crowd had gathered near the center of the plaza, students whispering and pointing. Moon frowned and wondered what was happening. Pushing through the onlookers, he arrived just in time to see Ariel, now in her uniform, standing face to face with a smirking male student. Ariel's expression was cold as she told him that he should speak to humans like a human and to dogs like a dog. She declared that equality, kindness, and unity were her principles, and advised him to leave before she decided to treat him according to his species. The boy's grin faltered before twisting into a scowl. He announced that since she put it that way, he wouldn't hold back. He introduced himself proudly as Imon, the so-called Campbell's Wolf, and declared a challenge against Ariel Bugard. The crowd stirred in excitement. Whispers spread quickly. Many remembered that Ariel had already defeated Imon's underlings 3 times the previous semester. Moon, in mid-bite of his sausage, froze completely. The name, Campbell, registered, and he blinked in confusion, realizing that was his own surname. Ariel sighed, clearly tired of the recurring nonsense, and asked how many times they were going to repeat this. Imon clenched his fists and said that last time they had underestimated her, but this time he would personally make her taste defeat. Moon stared, dumbfounded, thinking that this supposed wolf apparently worked for him. He wondered when he had acquired a personal gang of idiots. Just as Ariel rolled her shoulders, ready to accept the challenge, someone in the crowd suddenly pointed and shouted that Moon Campbell himself was there. The noise died instantly. Moon froze as dozens of students turned to look at him. The crowd shifted, instinctively stepping back until he stood alone in a perfect circle of empty space. He muttered under his breath that it was only his first day back and he was already being treated like a villain. Around him, the whispers started, anxious, dramatic, and ridiculous. Some girls turned away quickly, muttering that one shouldn't make eye contact with him because those who did fainted and woke up in the Duke's mansion doing strange, unspeakable things. Another girl whispered nervously that she had heard those who vanished after dating him had jumped from the old dorm tower. Her friend paled, saying there were supposedly so many victims that they could fill an entire classroom. Moon listened to every word, his eye twitching. He thought bitterly that he had barely been back for 10 minutes and was already the college's resident urban legend. Before the rumors could spread any further, Ariel stepped forward. Her commanding presence instantly silenced the chatter. She crossed her arms and glared directly at him, calling out his full name sharply, demanding to know why he had finally shown up. Moon blinked, visibly taken aback, and replied with an uncertain greeting. Her disgusted glare only deepened. He said nothing more. Instead, he calmly adjusted his grip on the half-eaten sausage in his hand and walked forward through the thick tension. Students held their breath, expecting a confrontation, Some even whispered about fetching a teacher. But then, to everyone's shock, Moon stopped in front of Ariel, took a deep breath, and bowed. A perfect 90 degrees. He said clearly and sincerely that he was very sorry. Silence followed, heavy and absolute. Not a soul dared to speak. Every eye in the plaza locked onto Moon like they had just witnessed the impossible. Even Ariel froze mid-thought, unable to process what she was seeing. Then, out of nowhere, Emin, the self-proclaimed Campbell's wolf, burst forward, grabbed Moon's arm, and exclaimed that the young master couldn't possibly apologize to someone like her. Moon turned to him sharply, asking what in the world he was doing there. Emin straightened his back proudly and declared that he had come to avenge their humiliation from last semester, saying he intended to challenge Ariel Bugard to reclaim their honor. Moon stared at him blankly for a long moment before asking if anyone had actually told him to do that. Emin hesitated, then admitted it had been his own idea. Moon sighed, rubbing his temples. He told Emin to come closer, pulling him aside like an exasperated older brother. He said quietly that picking public fights with random girls wasn't exactly smart. They had bigger problems to deal with. Before Emin could respond, Moon slipped a small pouch into his hand and told him to take it. Inside was 1,000 Amir. He told Emin to gather his friends, apologize properly to Ariel, then buy everyone lunch to disperse the crowd. He called it PR recovery, adding that he was sorry for dragging him into the mess. Emin blinked, stunned, his eyes wide and shining. When Moon casually called him, "Bro," the young man looked like he'd just been knighted. Moments later, Emin turned back toward Ariel with his 2 followers. Ariel's body tensed immediately, expecting another challenge, but instead, all 3 bowed deeply, a perfect 90 degrees, and apologized. The plaza fell silent again. Ariel could only stare, utterly baffled, as the trio did exactly as Moon had instructed, controlling the crowd like professionals. Emin shouted for everyone to move along, saying the show was over. Slowly, the onlookers began to scatter. Ariel crossed her arms, suspicion written all over her face, and stepped closer. She asked what kind of ridiculous scheme Moon Campbell was plotting this time. Moon straightened his posture, brushed the dust off his sleeves, and placed a hand elegantly over his chest. In his most polite tone, he said that he had turned over a new leaf. He explained that he had wanted to apologize to her privately for his past stupidity, but he was afraid it might be misinterpreted, so instead, he had chosen to do it publicly. Ariel narrowed her eyes, unconvinced, asking if he was being serious. Moon tilted his head innocently and asked what made her think otherwise. To prove his sincerity, he bowed again, another perfect 90 degrees, and stated clearly that he apologized for everything he had done before. He even added that if this still wasn't enough, he would kneel. Ariel's cheeks flushed immediately, and she told him sharply to stop before he made things worse. Then, suspicion flickered in her eyes again. She accused him of trying to get close to her just to approach Lee, claiming she had seen him looking at the healer during the coming-of-age ceremony. She said firmly that he should forget it, because Lee belonged to her. Moon froze, utterly dumbfounded. He coughed awkwardly and scratched his cheek, saying that it might sound strange, but he actually preferred someone with a flatter figure. Ariel blinked, taken aback, and demanded clarification. With a straight face, Moon placed his hands on her shoulders and said sincerely that he meant it. That was his type. For 2 whole seconds, Ariel stood completely still, processing his words. Then her face darkened. It was a terrible move. Before Moon could even react, her fist shot forward and slammed into his face with a solid thud. Blood trickled from his nose as he muttered that maybe it hadn't been the best time for honesty. Quickly raising his hands in surrender, he insisted he had only been joking and pleaded with her not to get angry, swearing that he harbored no improper thoughts toward either her or Lee. Standing up, he brushed the dirt from his uniform and forced a smile despite the pain. He said that he had planned to prepare a proper apology gift, but all he had at the moment was 1 million Amir and half a sausage skewer. With mock solemnity, he offered the sausage to her like it was a sacred peace token, declaring that while the friendship between gentlemen was pure as water, sharing food was the fastest way to dissolve bad blood. Ariel stood frozen, completely lost for words, as Moon turned and jogged toward the teaching building, calling back that he'd make up for the gift later. He waved casually as he disappeared from sight. For a long moment, she just stood there with the sausage still in her hand, trying to make sense of the nonsense that had just unfolded. Then realization struck. 1 million Amir. Her eyes widened in horror. She clutched her head, groaning that she had just let a fool with a fortune run away. In a flash, she sprinted after him, yelling his name. Moon turned mid-run, startled, and saw her charging toward him like an enraged bull. He panicked immediately, shouting for her to stop. Ariel shouted back that she would accept the gift, the money, specifically, if he handed it over. Moon had no clue what she meant, but his instincts screamed that he should run, so he did. Their voices echoed through the campus, the chase unfolding like a scene from a chaotic romantic comedy. Watching from above, a girl whispered that the golden-haired idiot really had changed since the assassination incident. A mischievous glint flickered in her eyes. She thought to herself that maybe she'd have a little fun with the foolish, rich Campbell boy. After all, it wasn't like Celicia would mind. Meanwhile, two teachers, watching from the upper balcony, exchanged glances. From the clash to the absurd reconciliation with Ariel the Brave, they had witnessed it all. The gray-haired man, Director Prawn of the Magic Department, looked down in disbelief, while the white-haired Professor Grant of Potions seemed more amused than shocked, observing the young Duke's son as if he were an experiment worth cataloging. Grant remarked that the situation had resolved itself without any faculty intervention, which, in his view, was remarkable. Prawn, arms crossed, asked irritably if Grant could read their lips. Grant adjusted his telescope and replied that Moon appeared to be apologizing, and, quite strangely, offering Ariel half of a grilled skewer as a gesture of peace. Grant added that the boy looked genuinely remorseful. Prawn snapped that such behavior was impossible. He said that Moon Campbell was an arrogant noble's son who had spent an entire year causing disruption and learning nothing of worth. As he spoke, Moon entered the academy grounds below, pulling his suitcase behind him. Two students caught sight of him and immediately fled in the opposite direction. Moon, embarrassed, scratched the back of his neck, as if apologizing to the air for scaring them. Prawn, still fuming, went on to say that Moon had once mocked Ariel for being illegitimate and that such a person would never bow his head in earnest. Grant, still peering through the scope, said that from where he was standing, Moon's lips clearly formed the words, "I've changed." Prawn snorted and declared that if that were true, he would gladly eat his office table. He added, his frustration rising, that after a full year at Santa Maria, Moon's only magical accomplishment was mastering a simple lighting spell, an insult both to the academy and to Prawn's 5 decades of teaching. Grant advised him to calm down and offered a pragmatic solution. He suggested that Prawn could simply request Duke Ron to transfer his son to the military if magic was truly beyond his reach. Prawn pressed his hand against his brow and said that while he trusted the Duke's integrity, the matter wasn't that simple. He reminded Grant that Lady Noyce, Moon's mother, known across the Empire as the Imperial Canary, belonged to the powerful Philip family, one of the 5 major board members of Santa Maria. That family, he said, had helped fund the king's rise to power. Expelling Moon could stir political trouble beyond his control. Grant continued to observe through the telescope. He reported that Moon had stopped to pick up litter from the walkway and tossed it neatly into a bin. A moment later, he gently placed a fallen bird's nest back into a tree, the tiny birds chirping around his hands as if they recognized him. Grant added that Moon had reached the bronze statue of Santa Maria's first principal and, astonishingly, bowed before it, one hand over his heart, as if offering a formal apology. Prawn snatched a second telescope, peered through, and froze in disbelief. Down below, Moon stood silently before the statue, his suitcase at his feet, speaking softly to himself. He asked the long-departed founder for forgiveness, promising that if he graduated this time, he would donate a new statue, cast in pure gold, to replace the one he had once damaged. His eyes lingered on the faint glue line around the statue's neck, where he had kicked its head off years before. Grant chuckled and asked dryly how Prawn planned to season the table he had just promised to eat. Prawn scowled, muttering that one day of decency proved nothing. He said that Moon Campbell's nature could not be transformed by a single vacation and declared that he would personally monitor the boy to prove his instincts correct. With that, he stormed out of the office. Grant, left alone, stroked his beard and smiled to himself, murmuring that the new term was already shaping up to be interesting. Meanwhile, Moon walked beneath the radiant facade of the dormitory buildings, white marble glowing gold in the late sun, and approached the front desk with a calm, almost noble composure. He greeted the dorm manager politely, requested his key, and received the golden tag marked room 526. He bowed slightly, thanked her sincerely, and wished her a pleasant day. The woman blinked, startled by his refined tone. Once he walked away, she wondered when the academy's notorious troublemaker had learned such manners, and why he no longer had a train of servants following him. Remembering his faint smile, she caught herself blushing and pressed a hand to her cheek. Room 526 was larger than he remembered, clean, sunlit, and comfortably quiet. Moon flopped onto the bed, noting that while it wasn't as extravagant as home, it was leagues beyond the small, shabby room he had known before crossing into this world. With the opening ceremony not until tomorrow, and no obligations pressing on him now, he decided on a hot shower, clean clothes, and some rest. Steam curled away as he stepped out of the bathroom in shorts, towel draped around his neck. Humming lightly, he stopped in front of the mirror. His reflection startled him. Muscle had filled out his frame, his arms solid, his abdomen carved in firm lines. Months of training within the Black Book's pocket dimension had clearly paid off. Then his eyes caught the marks. A scar along his ribs, another trailing across his back like the path of fire. He touched the edges and realized what they meant. The power of the Withering King, once borrowed, not owned, had not left him completely. He raised his hand, letting his fingers spark faintly. A thread of blue flame flickered to life along his knuckle, burning cold and bright. It was weaker than before, a wisp instead of a storm, but it was still there. Elsewhere on campus, the Holy Maiden paid a visit to Ariel the Brave. She asked what had happened that afternoon and then handed her the school newspaper. Ariel read the article and flushed red with anger, saying that the report twisted the truth and made both her and Moon look like fools. She said she wouldn't accept such distortion. As night fell, Moon switched on the dorm light, sat on the bed, and called forth another spark of azure flame. The glow painted the room in soft, tranquil light. He acknowledged that, even diminished, this fire could still reduce nearly anything to ash, but he also admitted to himself that its weakness didn't bother him. Power could return the right way, through effort, not shortcuts. Moon blew gently across the blue flame flickering at his fingertips, watching it shrink and twist into a thin thread of smoke before fading completely. Disappointment darkened his features. What little remained of the Withered King's power inside him was nothing more than a fading echo, a parlor trick stripped of danger. Leaning against the headboard, he tested the energy within his body and decided it felt like wielding a broken blade. He reflected that even a breath could snuff it out, let alone an actual spell. In strength, it was hardly beyond a basic lighting charm. He compared the curse's remnants to those predatory games that grant temporary might at a heavy price, demanding more each time, more power, more pride, more of the self. He decided that such bargains weren't worth the cost. He told himself he was done with them all. The love god, the Withered King, every twisted deity that had ever used mortals as playthings. Santa Maria College was home to the greatest mages of the kingdom, and he resolved not to leave its walls for 3 full years. If a god wanted to reach him, he thought grimly, they could come knock on the college gates themselves. He reframed it in his mind as a plan, a defensive strategy. Let the academy's walls be his fortress while he sharpened his knife in secret. He asked the Black Book for its opinion, and as if in response, it dropped into his palm. Guilt pricked at him even as he held it. Hiding forever wasn't a true solution. He acknowledged that he was weak, that his skills were still narrow, and that facing another god would require far more than courage. He opened the book and let it rest across his face. Violet light pulsed from its pages, swirling into smoke that wrapped around him and pulled him inward. When the haze cleared, he was standing in the book's internal training field, black uniform fitted, sword steady in hand, lungs filling with slow, practiced breaths. Here, repetition mattered. Here, skill had weight. The purple glow rippled again, shaping a familiar opponent out of the mist. Moon smiled faintly, thinking that after dying 197 times, he had finally reached the second phase. This time, he vowed to unleash the thunder skill within 3 exchanges, to honor the promise he'd made to himself, and to draw out every secret this copy still held. He named his foe quietly, Rod. Rod appeared in silver armor, blade and shield gleaming, the same valiant adventurer Moon had once fought beside during the god-haunted crisis. Outside, night blanketed the women's dorms. Stars hung scattered and thin above the rooftops. Windows glowed softly as returning students settled in. Ariel came back from the baths, towel looped around her neck, hair still damp, when a knock sounded at her door. Lee stood there, hesitant, and Ariel pointed out that it was already late but let her in. Lee sat down, eyes worried, and asked if Moon had really apologized that afternoon. Ariel admitted that his apology had surprised her and that, somehow, the story had already spread across the entire campus. Lee produced the first issue of the school newspaper and warned her not to get upset. Ariel took it, skimmed the front page, and flushed scarlet with fury. She said that whoever had written it was an idiot, that she was not carrying Moon Campbell's child, and demanded to know who had started such filth. Lee explained that the article had caused a storm through the dormitories, rumors that Ariel and Moon were former lovers, that their supposed breakup had been staged to boost the Campbell family's reputation, that his apology had been part of his repentance, and that he had been involved with 13 girls at once. According to the gossip, Ariel ranked the fiercest among them. She began to repeat the nicknames students had given her, but Ariel raised a hand and told her to stop. She said she would personally visit the newspaper office tomorrow and make it clear she refused to be labeled Moon's ex by rumor. Lee, ever precise, corrected her gently, saying the rumor claimed she was his ex and that they had shared a child. Ariel's face turned crimson again, this time with embarrassment mixed with rage. Choosing mischief over despair, she lunged suddenly, pinning Lee onto the bed and pressing her face into the healer's soft chest as mock punishment. Lee burst into laughter, twisting away as Ariel tickled her mercilessly, insisting between giggles that she wasn't fat, that it tickled too much, and begging her to stop. Ariel teased that every bad joke had a price, continuing until both of them were breathless, flushed, and smiling again. When they finally sat up, straightening their clothes and catching their breath, Lee said softly that she was glad to see Ariel steady and smiling. She mentioned that she had to wake early for the opening ceremony. Ariel invited her to stay the night, but Lee declined, explaining that she needed to practice life magic after her shower. She wished Ariel good night and left. Silence filled the room once more. Ariel lay back and stared at the ceiling, her mind heavy. The black market had closed, cutting off her only real source of income, and tuition wouldn't pay itself. Magic demanded materials, and materials demanded money. Balancing her studies and her finances already felt exhausting, and now the disgusting rumor had made everything worse. She threw a few playful punches at the air, then sighed and looked toward the green ring sitting on her bedside table. She called upon her master, asking for advice, specifically, a fast, legal way to earn money now that the black market was gone. She said that her poor, devoted disciple was starving. Smoke curled from the ring, coalescing into the elegant figure of a woman with pale gray hair beneath a mage's hat, wearing a black and white dress trimmed with silver lace. This was her master, serene and sharp as a blade still in its sheath. The master observed that Ariel was already a gold-rank mage and said that the world was full of ways to earn money if she would only look. Ariel replied that the issue wasn't skill but access. Ancient magic always drew envy, and without the black market, her scrolls couldn't be sold. The master suggested taking the ordinary path, using standard, safe spells to make a living. Ariel refused outright, saying that she wanted to wield the strongest magic, not hide behind weak tricks. She admitted that the disaster at the Campbell estate still haunted her. She had felt something was wrong that day but said nothing out of misplaced trust, and when the assassins struck, the fallout destroyed the market entirely. She said that she should have warned the Grand Duke, that her silence had cost too much. The master tilted her head thoughtfully and then offered another idea. She reminded Ariel that Moon had promised to make amends and suggested she ask him for $1 million as an apology gift. She said that knowing him, he might actually agree. Ariel crossed her arms and refused, saying that she would never trade her integrity for money. If Moon wanted forgiveness, he would have to prove his change through action, not payment. The master laughed and raised the number to $2 million, then 10, her smile teasing. Ariel shook her head firmly, saying that even 10 million couldn't buy her respect. The master chuckled softly and let the matter drop. Resting her chin on one hand, she said it was a shame, but that Moon did seem more sincere than before, and perhaps Ariel should consider giving him a little more patience. When the world finally dissolved, ITHE book released him back into his room. The book slipped from his fingers. His muscles trembled. Every nerve screamed fatigue. His eyes stung, his breath came ragged, and dark crescents had formed under his eyes. Morning settled gently over Santa Maria College. Professor Prawn followed his usual habit of walking early around campus. When he reached the playground, he found it completely empty and released a dissatisfied sigh. He muttered to himself that not a single student was awake yet and that it was disgraceful. Just as he was about to complain further, a figure with golden hair dashed past him at full speed along the track. Prawn paused, surprised. At first, he did not recognize who it was. He wondered if it was an unusually diligent student out for a morning run and admitted to himself that it was impressive. Thinking he had finally found a disciplined example, he raised his voice and called out that the runner on the track should come over. The runner slowed down and jogged back, a towel draped loosely around his neck. He greeted Professor Prawn politely and wished him good morning. Prawn froze on the spot. He stared at the student in disbelief, realizing it was Moon Campbell. Moon cheerfully explained that he was doing his morning run and that it helped him wake up for class. Prawn continued staring as if reality itself had malfunctioned. Moon Campbell running at 6 in the morning was something he found impossible to accept. Before Prawn could respond, Moon waved casually and said that he still had 3 kilometers left before taking off again. He added that he would see the professor later. Prawn stood there watching him disappear down the track, completely stunned. He told himself that no one changed this drastically over a single vacation. Something felt wrong, and he decided he would need to keep a close eye on Moon. Inside the teaching building, Wire hurried down the hallway with a stack of documents clutched to her chest. She slipped into the student union office, hoping her lateness would go unnoticed. Her hope was immediately crushed. A calm voice remarked that she was 5 minutes late. Celicia, the student union president, was already seated at the desk. stylish glasses resting on her nose and a quill moving steadily across paper. Wire panicked and apologized, explaining that she had overslept before hurriedly greeting the president. When she lifted her head, she noticed Celicia studying her face. Celicia commented that Wire's dark circles were especially severe and asked if she had stayed up late reading that novel about overbearing evil gods falling in love again. Wire froze and flushed, clearly caught. She admitted that Celicia had noticed correctly. Celicia sighed, removed her glasses, and rubbed her temples. She remarked that she did not understand Wire's enjoyment of stories that glorified evil beings and warned that if Wire continued sacrificing sleep and damaging her magic training, she would ban such novels from publication. Wire immediately panicked and begged her not to do that, insisting that she was at fault. Celicia moved to the window and opened it, letting a cool autumn breeze sweep into the room. Sunlight outlined her figure as she observed that autumn had arrived earlier than usual. Wire, while organizing nearby books, agreed and mentioned that it had already been snowing in her hometown when she returned. As Wire dusted the shelves, she noticed that Celicia remained by the window, distracted and staring outside. She asked what the president was looking at. Celicia pointed toward the playground and named Moon Campbell. Wire's expression twisted instantly with disgust. She called him a scumbag. Celicia blinked in surprise and asked if he had caused trouble again. Wire reacted dramatically, throwing her hands up and asking if Celicia truly had not heard what happened. Realizing Celicia knew nothing, Wire rummaged through the desk and produced a newspaper. The headline declared in bold letters that the domineering noble Moon Campbell had bowed his head to Ariel and promised shocking truths behind the apology. A large photograph showed Moon bowing deeply. Celicia raised an eyebrow and remarked that he had apologized. Wire flipped the page and rapidly recited the rumors printed inside. According to the article, Moon had abandoned Ariel, had a child with her, dated 13 others at the same time, caused her to have 50 abortions, and driven her to jump off a building 365 times. Before Wire could finish, Celicia flicked her forehead and pointed out that the numbers were not even physically possible. She asked if Wire had read the small print. Wire checked again and found the disclaimer stating that the article was purely fictional and intended for entertainment. Her shoulders slumped immediately as she admitted she had not noticed. Celicia tapped Wire lightly on the head with the rolled newspaper and told her to read fewer things like that because they were rotting her brain. Wire bowed her head and accepted the scolding. She then asked if they should penalize the news agency. After a brief pause, Celicia replied firmly that Wire should go speak with them that afternoon. She stated that as student union president, she would not allow anyone to spread harmful rumors, regardless of who the target was. Turning back toward the window, her expression softened slightly as she watched Moon running beneath the morning sun. Her thoughts drifted to a memory from the Duke's mansion, of Moon throwing himself in front of a dagger meant for her, collapsing in blood while still trying to say something. Celicia narrowed her eyes and quietly told herself that fixing past mistakes was not enough. She wanted Moon Campbell to prove himself and show that he was someone worth expecting more from. Outside, Moon continued his run, unaware of the attention on him. Sunlight caught in his golden hair as he pushed forward with steady determination. The new semester officially began, and Santa Maria College's auditorium buzzed with energy. Students in fresh uniforms filled the seats, some chatting excitedly, others searching for their assigned places, and many simply waiting for the ceremony to begin. Near the entrance, two first-year girls noticed someone walking in. One asked if the other had seen him, while the gray-haired girl observed that he was clearly an upperclassman. The boy they were whispering about was Moon, adjusting his tie as he looked for his seat. Hearing their excitement, he offered them a polite smile, nearly causing them to melt on the spot. Moon sighed inwardly and thought that they must be first years, which explained why they were not afraid of him. At that moment, Eamon and Gru waved wildly from the front row, calling out for him to come over. Moon silently thanked them and joined them. Eamon looked pleasantly shocked and commented that they had not expected Moon to attend. Gru agreed, adding that Moon had arrived early. Moon smiled and explained that it was the opening ceremony and that he wanted to see his brothers. The two followers were so moved that they nearly cried. Eamon declared dramatically that he would follow Moon anywhere, while Gru sniffled and praised him. Their display of loyalty was cut short when Ariel, seated in front of them, snapped at them to be quiet because the ceremony was about to start. Eamon nearly jumped up to argue back, but before he could say anything, Moon clapped a hand over his mouth. Moon bowed slightly toward Ariel and apologized sincerely. Ariel shot them a sharp glare and turned away without responding. The auditorium doors closed, the lights dimmed, and an announcement echoed through the hall, asking for silence as the opening ceremony began. Wire stepped onto the stage as host, handled the formal introductions, and then announced the arrival of the student representative and student union president, Celicia Leupold. Celicia walked out with calm grace, wearing her formal uniform and holding her manuscript. Whispers spread through the audience as many students saw her for the first time. Moon rested his chin on his hand and watched her thoughtfully. He realized belatedly that she was the student union president and admitted to himself that he had completely forgotten. Just then, something unexpected happened. Celicia deliberately shifted her gaze toward Moon, her look sharp, cold, and clearly intentional. The moment her eyes landed on him, Moon straightened in his seat as if he had been caught cheating during an exam. Eamon leaned over and nudged him, asking in a low voice whether he was all right. Gru, ever loyal, even offered his chair, suggesting they switch seats if Moon needed it. Moon waved them off and stated that he was fine. On stage, Celicia paid no attention to the murmuring crowd. She calmly adjusted her hair and began her address with steady confidence, introducing herself as Celicia, the president of the student council. She welcomed everyone to the new semester at Santa Maria College, her tone composed and authoritative. Moon listened carefully while silently forming a plan in his mind. He reminded himself to keep a low profile, stay away from the student union, avoid the heroine, train quietly, and most importantly, graduate alive. Celicia soon concluded her speech and announced that the student union's reminders had ended. She was just about to introduce the next segment when an unfamiliar voice suddenly cut through the speakers, loudly asking whether anyone could hear him. All attention snapped back to the stage as a figure in a bright pink teddy bear costume waddled into view, holding a matching pink loudspeaker. The person announced that everyone was seated and said they would keep things brief. Introducing himself as Pink Bear, he declared that he was the new dean. He casually mentioned that the previous dean, Hathaway, had been sent away for unspecified reasons and added that students should not come to him with their problems. He wished them luck on their finals, tossed the loudspeaker aside, and walked off as if he had just finished a joke performance. The auditorium fell into stunned silence. Moon nearly dropped his jaw as he wondered where the graceful and elegant Dean Hathaway had gone and who had allowed a mascot to replace her. The ceremony ended shortly after, and the students exited in a state of complete confusion. Backstage, Celicia confronted the person in the bear costume. She stated that her father had placed him in charge and questioned whether anyone was concerned he might cause trouble. Pink Bear reacted dramatically, clutching his face and insisting that he loved peace. Celicia stared at him with the look of someone who had heard that claim far too many times before. She then asked what had really happened to Dean Hathaway. Pink Bear partially removed the costume, gestured vaguely, and lowered his voice as he explained that Hathaway was meeting her persistent lover. Celicia immediately understood what he meant. She acknowledged it briefly and turned away to continue with her responsibilities. Pink Bear waved cheerfully behind her and claimed that everything she had heard was purely her imagination and that he had said nothing at all. Wire hurried after Celicia, asking if the dean's departure meant something serious had occurred. Celicia confirmed it, thinking calmly that anyone of Hathaway's status being forced to swear an oath to the gods implied a top-level threat. As she walked through the door, she added her final conclusion to herself. It was most likely an evil god. With the opening ceremony finished, students poured out of the auditorium clutching their newly issued course schedules. Moon scanned his list and released a quiet sigh. There were too many subjects, and none of them suited him. The potion courses alone were taught by an overwhelming number of instructors, impressive but completely useless for someone who had skipped most of his early magical education. He looked over the list again until one course finally caught his attention. Magic Fundamentals. Moon folded the schedule and slipped it into his pocket, deciding that basics came first and that there would be no shortcuts. Nearby, several first-year girls whispered while staring at him. Emo noticed immediately and scared them off with a single sharp glance. Moon remained oblivious, his mind already settled. This would be his first real step forward. He walked toward his classroom with books in hand as sunlight streamed through the hallway windows. Once class began, it took only 5 minutes for Moon to realize something was terribly wrong. The chalkboard was already covered in complex terms such as multistage casting, continuous chanting, and spell overlap efficiency. Moon stared at the board, then down at his textbook. He realized that while he understood every word individually, the sentences themselves made no sense to him. Fran, the young instructor, continued lecturing confidently and announced that they would now move on to multistage chanting. Moon immediately raised his hand. Fran froze when she saw him and confirmed his identity as Moon Campbell. The atmosphere in the room tightened instantly, with students seated as far away from him as possible. Fran swallowed nervously and asked what his question was. Moon opened his textbook and calmly asked why the lesson was starting more than 100 pages into the material and why the fundamentals had been skipped. Fran hesitated before explaining that those topics were taught during first year. The room went silent. Moon slowly processed the words. First year, everything, missed. Quiet laughter drifted from the back of the room. Moon glanced over once, and that single look was enough to silence them immediately. Fran cleared her throat awkwardly and attempted to continue the lesson. Moon addressed her politely and asked about the possibility of private tutoring, specifying that it would be one-on-one and that she could name her price. His request struck the classroom like a thunderclap. Fran froze, her face flushing as she clutched her textbook as if it were keeping her afloat. Whispers erupted behind them, with students speculating that he was flirting with the teacher and confirming rumors they already believed. Fran misunderstood the situation completely. Overwhelmed and flustered, she attempted to refuse, failed to finish her sentence, and fainted on the spot. Moon sprang to his feet and rushed forward, calling out to her and asking if she was all right, clearly panicked. Before the situation could escalate further, the classroom door opened. Celicia and Wire entered for a routine inspection and immediately encountered Moon holding the unconscious instructor. Celicia's expression turned noticeably colder. She questioned Moon sharply, asking what he thought he was doing. Minutes later, outside the classroom, the misunderstanding was finally resolved. Fran bowed repeatedly, apologizing and admitting that she had misunderstood everything and that the fault was hers. Moon shook his head and said that he should have explained himself better. Celicia ended the matter decisively, stating that the incident would not be pursued. However, she warned Moon to choose his words more carefully in the future. She added that teachers were not available for private tutoring and advised him to apply to study alongside first-year students if he wished to relearn the basics. With that, she left without looking back. Moon remained standing, deep in thought. Studying with first years meant losing an entire year, something he could not afford. Then an idea struck him. The library. If he could copy magic books into the black book and study them inside its time-accelerated space, he could catch up without losing any time. A slow grin spread across his face as he praised himself for his brilliance. He headed straight for the library. Inside, towering shelves stretched endlessly under soft, quiet light. Behind the counter, the librarian Anna yawned lazily before spotting Moon seriously browsing magic texts. Her eyes gleamed as she recognized him and thought to herself that he was Celicia's wealthy golden boy. Amused and bored, she decided to watch for her own entertainment. Moon found an empty seat and sat down, determination settling over him. With no teacher available, he chose the only path left to him. Self-study. He opened a book on the table, summoned the black book, recorded the contents, and then slipped into its space to begin learning through the advantage of accelerated time. 5 minutes passed in the real world before Moon suddenly jerked upright. The black book slid across the table as he leaned forward, breathing heavier than expected. The failure was obvious on his face. He rubbed his temple and mentally replayed everything that had just gone wrong. Inside the black book's space, everything had been swallowed by darkness. Reading was nearly impossible without magic. The moment he cast a light spell to see the pages, Rod charged at him without hesitation, sword raised. To Rod, magic only meant one thing: combat. What was supposed to be quiet studying instantly turned into Moon sprinting across the training ground, clutching a glowing light spell while narrowly dodging lethal sword swings. Moon let out a tired sigh. So much for peaceful learning. That path was completely blocked. He needed another solution. Holding a book on magic fundamentals, Moon thought carefully. Teachers were not an option. Studying off campus meant losing the academy's protection. Then a simpler realization hit him. This was theory. He didn't actually need a teacher. What he needed was a top student. He looked around the library and quickly found a perfect candidate. A quiet girl sat nearby, her hair neatly braided, round black glasses perched on her nose, surrounded by neatly stacked books. She looked focused, calm, and serious. Academic pressure practically radiated from her. Perfect. Moon stood and walked over. He greeted her politely. The girl looked up and instantly froze when she recognized him as Moon Campbell. Her fingers tightened around her book. Alarm bells rang in her head. Without waiting for anything else, she stood up and said she had class to attend. Moon reacted immediately, lifting a hand and speaking quickly but calmly. He stated that he was not there to cause trouble. She hesitated, clearly torn. He explained honestly that he only wanted help and added that it would be paid help. She blinked in confusion. Moon leaned closer and quietly explained that if she agreed to tutor him after class, he would pay her monthly, and very generously. At that moment, Sally's imagination completely spiraled out of control. In her mind, Moon's request twisted into something dark and inappropriate. Every terrible rumor she had ever heard about him collided at once, and panic took over. By the time Moon sat down nearby and offered a polite smile, Sally had already decided he was dangerous. When Moon calmly added that she could name the price as long as she was willing to tutor him, it became the final straw. Before Moon could react, a sharp slap echoed through the library. He toppled backward in shock as a burning handprint bloomed across his cheek. Sally glared at him with clenched fists and declared that money was not everything. She accused him of treating the college like his family's playground and stated firmly that she would not play along with someone like him. Without waiting for any response, she grabbed her books and rushed out of the library, leaving Moon sitting on the floor in stunned silence. Moon slowly pushed himself upright, completely bewildered. He muttered to himself, wondering since when he had dated 13 people at once and when that nonsense had even started. Before he could think any further, a cool voice addressed him nearby, reminding him that this was a library and asking him to keep quiet. Moon looked up to see a girl in a librarian's uniform leaning toward him slightly, hands resting on her knees. Her name tag read Anna Kabeline. She observed the aftermath with visible curiosity. She asked him to explain why someone had just assaulted him and fled. A few minutes later, they sat in a quieter corner of the library. Moon explained everything. His lack of basic knowledge, his tutoring request, and Sally's complete misunderstanding. Anna listened and nodded thoughtfully. She summarized it as classic damage caused by rumors. Moon sighed and insisted that all he wanted was to study. Anna tilted her head and said that, for what it was worth, she believed him. She gently placed her hand against his cheek. A soft green light flowed from her fingers, and the pain vanished almost instantly. The red mark disappeared as if it had never existed. Moon blinked in surprise. He noted that she could use healing magic without chanting. Anna smiled and explained that it was just a small trick. Moon thanked her sincerely. Anna leaned back slightly, studying him with interest, and remarked that he was famous and that most people were afraid of him. Moon hesitated before asking why she wasn't. Anna stepped closer and lightly tapped the back of his hand with one finger. She explained that rumors only scared people who didn't think for themselves. Lowering her voice, she added that he really couldn't fool her. Moon froze immediately. His face heated up, and his mind sounded alarms all at once. Long black hair, braids, glasses, librarian. She was clearly a model student. So why did she feel so dangerous? Anna watched his reaction with interest before casually sitting back down, resting her chin in her hand as she continued studying his face. She lightly asked why he had moved away shyly and commented that he didn't look like the legendary scumbag at all, only surprisingly innocent. Moon turned his head aside, avoiding her gaze, and insisted that he wasn't a scumbag and that those were just rumors. Anna's expression shifted. She commented with mock disappointment that she had been curious about the kind of monster capable of scaring half the girls in the college, only to discover that he was just a well-behaved kid. Moon stiffened, realizing he had misunderstood her tone entirely. Trying to recover his composure, he sat up straight and began saying something unnecessary. Without warning, Anna flicked his forehead. Moon yelped and clutched the spot, completely caught off guard. Anna laughed softly and told him to relax, explaining that she was just teasing and casually admitting that she had never dated anyone either. The realization hit Moon a second too late. He muttered that Anna was a bad woman, clearly offended. She didn't deny it and cheerfully agreed, calling herself a heartless bad woman. Moon crossed his arms and pretended to sulk, stating that he didn't believe that at all. That response caught her attention, and she asked why. Moon gestured toward the bookshelves and the carefully placed sticky notes. He explained that everything was detailed, thoughtful, and meant to help people. He pointed out that she had healed him earlier and even used sound-isolating magic to keep the library quiet. He concluded that someone like that couldn't be cruel. For a brief moment, Anna looked away. Then she smiled again, softer than before, and remarked that he was sharp and that most people didn't notice things like that. Moon tilted his head and asked what other people said about her. Anna paused, her eyes glinting faintly, and replied that people said Anna caught on fast. The instant Moon tried to shift the conversation toward her, Anna reached out and grabbed his face with both hands, squeezing his cheeks and rubbing them roughly as if punishing him. She lightly accused him of trying to trick her and stated that Moon was bad. Moon closed his eyes, feeling half defeated and half amused by the treatment. So close, he thought to himself. Seeing his reaction, Anna laughed and finally let go. She agreed to answer him since he had called her gentle. Pulling her hands back, she curled her fingers in a small, snake-like motion and explained that people said she was a snake. Moon repeated the word, surprised. Anna watched him closely and asked whether he was scared. Moon shook his head and said he wasn't. He explained that snakes ate mice and that he hated mice. Anna blinked, then smiled with genuine interest and remarked that he had guts. After a brief pause, her gaze sharpened. She pointed out that he clearly wasn't flattering her for no reason and stated that he wanted her to teach him. Moon's eyes lit up immediately. He admitted that she had noticed and leaned forward eagerly. Anna interrupted to ask whether he had money. Moon straightened at once and confidently offered 1 million, adding that he could ask his family for more if needed. Anna laughed and shook her head, saying he was truly innocent and explaining that even top tutors wouldn't charge that much. Then she studied him quietly for a moment before adding that knowledge itself was priceless. Moon nodded seriously and told her to name her price. Instead of answering directly, Anna stood up and casually stated that she would tutor him. She added that there would be no payment for now. Moon frowned and insisted that he didn't want it to be free. Anna replied that he could owe her instead. She stepped closer and bent slightly to meet his eyes, telling him that when she asked for repayment someday, he wouldn't refuse. Moon's face flushed instantly, and he quickly agreed. Satisfied, Anna grabbed his arm and pulled him up, telling him to come with her because the library was boring. She led him to an abandoned classroom labeled Ancient Potions Club. The room was filled with dust, old cabinets, and forgotten potion bottles. Anna removed her jacket, took off her glasses, loosened her hair, and sat casually on the desk with a confident smile, welcoming him to her territory. Moon stared, flustered. Anna noticed immediately and leaned closer, asking why he was shy again and pointing out that his ears were red. Moon quickly denied it, then hesitated before asking whether a club with only one member was allowed. Anna sighed dramatically and admitted that it barely was, adding that she had 1 year left before it would be shut down. Covering her face briefly, she complained that a one-person club was lonely. Then she looked straight at him and asked if he wanted to join the Ancient Potions Club. Moon blinked in shock. When Moon finally left Anna's club room, he realized it was already evening. The sun was setting, bathing the teaching buildings in warm orange light. Classes had long ended, most students were gone for dinner, and the campus paths were unusually quiet. Moon walked along with Introduction to Magic Fundamentals tucked under his arm, replaying the events of the afternoon in his head. He thought in disbelief that he had actually found a tutor, and a top student at that. Club or not, it felt like a major victory. Just as his mood lifted, the campus broadcast crackled to life, summoning second-year student Moon Campbell to report to the student union immediately. Moon stopped mid-step and muttered to himself that it couldn't be anything good. With a sigh, he scratched his head and turned back inside. The student union office was filled with sunset light when he arrived. Moon knocked, entered, and sat down on the sofa. Across from him sat Celicia, calmly sipping coffee. There were no greetings and no explanations, only silence. It stretched on long enough for Moon's nerves to start spiraling. He wondered why it was only her, why she wasn't speaking, and whether he was about to be executed. Finally, Celicia set her cup down and apologized evenly for calling him after hours. She said she would be direct and looked him straight in the eye. She asked whether he had any thoughts about the recent campus harassment report. Moon's heart skipped, immediately thinking of the library. Forcing an awkward smile, he said he hadn't heard anything like that and explained that he had been studying all afternoon. Celicia raised an eyebrow. Moon quickly insisted it was true and clenched his fists for emphasis, adding that if he ever saw someone harassing another student, he would personally deliver justice. Celicia nodded calmly and commented that it was interesting. She slid 2 file folders onto the table and asked him when she had ever said the person being harassed was a girl. Moon froze. Celicia tapped the files and told him to take a look. Moon opened one and skimmed the report, his brows knitting together. He read aloud that it involved underwear theft and that the victim was a boy. Celicia confirmed it and mentioned that since Moon lived in the boys' dorm, she thought he might know something. Moon scratched his head and said honestly that he didn't, pointing out that it was the first day back. He added that stealing boys' underwear seemed oddly specific. Celicia replied that it made 2 incidents now and said that if he didn't know anything, that was fine. She smoothly changed the subject and asked what he would like to drink. Moon blinked in confusion before she decided on coffee for him and moved without waiting. She prepared 2 cups with ease and then casually dropped sugar cubes into hers, one after another. Moon stared as the number climbed. He silently thought that it wasn't coffee anymore, but dessert. Celicia drank it without hesitation. Moon took a cautious sip of his own and mentally noted her taste for sweet things, concluding that candy bribes might be effective. Celicia suddenly apologized again. Moon looked up as she explained that she had expelled him from class that morning without listening and admitted that it had been wrong. Moon waved it off and said it was fine, adding that he wouldn't have understood the lesson anyway. Celicia nodded once, then finally revealed the real reason he had been called in. She asked Moon Campbell whether he wanted to join the student union. Moon froze. He stood up in shock and asked why, pointing out that he was barely passing and that everyone hated him. He added that letting him join would damage her reputation. Celicia calmly drank more of her sugar-filled coffee and asked whether he thought she cared. Moon clenched his fists and said that he did. He reminded her that she was royalty and a future queen, and that being associated with someone like him would only drag her down. He mentioned that their engagement had already hurt her once. Lowering his voice, he asked her not to let his existence stain her future any more than it already had. Moon pleaded with Celicia that he should not join the student union, and he explained that he did not want his name attached to hers again. He reminded her, as carefully as he could, that the coming-of-age ceremony had left her with unpleasant memories, and he knew the campus already judged him harshly. He said that if he stood beside her publicly, the damage would land on her future, not his, and he asked her not to let his existence make her feel burdened or shamed again. Celicia did not respond right away. His sincerity surprised her, and it was the first time she had heard him speak so plainly about guilt and responsibility. To hide the emotion rising in her chest, she tightened her fist near her mouth and pretended to cough. Then she told him, in an even tone, that it was only an invitation and not a command. She said that if he did not want it, she would not force him. Moon's shoulders loosened in visible relief. He bowed politely, said that he appreciated her understanding, and asked permission to leave. Celicia nodded, allowing him to go. After he stepped out and the door closed, she lowered her teacup to her lap and stared into the fading sunset light. She traced the rim with her fingers and murmured that he had been worried about affecting her, and that his guilt sounded real. She admitted to herself that Moon Campbell seemed changed, and the meaning in her expression grew complicated, as if she could not decide whether she felt moved or unsettled. Moon, meanwhile, hurried down the corridor until the student union office was far behind him. He leaned on the wall, loosened his tie, and sucked in cool air like he had escaped a cramped room. He muttered that he had managed to refuse, but his thoughts kept racing. Celicia's intention had likely been to give him a chance to rebuild his image, yet student union duties would consume his time. He needed hours to practice magic quietly, away from attention. He reminded himself that Celicia and Ariel were the protagonists, blessed with luck and protection, while he was a disliked villain with money and a fragile life. For everyone's safety, he decided again that keeping distance was the smartest choice. That was when he heard hurried footsteps and someone calling him. Eamon and Gru rushed toward him, faces tight with worry, and asked if he was all right. Moon blinked at their sudden appearance and asked why they were near the student union. Eamon said that they had planned to find him after class, but the campus broadcast had summoned him to the student union, and they had feared he would be harmed. Gru added that they tried to gather others to help, yet the moment other students heard the student union was involved, everyone backed away. In the end, only they came. Moon asked, confused, why they thought he needed rescuing. Eamon reminded him of the old rumors about the previous student council president, a terrifying second prince who treated public beatings like routine. Eamon said that disappearances and dropouts had long been linked to the student union. Gru added that even now, the student union was still tied to the royal family, so getting trapped there could lead to consequences no one could predict. They believed they were protecting him. Moon felt warmed by their concern, but he did not drop his guard. He asked them directly whether they truly meant to charge into the student union alone and what punishment they expected afterward. Both followers lowered their heads, suddenly speechless. Moon smiled with his eyes closed, amused and touched, yet wary. Loyalty was useful, but he needed to confirm it was real. He told them that the corridor was too close to the student union and not a safe place to talk, and he asked them to take him to their usual secret base. Gru looked puzzled, so Moon described it as the place where their group normally gathered. Eamon understood and led them away. They arrived at an abandoned old teaching building where the lights barely worked and dust clung to forgotten corners. Eamon guided Moon to a hidden spot they used, and Moon sat where the floor was clean enough. He asked them to tell him their stories and explain why they followed him. From Eamon, Moon learned that Amon's father owed a deep debt to the Campbell family. Eamon said that his father had been a subordinate on the northern battlefield and that Grand Duke Campbell had helped him earn his title and saved his life more than once. Eamon said his father ordered him to protect Moon like a younger brother, and he added that he would have done it even without orders. Moon then questioned Gru, suggesting that money might be the reason. Gru laughed awkwardly and said Moon would not remember the real reason because it had happened in a bathroom and seemed trivial to someone like him. Gru explained that he came from a poor town and earned admission due to talent in magic tools and alchemy. One day, noble students cornered him in the toilet, beat him with sticks, and threw garbage at him while mocking him as a scholarship commoner. He said he could not fight back, and his glasses broke as blood ran down his face. Gru said that Moon had stormed in, slammed the door, and scolded the nobles for the noise. The nobles recognized Moon, panicked under his presence, and froze. Moon insulted them harshly and ordered them out, and they fled without daring to answer. Afterward, Moon used the toilet like nothing happened, still irritated, and he called those nobles parasites who bullied the weak. Then Moon told Gru that if the nobles ever bullied him again, Gru should claim he belonged to Moon Campbell. Gru said that sunlight framed Moon's back as he left, and that moment became a lifetime decision for him. Moon considered both stories and judged their loyalty as genuine. He said that he would share his future plans and that he would stop keeping people who followed him for shallow reasons, keeping only the two of them. He placed a hand on Amon's shoulder and said that Eamon would focus on studying and combat practice. Every Friday, they would meet in this hidden place, and Eamon would spar with him and help with practical training in magic and martial skills. Then Moon tossed Gru a black crystal card and said it contained 500,000 emirs. Gru nearly dropped it in shock. Moon told Gru to use his connections among toolmaking and alchemy students to find talented, hardworking commoners, especially those surviving on aid. He instructed Gru to support good people with the money so they could keep studying and growing. Eamon and Gru stared at him as if they were seeing a different person. They whispered between themselves, guessing he was gathering talent to overthrow the student union and seize control of the academy. Moon dismissed that idea with a smug shake of his finger and said it was too petty. He asked what they thought the ultimate goal of life was. Gru gave a ridiculous answer about stealing fries at the docks like a seagull, and Eamon snapped at him to stop. Moon patted both their shoulders and said college was only one stop. He asked them to think 3 to 5 years ahead. Aemon began to realize something, but Moon cut in and confirmed that Amon's direction was right. In Aemon and Gru's minds, Moon was quietly building a loyal force as the future royal fiancé, preparing to shape the empire itself. They whispered in awe that his goal must be to control the whole country. Moon listened, baffled, and stared at them in confusion, having no idea how his plan to make friends and become the college's biggest kind-hearted investor had turned into a fantasy of empire conquest in their heads.
Aemon and Gru looked at him with grave expressions. Leaning close as if they had just uncovered a national secret, they whispered urgently to one another, their faces tight with purpose. Moon asked what they were whispering about. They stroked their chins in exaggerated thought, their expressions heavy with importance. Aemon murmured that a strategy of this magnitude could not be spoken out loud. He added in a hushed tone that if Ward overheard even a fragment, heads would start rolling. Gru nodded solemnly, and said that the young master need not explain further, because they already understood. Moon blinked and asked what exactly they understood. Neither of them answered directly. Instead, Aemon stepped forward with his chest puffed out and declared that even if his talent was only average, he would train with everything he had. He proclaimed that just as Duke Campbell had once protected the Empire, he would dedicate himself to protecting Moon. Gru followed, placing a hand over his chest. He announced that he would devote himself to studying economics and management. He explained that he would gather capable people, build strong systems, and help Moon shake the very foundations of the Empire. Their eyes shone with excitement. In their imagination, the future was already unfolding. They saw Moon crowned as emperor, a red cloak flowing behind him. They saw Aemon clad in armor, Gru dressed in elegant robes, and the Empire's citizens booing in the distance. Moon scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, asking if they were seriously talking about him becoming emperor. Gru replied proudly that such ambition was fitting. Aemon agreed, saying it was a worthy goal. Moon froze and insisted that he had never said he wanted to be emperor. They dismissed his denial. Gru remarked that only the three of them were present, so there was no need for pretense. Aemon stated confidently that Moon clearly wanted him to rise through the military ranks. Gru added that Moon expected him to control talent and resources. He described it as the classic path to taking over. The two of them burst into laughter, completely convinced of their interpretation. Moon, meanwhile, thought to himself that he could barely manage a simple light spell. Still, he reasoned that if this misunderstanding kept them focused and out of trouble, perhaps it was not entirely bad. He cleared his throat, straightened his posture, and announced that since they claimed to understand, they should move forward. He suggested dinner first and declared it would be his treat. Gru cheered at once. Aemon grinned and threw an arm around each of their shoulders as the three of them headed toward the cafeteria together. Night settled over the campus. Inside the brightly lit student union office, Cilicia was still at work. She ate dinner calmly among tall stacks of documents, her movements precise and unhurried. Suddenly, the door burst open. Wire rushed in, breathless and panicked, announcing that something major had happened. Without looking up, Cilicia cut into her steak and asked what it was this time. Wire slammed a newspaper onto her desk and said that the news department had done it again. Cilicia sighed, dabbed her mouth with a napkin, and lowered her gaze to the paper. The headline was outrageous. Beneath it was a photograph of Moon holding an unconscious intern teacher. The article accused Santa Maria's so-called top scumbag of changing targets, publicly harassing a female teacher, and inviting her to private training. Cilicia's eyes narrowed. She stood up slowly. That simple motion made Wire uneasy. She began to speak, addressing her as president. Cilicia calmly stated that she would step out for a moment. She instructed Wire to finish the remaining cake and handle the pending documents for the day. Wire quickly agreed. Moments later, the door to the news department office flew open. Ariel stormed in, slammed the newspaper onto the desk, and demanded an explanation. She insisted that the explanation be slow and supported by facts. Mingote, with green hair and a smug expression, barely lifted his head as he filed his nails. He casually remarked that it was nothing more than campus gossip and added that it was extremely popular. He mentioned that they had even included a disclaimer. Ariel's eye twitched as she pointed out that the disclaimer was printed so small that no one could read it. Mingote shrugged and said that was not his problem. He told her that if she was finished shouting, she should state her demands. Ariel demanded a full retraction, a public apology, and the publication of the truth. Mingote laughed and asked what would happen if he refused. Leaning forward with a grin, he mocked the idea that she might resort to violence. He added that thanks to her and Moon, their sales were soaring, and he was already considering an even bigger headline for tomorrow. Ariel clenched her fists and called him disgusting. Mingote accepted the insult as a compliment. Then there was a knock. The room fell silent. The door opened, and Cilicia entered. Mingote's confidence disappeared instantly. He addressed her in surprise as President Cilicia. Ariel also turned, startled, saying her name in disbelief. Cilicia greeted them politely and then looked directly at Mingote. She stated that he knew exactly why she was there. The air seemed to grow colder. Mingote tried to maintain his smile, though sweat gathered at his temple. He argued that his reporting violated no laws and claimed that news was free, even if the subject happened to be royalty. Cilicia pulled out a chair and sat down. In a calm, measured tone, she listed his offenses: ignoring student union warnings, publishing unverified slander, deliberately stirring public opinion, and damaging the reputations of students and faculty. As she spoke, frost began forming at her feet. The cold spread outward. Mingote froze mid-breath as ice crept up his body, locking him in place. Frost covered the walls and windows, turning the office into a frozen chamber. His eyes widened with panic as he found himself unable to move. Cilicia rested her chin on her hand while her seat reshaped itself into an ice throne. In a calm voice, she addressed him by his full name, Mingote Raymond, and asked whether he wished to die. Moon, meanwhile, knew nothing about the chaos that had unfolded in the news department the previous night. His morning followed its usual routine. He woke early, ran laps around the playground, showered, and reviewed his schedule while drying his hair. One line caught his attention: martial arts elective. He paused, surprised that it was scheduled for today. When he arrived at the grand arena, the place was already alive with energy. Students stretched, laughed, and warmed up beneath the open sky. Moon adjusted the red number tag pinned to his chest and scanned the crowd. His gaze settled on Ariel, who was stretching nearby. Her ponytail was tied high, and her expression was focused and full of energy. When she noticed him, she frowned slightly and questioned why Moon Campbell of all people was attending this class. Before either of them could continue, a loud clap echoed across the arena. Cade announced that since it was the first class of the semester, they would begin with draw matches to see who had grown lazy over the break. Cheers broke out among the students. Cade shook a wooden box and pulled out 2 number plates. He called out number 1 and number 9. Moon froze for half a second. He looked down at his own tag and realized the situation was unavoidable. He straightened his posture and stepped forward, thinking that at least he was not paired against Ariel. At the center of the arena, his opponent approached. Moon looked up. Then he looked up again. He wondered silently whether this person was truly a student. Ren was enormous, with broad shoulders and steady eyes. He looked more like a seasoned warrior than a second-year student. In an even tone, Ren stated that he knew him and addressed him directly as Moon Campbell. Moon let out an awkward laugh and rubbed the back of his head. He said that yes, he knew who Ren was and asked him to go easy on him. Ren gave a calm nod and replied that he would. They shook hands, the gesture firm but courteous, before Cade motioned for them to move toward the weapon racks. Ariel sat down at a random spot in the stands, folding her arms across her chest. Her expression made it clear that she did not expect much from what she was about to see. Behind her, however, excitement began to build. A brown-haired student loudly announced that it was Moon Campbell versus Ren and asked if anyone wanted to place a bet. With a grin, he raised one finger and clarified that they were not betting on who would win. Instead, they were betting on how long Moon would last. That immediately drew attention. Someone called out 5 minutes for 100 Amir. Another shouted 3 minutes for 50. Within moments, coins began clinking together as wagers piled up. Ariel observed the scene with growing interest. Resting her chin on her hand, she reasoned that if she was going to watch Moon lose anyway, she might as well profit from it. She slipped off her green ring and addressed her master, asking for her thoughts. The ring emitted a faint glow as her master responded that she was uncertain about Moon's martial arts skills, but that the boy felt different compared to last semester. Ariel frowned and asked what he meant by different. Her master answered that Moon felt stronger. She considered that for a moment, then stood and walked toward the betting group. In a clear voice, she placed 200 Amir on Moon Campbell and declared that he would last 10 minutes. The crowd fell silent. She smiled to herself, thinking that even if Moon had improved, there was no chance he could defeat Ren. 10 minutes in her mind was both generous and profitable. Down in the arena, the 2 fighters selected their weapons. Ren lifted a heavy wooden greatsword as if it weighed nothing. He glanced at Moon with quiet caution and thought to himself that this must be the one his lord disliked. He observed that Moon did not look particularly remarkable. Moon, meanwhile, chose 2 short wooden blades. They were light and well balanced in his hands. Ren raised an eyebrow and asked if he was certain about that choice. Moon casually twirled the blades and explained that the larger weapons were too heavy for him and that these suited him better. Ren gave a small sigh and accepted that it was Moon's decision. They returned to the center of the arena. Just before the match began, Moon smiled and remarked that Ren must have trained hard, since muscles like that did not come without effort. Ren answered that he had trained since he was young. Moon tilted his head and commented, in an offhand way, that he had heard moderate exercise attracted women, but too much exercise attracted men. Ren's brow twitched. He froze. Slowly, he lowered his head, letting the tip of his greatsword sink toward the ground. His face was hidden in shadow. The air changed. His aura thickened, turning cold and sharp. Whatever Moon had said had clearly struck a nerve. Moon gripped his twin blades but remained composed. In fact, he looked faintly satisfied. He thought that Ren was angry now, and anger made people reckless. Cade stepped back and raised his hand, announcing that they were ready and signaling the start. The instant the signal dropped, Ren moved. His aura surged as he prepared a decisive, crushing strike, but Moon had already vanished. A streak of dark purple energy shot forward like lightning. Ren's eyes widened just in time. He abandoned his forward charge and swung his greatsword down in a defensive block. It was too slow. Moon slipped past him with effortless precision. Two black arcs flashed across Ren's chest. In the same breath, Moon landed lightly behind him. Dust drifted down. The arena fell silent. For a heartbeat, neither of them moved. Then Ren's sportswear split apart, tearing cleanly into pieces. 5 red slashes marked his body. The cuts were neat and exact. Ren stared straight ahead in disbelief. There was no pain. There was no confusion. He knew he had lost. Cade smiled and raised his hand, declaring Moon Campbell the winner. The stands erupted. Students shouted in disbelief, asking what had just happened and how it had ended so quickly. They could hardly process that Ren had lost. Ariel remained standing, frozen in place. Her green ring glowed faintly as her master calmly observed that Moon was fast. Very fast. She barely heard him. Under her breath, she whispered that she had just lost 200 Amir. Her entire food budget. Her hands trembled slightly as she sank back into her seat, her eyes dull with shock. She muttered Moon Campbell's name with bitterness. On the arena floor, Ren was still trying to comprehend his defeat when Moon's voice called out to him, telling him to catch. Ren turned. Moon tossed a small white pouch toward him. He caught it on instinct. When he gave it a light shake, the clear clinking of coins echoed from inside. Moon casually flicked one of his short wooden swords toward the bag, and explained that there were 500 Amir inside to cover the torn clothes. He added that his earlier comment had been deliberate provocation, and that no real insult had been intended. Moon stepped closer and gave Ren a firm pat on the shoulder. His tone was sincere, without a trace of mockery. He said that those muscles were no joke, but proof of discipline. He admitted he did not know what women thought, but as a man, he considered Ren's build solid. With that, Moon turned and left the arena feeling quietly pleased with himself. Behind him, Ren stared at the pouch, then at Moon's retreating figure. His expression darkened. In a low, cold voice, he muttered that someone like Moon, who had been born with everything, would never understand. Moon, however, had already headed toward a familiar old classroom, the Ancient Potions Club. He knocked. From inside, Anna's smooth voice invited him in. Moon stepped through the door with a textbook in hand and began to announce that he was there for class. He stopped mid-sentence. Anna was not wearing her usual uniform. She calmly explained that she was refining medicine and asked him to give her a moment as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Moon quickly looked away and scratched his cheek, awkwardly clarifying that he had only meant to comment on her clothes. She smiled playfully and said that it was new, asking whether it looked good on her. He answered yes. Curiosity soon overcame his embarrassment. He approached the cauldron and remarked that the potion smelled pleasant, wondering aloud if that was the source of her usual fragrance. Anna laughed softly and explained that only this particular potion smelled nice. The unpleasant ones were brewed on the rooftop. She checked the mixture carefully, then set the stirrer aside and said that it would take some time to finish. In the meantime, she suggested they begin class. She pulled a blackboard closer and began explaining the fundamentals step by step. Whenever Moon failed to understand something, she patiently rephrased it. He listened attentively, took notes, and asked questions without hesitation. Time slipped by unnoticed. When the clock came 6, Anna announced that that was all for today. Moon got to his feet and thanked Anna, saying that he would head back now. Just as he reached the door, Anna stopped him. She gestured toward the cauldron bubbling behind her and said that before he left, he needed to help her taste the potion. Moon paused. He looked at the steaming pink liquid, then back at Anna, and pointed out that this had not been part of the syllabus. Anna dropped onto the sofa without the slightest concern. She admitted that it was true, but reminded him that he had joined the Ancient Potions Club. She explained that if he was a member, he should understand what they actually did there. She pointed toward a nearby table and several shelves stacked with old, yellowed books. Half of those volumes, she said cheerfully, were borrowed from the library. The rest came from her personal collection. They contained ancient formulas and lost potions. Moon nodded. That, at least, sounded reasonable. Anna continued, explaining that her research focused on translating old texts and recreating the potions described within them. She emphasized that the process involved trial and error. She scooped a small bowl of the pink potion and handed it to him. Moon hesitated, staring into the strange liquid. He clarified that this meant it was an unverified ancient potion, and asked whether they were truly certain it was safe. Anna sat cross-legged and tapped her finger lightly near her lips. She said that she was the best potion student at the academy, and assured him that she had already tested it herself. Moon asked what the potion was supposed to do. She replied lightly that it caused temporary transmutation. It might turn someone into a cat, a dog, or perhaps even an object, but only cosmetically. She added that the last time she tried it, it had not even worked on her. Moon frowned and admitted that this did not make him feel reassured. Anna tilted her head and smiled, asking whether he would help her anyway. Moon sighed and explained that it was not a matter of unwillingness. Potions, he said, had caused him trouble before. Anna nodded in understanding, then suddenly brightened. She remarked that he simply wanted reassurance. Before he could react, she patted the sofa and told him to sit and relax. Somehow, Moon found himself lying back while Anna fussed over him with surprising determination. She told him not to worry and mentioned that this particular potion was peach-flavored. Moon repeated the word peach under his breath. Anna told him to open his mouth. Before he could protest further, she quickly poured the potion in. Moon sputtered in surprise and nearly slid off the sofa in his attempt to retreat. Anna calmly blocked his escape and held him steady. She instructed him to finish it and not waste valuable data. A moment later, Moon was upright again, coughing lightly. He raised a hand in surrender and declared that he was done. Anna finally stepped back, clearly satisfied. She observed that he was still alive. Moon caught his breath and shot her a weak glare, telling her that she was terrible. She laughed and reminded him that she had already warned him she was a bad woman. Then she studied him closely and announced that it was time for a verdict. She asked how he felt. Moon answered honestly that he felt nothing. Anna's shoulders drooped slightly. She remarked that it was a pity. Then she concluded that it must be a failure. With an easy shrug, she explained that this was normal for ancient potions. The success rate, she admitted, was awful. The long day finally seemed to catch up with her. She stretched, yawned, and rubbed her eyes, mentioning that she had been staring at the cauldron all day. Clearly finished for the night, she curled up on the sofa. Just before drifting off, she mentioned that the keys were in the third cabinet and instructed him to lock up when he left. She wished him good night. Within seconds, she was asleep, knees tucked in and body curled small like a resting cat. Moon paused. Quietly, he picked up her uniform jacket and draped it over her. Anna stirred at the warmth and opened her eyes just long enough to see what he had done. Moon gave a small bow and wished her good night. She murmured a sleepy reply and drifted back to sleep. Elsewhere, deep within the dean's building, lights still burned. Professor Prawn slammed his hand onto the desk and demanded to know why the third-layer Grand Aegis had been shut down without authorization. Across from him, the acting Dean Pink Bear leaned back casually and replied that it was too expensive. He stated flatly that the barrier consumed a fifth of the Academy's budget every year. Prawn's face darkened as he asked whether this decision had come from His Majesty or from Pink Bear himself. Pink Bear smiled behind his costume and answered that he was the dean, asking what difference it made. Prawn argued that the Aegis existed to protect the students and that turning it off put them at risk. Pink Bear exhaled smoke and finally grew serious. He asked whether the professor had ever wondered why someone like him had been sent there. Prawn stiffened. Pink Bear continued, explaining that the era of gentle education was over. At the academy, he said, comfort had replaced hunger, fear, and drive. Prawn quietly reminded him that the students were still children. Pink Bear crushed his cigar into the ashtray and lowered his voice. He revealed that when he had studied there, dozens had died every year, and that generation had built the empire. Since the Grand Aegis had been erected, there had been no more golden generations. Not because of a lack of talent, he argued, but because safety had made them soft. Prawn fell silent. He muttered that this was not supposed to happen so soon and that there should have been more time. Pink Bear replied that there was no time. He reached inside his costume and pulled out something small. He asked if Prawn wanted to know why. Prawn nodded. Pink Bear placed a palm-sized black slate etched with faintly glowing golden runes into his hands. Prawn's eyes widened. He recognized it immediately. Professor Pan stared at the confidentiality contract laid out on the desk. He fully understood its meaning. One mistake regarding this matter, he realized, could shake the entire human empire. Without hesitation, he signed. Only then did Pink Bear speak further. He acknowledged that Pan was worried. He stated that the evil gods were moving again. Pan frowned, pointing out that the evil gods had never acted recklessly. They only moved when victory was guaranteed. Pink Bear continued, revealing that the King of Withering was approaching the Silent Moon. Pan's eyes widened slightly. That explained everything. He concluded that this was why the Academy's Grand Aegis had been shut down to conserve power for an impending god war. Pink Bear replied casually that this was partly true. The other reason, he said, was simpler. There were traitors inside the Academy. Pan stiffened and asked whether the information had been leaked intentionally. Pink Bear admitted that he had informed the black market that the surface Aegis was down. He stated that those insects would crawl out that very night. Pan slammed his hand onto the desk and pointed out that it was already midnight, asking what about the students. Pink Bear remained calm and said that they were not infants. If they could not survive this, he declared, then the Academy should not exist. Pan clenched his jaw and accused him of not even warning them. Pink Bear smiled and asked who had said that he had not. That same night, Celicia opened the notebook that had been left in her room. As she read the message stating that a possible attack might occur tonight and that the student council was to be on full alert to protect the Academy, her eyes sharpened. She closed the notebook slowly. Her expression hardened. Deep within a hidden rainforest cave, shadows twisted around a crude altar. A man stood bound before it. The high priest loomed over him, his voice low and heavy with disappointment. He stated that the man had known the doctrine. He accused him of helping an old woman carry her groceries, of working honestly with his own hands, and, worst of all, of speaking to his childhood sweetheart more than 3 times in a single month. Silence filled the cave. The high priest declared coldly that each of those acts was blasphemy and ordered the sentence to be carried out. There was no hesitation. The ritual ended as quietly as it had begun. The high priest then turned to the gathered crowd, raising his voice. He announced that the source of all evil was hidden within Santa Maria Academy, and that the Academy's grand aegis had fallen. That single declaration ignited the room. He lifted his hand and commanded them to move out and kill the one who dared defile their god. The cult surged forward, pouring out of the cave like a flood. High above, on a distant mountaintop, several shadowed figures watched in silence. One of them muttered that they could only hope everything would proceed according to plan. Late at night, Santa Maria College rests beneath a sky thick with stars. Its grand buildings stand silent while a dark figure slips through the courtyard and vanishes under an archway. In his dorm room, Moon lies sprawled across his bed, shirt hanging open, skin damp with sweat. Half asleep, he complains that the heat is unbearable. A moment later, cold droplets strike his chest. He squints upward and wonders if it is raining, then stiffens when he realizes it is not. The room dissolves into blue moonlight. He finds himself beneath an enormous moon above endless dark water. A long-haired, inhuman silhouette presses against him from behind. A scaled arm locks across his body, a clawed hand pinning him in place as the creature speaks near his ear. It explains that everything about it has always been false. Its appearance, its identity, even its voice. It says that its actions were nothing more than shallow amusement while waiting for death, and that Moon has been like a small pet begging for scraps, something to toy with and discard at will. Still restraining him, it asks why he kept returning even after humiliation and rejection, admitting it cannot comprehend human emotion. Its tone softens as it recalls that Moon once told it he would never hate or abandon it, whether it became human or monster. It confesses that those words made it truly happy. Its grip tightens. It declares that it will repay that love with the greatest proof of affection. A savage strike tears through Moon's chest. Blood erupts against cold moonlight. As pain floods him, the creature states that it cannot escape destiny and can only swallow his heart. The moon flares white, spreading its arms over the roiling water. It says they should sink together beneath the round moon. Moon jerks upright in bed with a hoarse cry, gasping for air. He curses that the prophecy dream has returned. Last time, he recalls, he was hacked apart. This time his heart was ripped out. He wonders bitterly whether he must endure every form of death to satisfy that prophecy. He forces himself to breathe. He decides he will consult the black book later. Looking down, he notices he is soaked through and tells himself he needs a shower before he catches cold. Then he freezes. Something feels wrong. He looks down at his body, and the color drains from his face. Pressing a hand to his chest, he stares in disbelief. He blurts out that this is him. He studies his reflection and shouts in shock as the truth settles in. Golden wavy hair frames a delicate face. He admits, stunned, that he did not expect to look cute after becoming a girl. His gaze drops, and he trails off, overwhelmed by the size and weight of his chest. With trembling fingers, he tests it. It feels like pressing into a water-filled ball, yet his body registers nothing. He concludes it must be fake. Understanding strikes all at once. He realizes it is Anna's potion. He remembers how she said the effect had not appeared on her, and that she had already tested it. Even with the cause identified, a larger problem looms. He scans the room with a tight expression. This is the male dormitory. He cannot step outside like this. Even if Anna discovers the mistake, she cannot enter to retrieve him. It is late. She might have left the Ancient Potions Club. If she has returned to her own dorm, he does not even know where she leaves. He curses himself for never asking. Then an idea clicks. He recalls arranging to meet Amon and Gru every Friday at their secret base. If he fails to show, they will come looking for him. Tomorrow is Thursday. If he writes everything down tomorrow night, they can pass the message to Anna. Relief breaks through his panic. He laughs quietly, thinking it was wise to push Amon and Gru to study hard. At a critical moment, they can finally be useful. With a plan in place, he decides there is no need to panic tonight. He will take a hot bath, write the letter, and then examine the new death prophecy in detail. For now, that nightmare remains the most urgent threat. A sudden explosion shakes the building. Moon, still trapped in a girl's body, jolts upright and exclaims that something is happening. Another blast follows. He wonders if those are explosions and asks what is going on. He moves to the doorway in his loose shirt and shorts, reminding himself that this is Santa Maria College. Yet the sounds are getting closer. He peers through the cracked tents and begins to ask who is there. Outside, masked intruders bearing heart emblems push through a shattered entrance, weapons drawn. One of them addresses the room as if confirming a target. Moon stumbles backward onto the bed and demands to know who they are. In the corridor, a purple-haired man checks the location and asks whether this is Moon Campbell's room and where he has gone. A subordinate confirms it is dormitory 526. The purple-haired man replies that he does not care if the room is wrong, he only wants Moon Campbell. He adds that he has not seen Moon, only a blonde girl. Hearing that, Moon's face hardens. In a flash of panic, he understands. They are here for him. A masked intruder snaps his fingers as if reaching a conclusion and says that Moon Campbell is known as a playboy, so the blonde girl must be his girlfriend. Another immediately agrees. They move closer, threatening her and warning that she could lose her head if she does not reveal Moon's location. They demand answers. Moon trembles and says that he does not know anything. They press harder, questioning how she could not know and asking whether she is Moon's girlfriend, insisting that otherwise she would not be inside the male dormitory. Forcing himself to stay calm, Moon lies. He says that he is Moon Campbell's cousin, newly admitted this year. He explains that his own dorm room has not been arranged yet, so he is temporarily staying with his cousin. He repeats that he truly knows nothing. The purple-haired leader narrows his eyes and repeats the word cousin thoughtfully. Then he decides they should tie her up as a hostage to lure Moon out. Moon's expression goes blank. He yelps in disbelief. Across campus, magic bursts and weapons clash as defenders engage the invaders. The new dean observes calmly that the academy's response is impressively fast and remarks that Santa Maria College is not as useless as expected. In a faculty room, Cade confronts the dean. He demands to know why no one was notified in advance if something this dangerous was planned, and asks who will take responsibility if students are hurt. The dean waves off the concern. He says there is no need to worry, dismissing the attackers as unorthodox cultists. He suggests treating the situation like a drill, insisting Cilicia can manage it. Even if something unexpected happens, he adds, there are 17 tenured professors present, authorities in their fields, more than capable of handling such opponents. The professors bristle. One angrily calls him out. The dean shrugs it off and says that, as dean, he should return to get his beauty sleep. He cheerfully bids farewell to both professors and students before leaving. Behind him, the muscular professor fumes, accusing him of gambling with students' lives. Another professor answers that he did resist, but this was the will of someone higher. Suddenly, a voice echoes across campus, calling out to the second-year students and demanding Moon Campbell step forward. In the courtyard, a white-haired cultist lifts a megaphone. He orders everyone to look at the hostage in his grasp, declaring that she is important. He calls Moon a coward for hiding and challenges him to appear if he wants to save her, promising to wait. Hearing this, Moon thinks bitterly that he is the Moon Campbell they seek. Inside, he curses himself. He tells himself he should have resisted earlier. He had assumed this was a student prank, never imagining real enemies would invade the academy. A cultist suddenly screams as a powerful blow sends him flying. At the battle line, the mage asks Ariel whether she is unharmed. Ariel steadies her sword and says that she is fine, but questions why Moon Campbell's name keeps surfacing. She begins to doubt whether these cultists are what they claim. Her eyes sharpen. She orders Leah to fall back to the student council's line and promises to return shortly. Leah calls her name in alarm as Ariel sprints away. Nearby, stunned students whisper in awe about the hostage. They marvel at the golden hair, deep blue eyes, and the overwhelming aura they describe as evil. They cannot believe such a beautiful girl exists within the academy. Moon stands under their stares, caught between danger and unwanted admiration. Ariel races through the night, eyes blazing. She declares that the girl should not be afraid because she is coming to rescue her. In a flash, she closes the distance. A masked cultist barely reacts before a violent strike cuts through their ranks. One screams as blood sprays. Another panics, demanding to know where the attack came from, while someone else cries out as their formation collapses. Anna lands amid fallen bodies, stands firm as she faces the remaining intruders. She quickly deduces that the blonde girl is Moon. Her gaze sharpens. She calmly acknowledges it to herself and wonders whether a potion could truly cause such a transformation. She lazily twirls a whip and smiles faintly. She says that Moon is truly interesting and never fails to make things entertaining. At the student union, a report arrives. Third and fourth year members have secured the front gate and atrium. Second years are engaging the enemy. Most intruders are converging on the male dormitory. So far, no injuries. Ware, watching the updates, reacts in shock and exclaims that the enemy has taken a hostage. Cilicia calls for Wire. Wire answers that she is present. The student council president sits with a teacup in hand. She orders Wire to lead the elite senior members to eliminate the enemies at the front gate, stressing that all actions must prioritize the safe rescue of hostages. Wire says she understands. She hesitates and asks what the president intends to do. The president tells her to leave first, explaining that she still has matters to handle. The girl reluctantly agrees and exits. Once the room is silent, the president speaks toward the shadows. She states that half an hour ago someone infiltrated this room. To ease that person's concerns, she says she deliberately sent Ware away. Setting her cup down calmly, she asks whether the intruder still plans to wait and demands to know what they are anticipating. In the next instant, dark force tears through the space like claws. Debris and shards explode outward. The president remains seated, eyes closed, expression unchanged, as black energy coils around her from every direction. An explosion of jagged ice tears through the night around the academy tower as a masked assassin crouches nearby and says that he did not expect to be discovered so quickly by the royal princess. He adds with regret that he had hoped to take her heart without anyone noticing. The silver-haired princess faces him calmly and remarks that she never expected two different groups of evil god worshippers to break into Santa Maria Academy at the same time. She then identifies the power behind him as the evil god known as the Moon of Silence. When she asks whether he came alone to kill her, the assassin answers that he did and says that his companion has other tasks to handle. He raises his lantern and declares that to deal with someone like her, a woman who has mastered divine power and been chosen by the gods, he alone is more than enough. The princess coolly replies that there are 2 followers of the Silent Moon and several followers of the Love God within the academy, so sending only one assassin proves that his side does not have much intelligence. She dismisses the entire exchange as boring. The lantern flares, the assassin stiffens, and the princess says that whether he served the Love God or the Silent Moon, since he came here, he should leave his life behind. At the same time, chaos spreads across the academy as cultists scream that this is a holy war, that it is for the sake of their lord, and that the heretics must be brought down. Student commanders immediately begin shouting orders across the battlefield. They command students below the 3rd year to retreat to the outer perimeter and leave the fighting to the senior students. They order martial arts students to hold the first defensive line and fall back to the inner courtyard if casualties rise. They direct magicians to seize high ground on the opposite dormitory building and attack from above. They also announce that the west gate of the 2nd-year boys' dormitory has been cleared and order student union members to move in from there and strike the rooftop. The student council secretary with a megaphone rallies the defenders and says that the president has already declared these enemies to be nothing more than cultist riffraff. She shouts that if everyone stands together, they can wipe out the enemy and save the hostages, and she declares that victory belongs to Santa Maria College. Bound and held hostage, Moon listens to that speech and thinks with relief that at this rate the student union should arrive soon to save her. He urges the senior students in his heart not to stop. But nearby, the cultists report grimly that fewer than half of their people remain and that Moon Campbell still has not appeared. One of their leaders decides they can no longer wait. He coldly orders them to cut off the hostage's hands first and then her legs if Moon still refuses to show himself. Moon asks what they intend to do. The cultists sneer and ask whether she did not hear the high priest's orders clearly. As they force the restraint tighter and prepare to mutilate her, one of them tells her to blame her heartless cousin for everything. He trembles in anger and says that they have gone too far. Before the cultists can act, an urgent cry rings out telling them to take this. In the next instant, Ariel drops in like a comet wrapped in blazing fire and unleashes a technique called Skyfire Greatsword. A massive flaming slash rips through the cultists, blows several of them away, and shatters the formation around the hostage. Moon gasps in shock as his rescuer lands before her and apologizes for the wait. The newcomer reassures her that everything is fine now and says with confidence that the reason she should not fear is simply because she has arrived. She then introduces herself as Ariel Bugard and declares that she came to save her. The cult leader narrows his eyes and studies Ariel carefully. He says that she is a 3rd-stage warrior who is also skilled in magic, and he concludes that she must be the strongest student in the college. Even so, he warns that the weakest people on his side are already 3rd-order warriors and asks whether she truly thought she would get out alive. Ariel plants her enormous blade on her shoulder and fires back that these disgusting cultists not only shamelessly invaded the academy, but also dared to attack such an adorable young girl. She says that this is completely outrageous and declares that she will act on behalf of heaven and send every one of them to meet the foolish evil gods they worship. Enraged, the cult leader orders everyone to kill Ariel and reclaim the hostage. Ariel surges forward and commands the winds to obey her. Her aura explodes outward, and Moon watches in amazement, thinking that Ariel's presence is overwhelming. He realizes that Ariel can take on 10 enemies alone without falling behind at all. As the fight continues, he becomes even more stunned and notes inwardly that Ariel can freely switch between 3 different elemental magics. He cannot help wondering whether Ariel was already this strong at this point, but immediately scolds himself and thinks that this is not the time to admire someone else's strength. Looking down at the restraint around his wrists, he focuses. He thinks that his lock-opening skill really is useful and that upgrading it to level 8 was worth the effort. Taking advantage of the brief opening Ariel created while stopping the cultists, he quickly works the mechanism loose. Just as the lock clicks open, one of the cultists notices and shouts that the hostage is escaping. Another yells for him to watch out. He turns in surprise at the sudden warning, but the enemy instantly reacts. Several cultists roar that she must be caught and that she must not be allowed to escape. The chase begins at once as they lunge toward her from every direction, and a furious curse erupts from the cultists when they realize she has slipped free. Ariel grits her teeth and says that the enemy actually had another group lying in wait. Watching the hidden cultists appear, Moon clenches his jaw and thinks that if only he had a weapon, he could fight too. At that moment, Anna appears with a small bottle in hand. She reveals that it is a miniature explosion potion, then hurls it without hesitation. A violent blast erupts against the wall, tearing stone apart and swallowing the hidden cultists in fire and debris. The explosion blows the bound blonde Moon into the air, and he cries out as rubble falls around him. From below, Anna judges that the distance is enough. Blue shadow energy coils around her as she activates Shadow Dance, racing through the collapsing space like a streak of darkness. Her shadow blades rip through the cultists mid-air, cutting them down before they can react. As Moon falls, Anna reaches him and says that she will catch him. The next instant, Moon recognizes her and calls out Anna's name. She answers warmly that it is indeed her, then says with a teasing smile that she came to save him. Nearby, Ariel finally exhales and says that they scared her badly because she truly thought Moon had fallen off the building. Still carrying Moon in her arms, Anna lands before Ariel. Ariel stares at her and awkwardly asks who she is. Anna greets Ariel by name and says that Ariel really is impressive for arriving first among the second-year students. She then adds that student union reinforcements should arrive soon, so she will take the hostage somewhere safe first and leave the battlefield in Ariel's capable hands. Before Ariel can stop her, Anna leaps away with Moon. Ariel reaches out in surprise and tells her to wait, but Anna is already gone. As she carries him across the rooftops, she softly tells Moon that if he feels scared, he can hold her tightly. Moon suddenly notices danger and urgently warns Anna to be careful. A surviving cultist spots them, roars in fury, and launches an attack from above, trying to drag them down. Anna twists in mid-air while shielding Moon in her arms, but the impact still smashes them straight through a roof and into the room below. Dust fills the air. Moon, pinned beneath Anna, anxiously asks whether she is all right. Anna quickly reassures him that she is fine and says that thanks to his warning she avoided serious injury. Moon then notices blood and starts to mention her hand. Anna pauses and repeats the word hand, only to realize he has indeed seen the wound. Moon immediately worries over her and says that her arm seems to be bleeding, adding that he will help her. Anna calms him and says it is only a small scratch. She adds that he already wrapped it for her, and she praises him for being unexpectedly capable. After that, she asks whether he is hurt from the heavy crash. Moon says that he is fine and adds that Anna protected him very well just now. She answers that it is nothing. Once the tension eases, Anna looks him over and says teasingly that he really did become like this because of her potion. She adds that at first glance, he looked very beautiful as a girl. Embarrassed, Moon begs her not to tease him, saying that this body is far too inconvenient and that he only wants to return to normal as soon as possible. Anna accepts that and hands him a small purple bottle. When Moon asks what it is, she says that it is the antidote. She admits that she still wants to study the differences between Moon's male and female forms, but says that now is obviously not the time for that. Her expression then turns serious. She says that the evil follower on the rooftop is no ordinary person and that Ariel cannot handle that opponent alone. Because of that, she says that she has to go back and help. She tells Moon to stay there, drink the antidote, and change back to his original form while she kills the nearby cultists first. Just before leaving, she gives him a playful reminder and says that he must take off all his clothes before drinking the antidote. A short while later, Anna reaches another room alone. Her breathing grows rough, and she stumbles badly. She collapses onto a bed and gasps, asking what exactly happened. Looking at the strange scales spreading along her arm, she wonders how her condition could suddenly worsen so severely. As moonlight pours in through the open window, she lifts her eyes to the full moon and mutters a single word, concluding that it must be connected to silence. Left alone in the ruined room, Moon walks toward the broken wall and stares out beneath the moonlit sky. He thinks that those evil followers came specifically to find him. Since coming to this world, he says in his heart that the only one who should hate him that much is that disgusting love god, so it must be the god's doing. He curses bitterly that such a being dared to invade even a school. He reflects that if he had known the hatred ran this deep, he would have acted differently long ago. But after a moment, he shakes that off and tells himself that regret is useless now. What matters most, he thinks, is returning to normal as quickly as possible and rejoining the battle, because this whole incident began because of him. He looks down at the antidote in his hand, then remembers Anna's last warning that he must remove all his clothes before drinking it. He falls silent at once, staring at the bottle with a conflicted expression as the moon hangs over the shattered academy. After hesitating for a moment, Moon tells himself that no one is there to see him anyway, and that Anna is a professional in potions, so he should listen to her. He removes his clothes, drinks the antidote in one gulp, and instantly freezes when the potion takes effect. The bottle slips from his hand. His whole body drops to the floor as heat erupts through him. In pain, he gasps that he cannot believe Anna's potion would work like this, and he says that his entire body feels as if it is burning. A scream tears out of him as steam rises all around. 5 minutes later, Moon lies on the ground in his original male body again. Breathing hard, he says that it is fortunate he managed to endure the burning, because otherwise he really would have passed out. He quickly understands why Anna warned him to remove all his clothes first. He reasons that anything left on his body would have burned away at that temperature, and even now it would be inappropriate to walk around wearing those tiny borrowed clothes. Then he suddenly realizes where he is. Thinking back to how he and Anna were blasted down earlier, he concludes that they landed halfway into the adjacent dormitory building, which means he is still inside the boys' dormitory area. Relieved, he decides that should make things simple. He says that there should at least be spare school uniforms somewhere, and even if he does not know whose room this is, it has already helped him a lot. He opens the wardrobe only to freeze in disbelief. Clothes spill out everywhere, but what overwhelms the room most is an absurd mountain of stolen underwear. Staring at it, Moon curses and wonders whether the owner has some obsession with cleanliness, because there are barely a few sets of clothing but far too many underpants. Then his eyes widen as something clicks in his head. He recalls Celicia's announcement that a massive string of underwear thefts had caused serious trouble for the male students, and that any clues should be reported to the student union. With that, Moon realizes in shock that he has stumbled into the room of the infamous underpants thief Celicia mentioned. He complains inwardly that first it was the followers of the love god, and now it is an underpants thief, and he wonders why strange problems keep piling up one after another. Still, he immediately suppresses the thought and says that this is no time to pursue the thief. His priority now is to support the front lines. He grabs a school uniform, only to find that the pants are absurdly long, and he wonders just how tall this room's owner is supposed to be. Since the uniform is unusable, he looks for something else and finds casual clothes that fit much better. Then he notices a small side compartment and discovers several weapons. He remarks that he honestly thought the compartment would also be full of underpants, but although the sword inside is too large, it is still better than nothing. Deciding that at least he now has a weapon, he changes into the spare clothes, takes the greatsword, and prepares to move. As he heads out, Moon thinks through the situation. He reasons that the teachers of the college cannot possibly be unaware of all this commotion, yet the battlefield so far has been handled entirely by students. From that, he concludes that the cultists were probably let in on purpose, and that the teachers may be observing from somewhere while the cultists' main target just happens to be him. He decides that the fastest way to break this deadlock is to draw attention to himself and lead the enemies toward the teacher's dormitory, because he does not believe the current front line can keep holding forever. Just as he steps forward, he senses someone nearby. A large figure appears and stares at him in surprise, calling him Moon Campbell. Moon recognizes the man at once and identifies him as Ren. Ren says that he did not expect Moon to be hiding there, and adds that it seems Moon already knows. Moon laughs lightly and pretends not to understand what Ren means. He says that all he knows is that there is a war outside, and jokes that those invaders are probably just people he offended before. Then he casually asks whether Ren also came there to find a safe place to hide. Ren lets out a cold laugh and reveals the truth. He says that he is not hiding at all because this room is his. Purple power begins to gather around him as Moon immediately understands what that means. Ren denounces Moon as a blasphemous heretic, but before he can finish speaking, Moon moves first. Without giving him any more time, Moon bursts forward and launches a technique he calls Shadow Step Shattering Jaw Kick. His kick smashes straight into Ren's jaw and sends the massive man flying backward. Ren crashes across the room and through the walls in a violent burst of impact. Moon lowers his leg and says calmly that if Ren were just an ordinary student who held some prejudice against him, that would not be a big deal. What he did not expect was for Ren to be a cultist. He then adds that if Ren wants to fight, he should stop wasting time talking nonsense. In a mocking tone, Moon asks whether Ren is trying to morally lecture him before kidnapping him, and reminds him that villains usually die because they talk too much. Ren staggers up in fury and demands to know what Moon understands. Moon shrugs and replies that of course he does not know much, because unlike Ren, he has never had the disgusting hobby of stealing boys' underpants and filling an entire wardrobe with them. Then Moon suddenly brightens, as if a new thought has struck him, and says that he knows something now. Moon suddenly says that he knows now, then looks at Ren and mockingly asks whether he started falling for men because he could not find a girlfriend. Ren answers without shame that women are nothing more than tools for bearing children, and that true love exists only between men. He goes on to say that someone as fallen as Moon, a man surrounded by filthy women since childhood and rotten in both body and mind, could never understand such truth. With murderous certainty, he declares that Moon is a blasphemous heretic and says that he must die there tonight. Moon laughs and says that Ren's words genuinely amused him. He notes that although Ren was not admitted through some special recruitment route, students at Santa Maria College usually come from fairly wealthy families. Then, before the fight continues, Moon casually asks whether Ren's parents are still alive. Ren answers that of course they are. Moon immediately asks whether, by Ren's own logic, his mother is also just a consumable. Ren answers coldly that she is. He says that she is merely a viscount's mistress, and if she is not a consumable, then he asks what else she could possibly be. Hearing that, Moon laughs again and says that Ren's answer perfectly matches his stereotype that all followers of that damned love god are idiots. He then says that this is good, because in that case, he no longer needs to treat Ren like a person. The moment those words fall, Moon explodes forward. Shadowy power wraps around his body and sword as he closes the distance in a blur. Ren swings his greatsword to meet him, and the room erupts into a rapid exchange of heavy clashes and flashing arcs. Moon slips through the larger man's range again and again, presses him from multiple angles, and calmly asks whether this is really all the strength Ren has. Ren roars Moon's name and answers with a violent downward strike, but Moon avoids it. As Ren tries to follow up, Moon drops low and starts invoking the Withered King, asking it to give him power, but before he can finish, Ren catches his wrist and says that he has him now. Ren mocks him, calling him a mouse with a few tricks, and scoffs that such a tiny flame could never scare anyone. Moon smiles and asks who said he was using fire magic, and the next instant, brilliant light explodes between them as Moon unleashes beginner's magic, flash magic. Ren flinches and cries out in pain as his vision is swallowed by the blinding burst. Even while reeling, he still curses Moon as a despicable heretic. Moon snaps back that Ren is the true heretic. He calls him unfilial, disloyal, and heartless, and says that a bastard who cannot even respect his own mother has no right to preach to anyone. Raising his sword, Moon declares that he is sending Ren to meet his god right now, then drives his attack through with brutal force. Blood sprays as Ren is cut down and hurled back. Moon steadies himself and says that this proves once again that no one connected to the love god is a decent person. He adds that it was fortunate he had fought oversized cultists like Aluka before, because without that practical experience, he really would have struggled against Ren. With that done, Moon turns his attention back to the frontline battlefield and prepares to leave. But behind him, a broken voice suddenly mutters that word again, calling him a heretic. Ren's body begins to swell and twist as red energy boils out of him. In a distorted voice, he repeats the order to execute and kill Moon Campbell. His entire body mutates into a monstrous second phase, and he howls Moon's name with murderous madness. Moon's eyes sharpen at once. Before the transformed Ren can fully seize control of the fight, Moon charges straight in. He smashes a fist into the monster's face, then follows with a savage sword strike that tears through the red mass and blasts the creature back through the wall. Watching the mutated cultist crash away, Moon remarks that even these minor minions have a second phase. He says bitterly that the love god really is generous, then admits that, to be honest, he had not originally planned to go all out. Moon looks at the red monster sprawled amid the rubble and says that since he already shattered its skull, there should not be any more problems. Deciding that he can no longer waste time there, he says that the real priority is reaching the rooftop and giving support immediately. The instant he relaxes, the creature rises behind him. A savage voice calls his name, and Moon turns in shock just as the monster lunges. A massive fist crashes toward him. Moon barely brings up his sword to guard, but the blow still smashes him backward and fills the corridor with smoke and debris. Dropping to one knee, Moon coughs and curses himself for letting his guard down. Staring at the monster's restored body, he realizes that the thing can actually regenerate and thinks that it is the same kind of enemy as Aluka had been before. The beast roars about heresy and execution and charges again. Moon instantly understands that he cannot allow such a huge regenerative monster to break out into the open, because it would cause massive casualties. He studies the narrow corridor and notes that the road ahead and behind are both blocked. He cannot avoid the monster's attacks in such a cramped place, but he also realizes that the same confinement traps the enemy with him. Blue lightning begins to crawl across his body as he closes his eyes and steadies his breathing. He thinks that he can only use that one move, the technique he only managed to learn after being killed dozens of times by Rod. He also knows his magical power is too low to completely cover the enemy, so he tells himself that he has only one chance, and that the distance still is not close enough. He forces himself to stay calm and waits. The monster barrels straight at him, while Moon silently urges it to come closer. At the final moment, he opens his eyes and activates Lightning Strike Level 3. A blinding pillar of electric force erupts through the corridor, swallowing the beast in blue light. The monster screams as lightning tears through its body and hurls it back. When the storm finally fades, Moon pants heavily and says that the power was enough, but he immediately complains that no one ever told him that using a low proficiency move could electrocute him too, and he admits that both his arms are numb. As the smoke clears, the red monster has reverted to Ren's human form. Seeing that, Moon wonders whether turning him back means it is finally over. He is about to move on when Ren weakly calls his name again. Moon jolts and stares at him in disbelief, thinking in alarm that there cannot possibly be a third stage too. Ren, barely able to stand, tells him not to be nervous because he cannot move anymore. Moon then notices that something is different and asks whether Ren has awakened. Ren answers that he has, and says that thanks to Moon he is finally free from the god's control. Moon asks why he became like that in the first place. Ren slowly explains that one day, right after he was rejected by a girl for the 30th time, a man wearing black with a heart-shaped pattern on his chest approached him. That man gave him a strange statue and claimed it was a gift from the god, promising that if he kept it, girls would welcome him. Ren says that from that point on, he gradually lost control of his desires, became more vicious and more enraged, his consciousness blurred bit by bit, and in the end he joined the True Love Church. Following them, he says that he committed many absurd acts, and that many innocent people died by his hands. Moon immediately cuts him off and says that there is no time to listen to a full confession. Ren then asks Moon to kill him. When Moon reacts in confusion, Ren says that he has committed countless sins and can only repay them with his own death, so Moon should do it. Moon rejects that outright and asks what nonsense Ren is talking about. Then, with his back turned, he says that if Ren were still a follower of evil gods who harmed humanity, he would kill him without hesitation. But now, he says that seeking death right after confessing is nothing more than a coward's way of consoling himself, as though saying he is sorry should automatically earn forgiveness. He tells Ren that if he is still a man, then he should live and spend his life repaying the mistakes he made. Ren lies there in stunned silence, repeating those words to himself about living to repay his sins. Far below, on the 13th underground floor of Santa Maria College's Mercury Well, another part of the invasion continues. A vast underground city stretches beneath the academy, dazzling with enormous, luminous buildings. One intruder looks around in amazement and says that this must be the true core of Santa Maria College, adding that hiding an entire city underground is absurdly extravagant. He also guesses from the color of the structures that they may all be made of mithril. His companion sharply tells him to shut up. He warns that if the man does not want the alert system to bombard them, he should stop touching things there. The other man immediately replies that if his companion does not want him to touch anything, then he will refrain, though he still complains that the other is being unnecessarily harsh with him. The silver-haired cultist nervously asks whether the masked man's companion is really all right. He points out that the other side not only has to attract the attention of the teachers and professors, but also hold back the imperial princess, and he says that such work sounds extremely dangerous. The masked man answers that, with that person's strength, even defeat would not trap him for long, because he has his own way to escape. He tells the silver-haired man to stop worrying about his companion and worry about himself instead. The silver-haired man asks why he should worry about himself when this should be the safest place in the academy, since everyone's attention is being drawn elsewhere. The masked man replies that entering is naturally safe for them, but escaping later is what will truly be dangerous, because they still have that thing to do. When the silver-haired man asks what thing he means, the masked man stares at him for a long moment, then asks whether he really does not know. The silver-haired man innocently asks what exactly he is supposed to know. The masked man's expression hardens at once. He asks in disbelief whether the silver-haired fool does not even know that. Then he grabs him in frustration and demands to know why someone who understands nothing was brought down with him. The silver-haired man awkwardly explains that the high priest simply told him to come. He even repeats that one should speak less, work more, and not ask unnecessary questions, saying that this is supposedly the proper quality of an excellent subordinate. Hearing that, the masked man curses inwardly and bitterly thinks that he should never have expected anything useful from followers of the love god. In the end, he gives up and tells the silver-haired man that if he does not know, then he should stop asking. With no more time to waste, the masked man tells him to follow closely if he does not want to die. The two hurry deeper into the Mercury Well until they reach a massive golden gate. The masked man says that they have arrived and explains that they only need to pass through that door, when the silver-haired man asks what lies behind it. At that moment, a voice suddenly thunders from the shadows and says that it is the deepest part of the Mercury. Well, the masked man demands to know who is there and orders the coward hiding nearby to come out. The voice man mocks that word and says that being called a coward by intruders is rather amusing. From the darkness, Pink Bear steps out and coldly remarks that the true mice are the ones who sneak into other people's homes in secret. The intruders ask who he is. Pink Bear answers that if they do not even know him, then their information is outdated. He introduces himself as Pink Bear, the acting dean of Santa Maria College, and says that since they came all the way there, he no longer doubts that they are the culprits coveting the treasure hidden beneath the college. He then calmly adds that he only needs one prisoner for interrogation, so there is no need for the two intruders to argue over which one of them gets to die. The masked man instantly feels the overwhelming killing intent pouring off Pink Bear and realizes how dangerous he is, but before he can react properly, blood suddenly bursts from his body. Pink Bear pauses in confusion, only to see the silver-haired cultist throwing up his hands and nervously calling him boss. The man hurriedly says that maybe it is not too late for him to turn over a new leaf. He insists that Pink Bear should believe him, then immediately begins hacking at the masked man while furiously calling him a scumbag who dared to offend someone else's college. He rants that the masked man is too reckless, too clueless, and too stupid to understand when to retreat. Pink Bear finally stops him and says that enough is enough, because chopping the man into pieces that small will only make the floor harder to clean later. The silver-haired man instantly lights up and showers him with thanks, saying that such mercy is like receiving a second chance at life. Pink Bear cuts him off and says that he never claimed to trust him, only that he is sparing his life for the moment. Then Pink Bear stares at him closely and asks in disbelief whether he was never contaminated by the evil gods at all, and whether he truly is not a believer in that damned love god. The silver-haired man blinks and asks whether the love god is simply the god the high priest keeps talking about and demanding they worship every day. He says that worshipping something that does not even pay him makes no sense. Pink Bear is stunned and grabs him again, demanding to know why a man who is not even a true believer would sneak into the Mercury Well. The silver-haired man explains that last month, while wandering the roads, he met cult members handing out recruitment flyers and promising they could help him find true love. After joining them, he realized they were basically a gang of swindlers who made everyone memorize doctrine and sit through strange ritual meetings. He says that the people in that cult are not his type at all. Then he admits that only after the invasion of the college began did he finally realize that the target they were after was exactly his type, and he says that he fell in love at first sight. Pink Bear stares at him in disbelief and asks whether the love god's temptation truly does not work on him. The silver-haired man answers that he is not entirely sure what Pink Bear means, but says that he came there purely to find his true love. Then, with genuine curiosity, Pink Bear asks who the person they are looking for really is. Beaming, he proudly reveals a portrait and says that it is Moon Campbell. Pink Bear is left speechless. But before he can react further, he notices the masked man's battered body beginning to move again. Realizing at once that the one who invaded the college is not the silver-haired fool at all, he turns sharply toward the wounded intruder. The silver-haired man points and shouts that it is that guy. Pink Bear clicks his tongue and says that he should have hit the man one more time earlier. He lunges forward and strikes again while the masked man laughs weakly and says that it is already too late. The intruder declares that he only came there to confirm the existence of that thing, and that for him, that is already enough. Blue fire suddenly explodes around a lantern he carries. Raising it high, the masked man exclaims that eternal life has finally been found. The others stare at the blazing lantern in shock as the truth hits them at once. That lantern is the beacon of an evil god. The moon tore through the clouds like a monstrous eye-opening, staining the night blood red. A soul-deep chill swept across the battlefield as the fight against the cultists reached its final stage. Upperclassmen poured in, joining the clash of weapons and spellfire. Though the cultists had been heavily wounded, the evil god behind them had revealed itself. Wire quickly ordered the warrior department students to retreat to the defensive line, then commanded the offensive mages to focus their fire. The mages formed ranks. Their staffs lit up together, unleashing ice, flames, lightning, and storms in a dazzling barrage. Every spell crashed down on the enormous monster at the center of the battlefield. The combined spells blew him apart in a rain of blood and flesh. For an instant, victory seemed possible. But then the scattered pieces began crawling back, rejoining his body as if nothing had happened. Wire's excitement vanished. Ordinary attacks were useless. If this continued, the mages would exhaust all their mana before the monster even slowed down. Behind her, Priest Lee tried to rush forward, screaming that Ariel was still inside and that she had to save her. Wire caught her by the waist and held her back. Then both of them saw a faint light flickering deep inside the monster's body. Ariel was still alive, cutting her way through the High Priest's flesh with her enormous sword. She leaped into the air, flames swirling around her small body as she released heaven fire-scorched ashes. White karmic fire erupted from her blade and tore open a massive wound, vaporizing flesh and exposing charred bones. But the wound healed at once. The High Priest drained life from the trapped believers inside him, using their power to repair himself and fuel new attacks. Thick tentacles burst from his body, lashing at Ariel's head, heart, and every vital point. Ariel dodged desperately, twisting through the air while enduring the rotten stench of the monster's flesh. The remnant soul inside her ring warned that this enemy was still beyond her and urged her to retreat, saying her teacher would cover her. Ariel burned away an ambushing tentacle and refused. She said the academy was behind her, and if her teacher had already appeared, she could not retreat. The ring suddenly warned her to watch her back. The flesh blasted away earlier had crawled behind her. Tentacles burst out like a blooming red spider lily, sealing every escape route. Ariel was struck hard and smashed into a wall. Stones shattered around her, dust filled the air, and blood spilled from her mouth. Her ribs were crushed, her ears rang, and her vision blurred. She no longer had the strength to move. The High Priest sneered that she was a troublesome insect who dared interfere with the love god's resurrection, and that he would make her part of him. 3 jagged flesh drills formed in his hand and spun violently. But when the smoke cleared, Ariel was gone. Only broken stone and blood remained. The High Priest roared in fury, smashing nearby buildings with his tentacles. Inside a dormitory corridor, Moon placed clothing over Ariel's injured body. She was pale and barely conscious, weakly asking who he was. Shadow magic still curled around him as he told her it was Moon Campbell. He said she had done well holding on, told her to rest, and promised that the student council would come rescue her soon. Before Ariel passed out, she saw his side profile beneath the moonlight. Back on the battlefield, Wire continued ordering another round of attacks. The mages blasted holes into the High Priest, but every wound closed instantly. He mocked them as ignorant insects and told them to keep casting their pathetic spells. Unnoticed, dark pulses spread beneath Moon's feet from a hidden corridor. His eyes locked onto the monster, calculating the distance, angle, and timing. Then he vanished. Using Shadow Step at full speed, Moon appeared behind the High Priest. His horse-chopping saber flashed under the red moon, aimed not at the monster's flesh, but at the dark red scripture embedded in his head. The High Priest turned in terror, but too late. Moon's saber pierced the scripture, the relic connecting him to the god of love. Foul black blood oozed out as the blade drove through the book and into his skull. Black lightning exploded through the wound. The High Priest screamed, thrashing wildly as his tentacles smashed buildings around him. He roared that Moon Campbell would die and that this was not over. But without the relic's support, his power collapsed. His flesh peeled away like rotten sludge, and his tentacles fell limp. Moon landed calmly as the monster's body exploded into chunks of blood and flesh. The student council elites froze in shock, staffs still raised. Even Wire stared in disbelief. The one who had defeated the evil god's vessel was Moon Campbell, the boy everyone dismissed as a useless scumbag. Moon immediately rushed to Wire and told her Ariel was badly injured in the dormitory corridor, urging her to send healers. Lee and several healing mages ran off at once, panic and tears on Lee's face. In the Academy's highest chamber, the white-bearded old man smiled with relief. He said the command structure had worked well, each grade had fulfilled its role, and students like Ariel had fought bravely against the evil god. If the recorded footage was reported honestly, he believed the Academy's educational methods would no longer be questioned. Kate agreed and said the most dazzling student tonight was Moon Campbell. He admitted he had not expected the Campbell boy to be so calm, fast, and decisive. He added that Moon seemed less like his father, a balanced warrior, and more like an assassin, so he would need proper training later. Then Professor Prang shouted in terror that the book was not finished. Everyone looked back at the battlefield. The scattered flesh began moving again beneath the crimson moon. The pierced scriptures still glowed dark red, pulling the mangled pieces into a spinning vortex. A colder, more sinister aura spread from it, heavier than before. Moon's expression darkened, his instincts screamed danger, and he immediately prepared to retreat. If this was a third phase, it was no longer something he could handle. Wire felt the same terror. The chill rose from her feet to her head, leaving her face pale. Still, she forced herself to command the students. Hundreds of spells flew toward the grimoire, and Wire also launched her strongest deep blue beam, but it was too late. The book had already absorbed enough magic from the flesh, blood, and student attacks. The High Priest's true goal had never been simply killing Moon or invading the Academy. That was only a disguise. From the beginning, this battle had been a ritual meant to force the students to pour magic into the seal and awaken whatever was trapped inside. A pale, elegant hand emerged from the grimoire, smeared with rotten blood. It spread its fingers toward the incoming magic, then clenched. The storm of spells stopped. Ice, fire, lightning, and wind were crushed together by an invisible force, shrinking into a single crimson orb. The hand rolled that condensed magic between its fingers like a toy. Every mage froze in terror. Wire finally understood everything. The hostage, the monster, the attacks, the siege, it had all been staged so they would keep striking the High Priest and feed the ritual. Their magic had become the key. She staggered, blaming herself for failing after the president had trusted her. Then glittering ice crystals drifted through the air. Seliza's cool voice told Wire that she had done well. She said that against an enemy beyond common sense, anyone could have fallen into the same trap, and the fact that no students had died proved Wire had handled things properly. Seliza stepped forward beneath the moonlight, silver hair glowing, icy mist curling around her. Blood stained her face, and in one hand she held a jeweled sword. In the other, she carried an invader's severed head. After calmly apologizing for being late, she studied the battlefield and concluded that the ritual was already complete. She said the thing being summoned was no longer something students could fight, then ordered everyone to retreat into the academy bunker. The student council would stay behind to cover the wounded. The students moved instantly, no one argued. The injured were carried away and the evacuation began in order. Then Seliza noticed Moon among the ruins. He was searching through broken weapons, casually checking if the dead monster had left behind anything useful. Seliza coldly asked why he had not retreated. Moon answered that she was still there too. Seliza said she was the student council president, so defending the academy's final line was her duty and honor. Moon looked at the glowing grimoire and said he also had a reason to stay. Since the cultists were after him, escaping with the other students might only cause more casualties. He would rather stay as bait and draw their attention. Seliza's icy gaze softened. She asked if the Campbell family had not taught him to avoid danger. Moon smiled and said that if even a princess like her was not afraid, he had no reason to be. He added that the Campbell family had risen through military merit, and if his father were here, he likely would not run either. Seliza gave a small, satisfied laugh. Her old disdain vanished, replaced by recognition. She told him to do as he wished, stay alert, and protect himself, adding that if he died, she would not help him apply for a state funeral. Meanwhile, in the academic affairs office, Cade watched the battlefield grimly and said the thing inside the grimoire was about to fully descend. The white-bearded old man said the students were retreating too slowly and asked who would go. Professor Prang volunteered. He pulled a cute pink magic wand with a golden star from rippling space, despite the powerful aura it released. Cade questioned if he was serious, and joked that he might throw out his back fighting an evil god's creation. Prang replied that he was not that frail yet. Since the others were injured veterans or scholars unsuited for combat, they left the fight to him while they handled evacuation. Prang landed before the grimoire with a thunderous impact. The book floated in the air, glowing dark red beneath a blood-colored vortex. He raised the absurd pink wand, admitting that even after using it many times, it still felt strange. Golden magic circles unfolded before him. He began saying that if the grimoire could absorb magic, he would punish it for invading St. Maria Academy. Before he finished, white feathers brushed past his face. The weeping returned, sharper than before. Footsteps sounded from within the black pages, each one pressing on everyone's heart. Sacred feathers poured from the grimoire like glowing snow, and a holy hymn filled the ruins. The sorrowful cries and divine music mixed together as the academy shook. The night became brighter than day. Moon nearly staggered in the gale and asked in disbelief what this thing was and why it came with its own background music. Prong's face turned pale. He could not understand how an evil being could release holy power. Then, beneath the falling feathers, a breathtaking woman in a magnificent white dress stepped out of the grimoire. Her gown shone with golden lace, untouched by the ruined battlefield. A crown engraved with stars, sun, and moon floated above her head, surrounded by a sacred halo. White wings spread behind her, every feather glowing softly. Her expression looked merciful and sorrowful yet distant, as though she pitied the world from above. Saliza stared in disbelief and said, "The crown of stars, sun, and moon meant coronation rank." A crushing aura spread from the woman, vast and majestic, beyond anything human. She was not merely powerful, she was a higher life form, a crowned one had descended. After the pure maiden Barina appeared, holy light flooded the battlefield like dawn descending from heaven. Moon chose the worst moment to ask if this being was really that strong. Saliza looked at him as if he were hopeless, and said that even if he never paid attention in class, he should at least know about the crown. Seeing that he truly understood nothing, she sighed and explained that only those who broke past human limits, reached the mirror realm of the 5th tier or above, and gained the world's recognition could receive a title and crown. Such people were called crowned beings. They had already undergone a transformation beyond life itself, and some scholars even called them near gods. Every crowned represented the peak of combat power, or rather something already beyond human. With one movement, they could influence the fate of an entire region. Then Saliza added that the Campbell family had one too. Moon stiffened. Cold sweat ran down his temple as he realized she meant his father, the Empire's god of war, the man who had shaken the heretic frontier alone. His face darkened as he asked if Barina was really on the same level as his old man, then muttered that the brain-dead god of love having a follower at this level was absurd. Suddenly, Barina opened her blood-red eyes. Heart-shaped pupils formed inside them, and the holy light around her was tainted by a sinister crimson glow. Greed appeared in her gaze as if something else were using her body to search for a precious lost treasure. Her eyes swept across the academy. Then she raised one pale hand, and dark red light gathered around her fingers. A fallen aura pressed down over the entire academy. Professor Prang's face turned grave. He realized Barina was after the grand ritual too. The pink wand in his hand flashed. Deep below St. Maria Academy, magic surged from the earth veins and flowed through the underground conduits. The vast network beneath the academy awakened. One metallic tower burst from the ground, covered in glowing runes. Then 11 more rose from different corners of the academy. Their tips pointed skyward, forcing the lifted foundation back into place like 12 giant nails. Golden chains shot between the towers, linking them into one formation. Ancient runes appeared along the chains and formed a huge barrier over half the academy, like an inverted bowl of light. But Prong knew it was only temporary. Even the second layer grand ritual could not truly stop the descent of a mad evil god. The tremors ended. Without wasting time, Moon followed Saliza and retreated at full speed. Against a crowned being, they were no different from ants. Then a voice struck directly into their souls, calling Moon Campbell's name. Both of them turned back. Saliza still looked confused, but in the next instant, blood burst from Moon's body. The invisible force hit him like a speeding truck and blasted him away like a cannonball. He crashed into a stone wall, caving it in as cracks spread around him. Barina stared at him without anger or hatred, only cold indifference. A small, dark red orb of compressed energy formed at her fingertip. Though it was only the size of a small ball, it radiated terrifying, destructive power. Her hollow voice said that the annoying insect should die. The energy shot toward Moon faster than sight. Prang moved immediately. His frail old body crossed the distance with impossible speed, and he kicked the attack aside. Prang roared that the damned evil god dared hurt his students in front of him. Barina dodged the rebound gracefully. He called to Gran above. A green magic circle lit up, and the old mage activated his strongest teleportation spell. Moon clutched his wounded chest, his face twisted in pain as his heartbeat weakened. Green light wrapped around him and Saliza, then folded them into a handkerchief-like magical cloth. It carried them away from the front line at incredible speed, vanishing like a green shooting star. Prong finally exhaled in relief. Then he turned to Barina, his eyes filled with grief. He said it had been a long time and called her his proudest student. He asked why she had become something so ugly when she should have retired with the one she loved and lived happily. Barina did not answer. Her flawless face remained blank, and her heart-shaped pupils looked at him with confusion, as if he were a stranger. A hollow, wicked voice spoke from inside her body, asking mockingly if Barina was the name of this shell and whether Prang knew it. Veins bulged on Prang's face. Rage surged from him as he shouted that she had been his proudest student. The evil god answered lazily, asking what that had to do with it, then said the only insect capable of stopping it was Prang. Dark red blood writhed and a treasured sword engraved with ancient patterns slowly emerged. The moment the holy sword appeared, the battlefield seemed to freeze. Its light filled the night. Prang stared in shock. From the moment the sword was drawn, 2 clear tears fell from Barina's hollow eyes. Her sorrow deepened, and the mournful weeping across the battlefield grew louder. Prang's hand trembled around his wand. He finally understood. The evil god had completely erased Barina's consciousness to control her, because she had hated evil gods more than anyone since childhood. If even a fragment of her will remained, she would have resisted until the end. Tears slipped down Prang's wrinkled face. He said he did not care whether the thing before him was a god or anything else. It would die here. Then he told Barina that her teacher had come to save her. Then the holy sword in her hand released a silver-white slash that split the night. The academy walls, which had stood for centuries, crumbled like paper. Professor Prang's magic beam collided with the sword intent, and the shockwave blasted rubble across the ruins. But Barina's sword was far stronger than expected. Each swing seemed capable of tearing space apart. Prang could only defend, retreating as magical shields shattered and reformed around him. Barina's dress fluttered gently, but every strike was ruthless. Her hollow eyes held no emotion, even as tears streamed down her face. As he fought, memories of Barina flooded Prang's mind. He remembered her as a child, proudly saying she would become the #1 holy maiden and crush evil enemies under God's guidance. He remembered her growing into a graceful young woman, reassuring him that she would likely not be sent to the front lines and that the Lionheart King would secure victory. He remembered her later, dressed simply and smiling happily, saying the church had refused to let her hold her wedding in a cathedral, but her husband would give her a special wedding in his hometown. She had told Prang that since he and his wife had raised her after her parents died, she wanted him to stand in her father's place and witness her marriage. Those memories turned Prang's grief into fury. He roared that the beastly love god was finished, then unleashed a vast golden spell. Magic arrays unfolded before him, forming a strike that lit the night like daylight. Compared to the student's earlier barrage, his power was a tidal wave beside scattered rain. This was the strength of a grand mage. The spell exploded, shaking the academy and filling the ruins with blinding light. In the high-level conference room, Professor Grant returned after treating the wounded. He said Moon and Ariel were badly injured, but medicine and advanced healing magic had stabilized them. Looking at the battlefield, he sighed that he never imagined the sanctified Maiden of Purity could be corrupted by an evil god, and wondered why it had to be her. Cade remembered that Prang and his wife had practically raised Barina like a daughter, then questioned whether Prang could truly strike her down. Grant replied that hesitation was no longer the issue, because Barina held one of the church's 5 holy swords. One mistake, and Prang would die. Worse, they were facing 2 evil gods. The academy barrier was already cracking beneath the Crimson Moon's pressure. Grant said the twin gods had descended and paid a huge price to send a crowned one, proving they were determined to obtain whatever lay beneath the academy. Another elder said the love god's madness was expected, but the other evil god's involvement meant something major must have happened outside while they remained ignorant underground. Grant added that Prang seemed to know something but refused to speak because of the Pact of Silence. If there were only one crowned enemy, they might still manage. The real problem was not knowing how much of the love god's power was projected through Barina, while another evil god threatened to break the grand ritual barrier from above. Grant then asked quietly if they should wake that one. Everyone looked toward the head of the table. The leader said 2 evil gods had joined forces against the academy, and one had descended with part of its true body. Since nothing like this had ever happened before, they needed a second plan, whether Prang won or not. Someone asked about reinforcements, but another elder explained it was too late. With a disturbance this huge, Belen's strongest figures should have arrived within minutes. Since no one had appeared, the academy had clearly been sealed off. To the outside world, it was still an ordinary night. The leader ordered a vote. 16 hands rose immediately. One old man hesitated, saying waking that person was too cruel. Another warned that if she woke later and found the academy destroyed, her anger would be worse. The old man finally raised his hand too. 17 votes. Unanimous approval. Then came the real problem. Who would wake her? The serious meeting instantly turned chaotic. Every elder began making excuses, claiming rheumatism, slip discs, or other sudden problems. Then 16 senior members vanished at once, leaving Grant alone. Grant cursed them for dumping the dirty work on him while Prang was absent. He muttered that he refused to wake her himself because her temper was too dangerous. She might look petite, but when angry, she was a monster. Then a sly idea formed in his mind. He smiled and said he had the perfect unlucky candidate. Meanwhile, Moon was recovering in the infirmary, pale and wrapped in bandages. A shadow appeared before him, and Grant's old voice greeted him. Moon jolted awake, startled by Grant's wrinkled face in the dim light. He asked what Grant had been doing and said he had almost scared him to death. Grant gently asked how he felt. Moon said his whole body felt broken, and that the Golden Woman was a monster who had nearly crushed him with one distant gesture. Then he asked if Grant had saved him. Grant exaggerated dramatically, saying Moon had no idea how close it had been. He claimed that if he had not risked his life, used precious medicine, and cast advanced healing magic, Moon might already be in the other world. Then he dismissed it as a small matter. Moon sincerely thanked him and said he would repay the kindness. Grant immediately leaned in, saying he had been waiting for those words. He said he had one tiny favor and asked whether Moon would really refuse the person who saved his life. Moon instantly felt trapped. Grant explained that he had a niece who was a little difficult to wake. They needed a sunny, handsome blonde young man to wake her up. He assured Moon she was absolutely the kind of girl he would like at first sight, then asked if he would refuse such a simple wake-up service for a beautiful girl. The white-haired little girl sleeping in the sea of flowers was St. Maria Academy's final trump card against the crowned one, Barina. After hearing Professor Grant's explanation, Moon Campbell froze, his handsome face filled with disbelief as he asked if, after all that build-up, Grant was seriously only asking him to wake up his niece. Grant chuckled like an old fox and said that was basically it, though his niece had a slightly bad temper when waking. He told Moon not to worry. Moon only became more worried. Grant's expression did not look reassuring at all. No one would go through this much trouble just to wake an ordinary girl. Worse, Grant kept calling her that one instead of simply saying his niece. Everything felt suspicious. Before Moon could ask more, the academy shook again. Dust fell from the infirmary ceiling. Grant's face turned urgent as he told Moon there was no time and that they would talk while moving. Moon immediately pointed out that he was barely dressed, glancing down at the bandages around his body. Grant only smiled, saying he had already prepared everything. A few minutes later, deep beneath St. Maria Academy, dim magic lamps lit a long underground corridor. Moon stood before a massive metal gate and stared in shock. It was dozens of meters tall, made of unknown metal and covered in ancient golden runes. Moon asked what kind of normal person lived inside a vault, then wondered if the door could even open. Grant snorted and said it was not a vault. The gate had been made from rare metals, hundreds of magic arrays, and countless craftsmen's work. It could even resist an evil god's invasion for some time, and no vault in Bellin could compare to it. Moon's eyelid twitched. In his memory, only something like the Life Church's Holy Life Sanctuary had this level of defense. If the Academy had built something this extreme, then it was clearly sealing something extraordinary. He asked if the person inside was not Grant's niece at all, but the Academy's secret weapon. Grant froze briefly, then stiffly denied it, saying Moon had read too many storybooks. He claimed St. Maria Academy was a place for teaching, not somewhere that hid violent secret weapons. Moon could tell he was lying. Grant then noticed 16 gemstones already embedded in the compass-like mechanism at the gate's base. He muttered irritably that the old men who claimed their legs were bad had still arrived faster than him. Then he placed a glowing green gem into the final slot. With a click, the mechanism awakened. Massive locks unfolded, metal groaned, and the giant gate slowly opened. Warm, spring-like light spilled into the corridor. Grant looked at Moon with a complicated mix of hope, worry, and guilt. He asked whether Moon was going in or not, saying that although he wanted him to go, he would not force a student. Moon fell silent. The atmosphere felt like a farewell before death. After a moment, he said he would go. Grant released a relieved sigh, saying he had thought Moon might refuse. That only made Moon more uneasy. Moon said he had wanted to refuse, but remembered something. He asked if the crowned one who attacked him was the purification saintess of the Old Life Church. Grant looked surprised and asked if Moon knew her, since that saintess had vanished 20 years ago. He teased him by asking whether he collected fake saintess photo albums like Principal Pink Bear. Moon awkwardly claimed his father had mentioned those people. In truth, he knew her from the original novel, but the timeline was wrong. In the original story, the purification saintess, manipulated by the god of love, invaded the academy alone after gathering enough power. There were no cultists used as sacrifices. Her goal had been Ariel, who had destroyed much of the god of love's cult in Bellin. Ariel survived, of course, and even used the disaster to break into a higher realm. But that event was supposed to happen near the end of the school year. At this point, Ariel should barely have encountered the god of love. The only explanation was Moon himself. He had provoked the god of love early and caused a massive butterfly effect. Still, something did not add up. If Barina had truly attacked Moon with full force, he would already be dead. That meant killing him was only incidental. The god of love had another objective. Moon looked at Grant seriously and said he would stop asking about nieces. He asked if the person behind the gate could truly resolve the Academy's crisis. Grant finally answered honestly. He said she could, but warned Moon not to call her a secret weapon, or she would get angry. Moon started toward the gate, saying the Academy's survival was on the line, so he had no choice. Then he stopped and asked whether Professor Prang really could not handle it. In the original story, Prang had resolved the god of love's invasion. Since Barina had once been his student, their reunion was tragic, but he had still stopped her. An invasion by the god of love alone should not require awakening something Moon had never heard of. Grant said Moon had been unconscious and missed the real issue. If there were only the purification saintess controlled by the god of love, Prang would be enough. But another evil god had appeared too. He said the Moon had come, the evil god holding authority over the night. Moon first nodded casually, then froze. He asked in shock if Grant meant the Silent Moon. His eyes widened. In every plotline he knew, the Silent Moon never invaded the Academy. That evil god was supposed to appear much later, after the Academy arc. Moon immediately stepped back and suggested they reconsider carefully. But when he turned, Grant's shoe sole filled his vision. Grant kicked him from behind, saying that if Moon was going in, he should go already, because if he kept talking, Prang might really be beaten to death. Moon lost balance and plunged forward. Inside the gate was not a room, but an entire hidden world. He slid downward and landed face first in soft ground. Between the pain in his backside and the ground on his face, he did not know what to complain about first. After confirming his face was unharmed, he cursed Grant for not warning him about the fall. Then he looked up and froze. An endless sea of flowers stretched before him. Blossoms of every color spread to the horizon, swaying like waves under a warm breeze. Above them hung a soft pink sky, bathing the whole world in dreamlike light. The air carried a sweet floral fragrance that made his body relax despite himself. Moon walked slowly toward the center. The flowers bent beneath his feet, then sprang back as if alive. Then he stopped completely. Among the flowers slept a white-haired girl. The blossoms held her like a soft bed, with petals resting around her like a blanket. She wore a cute pink nightdress and looked small, delicate, and peaceful. She looked only 12 or 13, curled up like a sleeping cat. Moon stared blankly, his mind falling into chaos. This was St. Maria Academy's final trump card? Just this little white-haired girl?